blockchain, and so it contains a blockchain and it contains a programming language. And the idea is that it lets you use the decentralized technology behind the blockchain to build pretty much any kind of decentralized application. So if you think of the blockchain as a database, then in Bitcoin's case, the database stores how much money people have. In Namecoin's case, the database stores domain registrations. In Ethereum's case, when you have the database is basically like split up into sections where and in the database you have entities that are called contracts, and each contract contains some code and it contains some data. And the idea is that whatever the code is, the code has the ability to modify the data in whatever way that it wants. So you can think of each individual contract as sort of being like its own little application inside of Ethereum, and that application can basically have whatever rules it wants. So if you want to simulate a currency, then you would write a contract where if you send a transaction or message into the contract, then that transaction would be of some form, like send 50 units of this currency to this address, and it would have a digital signature from whatever the sending address is, and the code would actually check if the sender has enough of this currency to send, and if he does, it would transfer the units from them to someone else. So because the Ethereum scripting language is Turing complete, so you basically have pretty much complete freedom in what you do inside of a contract. Contracts also have the ability to call other contracts. They can talk to each other, so you can do a lot of interesting combinations of them. Like, for example, if I create a contract to act as a currency, then someone else can create a contract to act as a financial derivative, and their contract can actually call my contract. So they can just make a financial derivative between my currency and Ether, or between whatever, probably between anything. So the way that programming a decentralized application works is that a DApp generally has a few components. So first of all, a normal app generally has server-side code, and it has client-side code, and it has a GUI. So in our case, server-side. So we don't Ethereum. It's decentralized. The point is you don't have servers, yay! But instead you have a blockchain. So first of all, if you want to do something like create a currency, then you would write the code for the contract on the blockchain, and that code would actually say something of the form, if the number. It would, first of all, you would specify that a message being sent into this contract has to be of the form, has to have two data fields. The first data field is the recipient. The second data field is how much you want to send. Then the code would check inside of its own storage. It would check at the index of the sender, and would check if the amount of funds that sender is registered to have is greater than the amount that you're trying to send, or greater than or equal to the amount you're trying to send. Then it would modify the database. It would subtract that amount from the database, and it would add the same amount to whatever the receiver is. So contract executions are completely atomic. You basically don't have to worry about security, because either the code executes completely, or if you don't supply enough funds to pay for your transaction, then there's no partial execution. Either all happens or completely nothing does. So first you would write that code. You would push it to the blockchain, and then once you push it to the blockchain, your contract would have its own address. Then after that, you would write your client-side code. So for that we're using boring old HTML and JavaScript. So you would write. So the idea is that you would basically write a web page to serve as the interface to this currency that you're creating. So you make a GUI with HTML, and inside JavaScript there's an API, and that API allows you to make transactions going to some particular address. So there are some commands that you can bind to some button, or do whatever with, and that command would actually create the transaction and send it off to the blockchain. And somewhere, with 63% probability, less than 12 seconds later, a block is going to appear containing your transaction. And once that happens, your client will be able to see that, and you'll be able to, show the balance of each user updated and so forth. So I guess to start off, how many people have some kind of Ethereum client installed? Okay.
The Go client or the
Either
CPP
one.
client?
What block is everyone at?
43,719.
Okay, good. Python's 541174. That's interesting. That's probably Python's fault, but it'll take a while to adapt.
It's not a big. It's just very technical.
Capital W. It's the Wi-Fi is central working members. Password is capital W H1T3. Oh, you use that one too. That works too.
Just compare and see if they look the same.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I've moved all of my stuff because no, I haven't connected. I've only got one from before.
Enable network.
What block are you on?
No.
So I had it was open from where I was before.
Yeah, this sits with so he went up to me
791. Can you see?
Yeah, just
Oh, I see.
it takes a while to get
I am.
Okay, see, there's
Yeah,
a bunch more
mine-
peers
mine-
being added. So,
Yeah. Mine-
yay, peers.
Should anything be happening once you've enabled the network? Should you see
Connect to.
connect to peer?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
here you want to
POC6.
poc-6.ethdev.com. That's the one you want to connect to.
Okay.
So you've connected. Is there anyone's block? No.
Mhm.
the ideal pairs is on 5 by default. Should we is that a good number
5 is
you think
fine.
for today or should we
Patience.
We need to run both the
Yeah, that's what you said.
Okay.
Have you looked at this before?
No, just running AlethZero is fine.
Set aside that if you have 5-6 hours to do
Yeah,
so.
you
Because
can
it's in the
hit
problems
go,
installed.
yeah.
I'm just
It's alright.
checking.
I haven't installed it yet.
How about you?
I've had many problems. Yeah, I did. On the forum, there's Stephan wrote a short tutorial for installing it and writing it first.
Yeah, I read through that.
Decentralized app.
Yeah, but I didn't try to.
Yeah, it's not. It's pretty. It's a good little tutorial. But basically, we need to really know, or you should notice that to mine once you are connected, because at the moment it's not connected. It's not a separate blockchain. You'd be able to see because on here it's not filling up with blocks.
Okay.
But it's not doing it.
Okay, down here I've got a blockchain.
Yeah. Before previously, this has started filling up. And then to mine. And then basically you have to go to debug and select force mining. It happens.
everybody here is pretty familiar with Ethereum in the first place, though. It's
Okay.
pretty good.
I'm not really sure. What work?
Sometimes I and then I reconnect and all my history says that point goes away. But seeing there's
So who here's got the client installed and which one? Raise your hand if you have the client installed. Okay, raise your hands if you don't have the client installed, so I know who's behind. Okay, you all have it, and so you're all running AlethZero?
Yeah.
And the version is 6.10 something.
Do you need to have it for Go or CPP or doesn't matter?
C++, yeah.
Yes.
Well, if you have to go, then that's great too.
That's fine too.
Okay.
It's easier. You could have both, really. Having both is nice because you get to play with both.
Yes.
Mist, I haven't tried to install it yet, so as soon as I get the video in, we can do that together. And if not, I'll go around and help people out. Also,
get all three syncs at the same time.
yeah, the other thing is if somebody wants to create a Skype channel, and then we'll put it on the screen so everybody can exchange files through that, that would be useful. Yeah, I found it actually really does help.
I haven't shared the files over Skype in such a long time.
Yeah.
Because you have to be online to send them, as opposed to when I just uploaded to my website.
Right.
Everyone should have a website.
I'd like to have your screen thing, so I'm going to a bit of effort, but I think it's worth it. Because you got all the Python stuff already there, I suppose, and I don't, so I'll make life a little bit easier.
For some reason, Go isn't getting past 3.203. Sure.
It might be because people all
And
these
C++
years are
isn't
trying
getting
to.
past 0.
I guess it connected to.
Yeah.
I compiled Aleth yesterday using the brute
This
force.
pair is bad.
I think he was happy, but
Probably one of you guys.
well, I wouldn't know why you were
Ooh.
behind it.
Okay, I found requested 200 blocks out of 250, 2556 missing. That's fine, but it never got any back.
Yeah, I think you.
What is this 115?
Yeah, yeah.
So that is okay anyway.
which one, sorry?
But I don't think maybe this.
I mean,
But I started it. You just mind it.
requesting,
Yeah.
no response ever.
It's really annoying. Like,
It's doing its thing, something. It's fine, that is.
you're missing stuff at the bottom.
Okay.
Might be worth
Well,
trying
it's
to
doing
resize
something.
it.
Oh, right. Okay, this is what someone
Yeah.
say no.
Yeah.
The time.
Yeah.
If your screen is too small, you have
Are you at the door?
to actually remove some of the views.
Are you the-
some of
are
the
you at the
boxes
door
that
upstairs?
You've got little close icons in the left hand top left hand
Basically, you can click and drag it into different windows. Create a tabs. Yeah, you drag it into. Oh, really?
Like how AlethZero took out the connect to peer button.
Oh, right. Just wait for
Do you know how to get views back?
Yeah.
Yeah, you right click where the title bar should be, and then it will open even if you don't have to bar.
Is it the same client we used last time?
Yeah, but updated.
Updated, yeah?
It's live, I can't swear.
You can swear, it's fine.
This graph down here. Sort of shows the minus. Yeah, so you're doing. Yeah, basically you've just got to move everything above it.
You can't move forward with that video.
Itself, yeah. So if you move them all into that.
Can you see if you can output to some screen?
For those of you joining us live, this is Chris Ellis. I'm at the Ethereum London meetup right here. It is a packed room. We are full in here. Everyone has turned up to see Boy Wonder, Vitalik, Buterin, and they're just setting up the video now. I thought I would just start the live stream in any case, just because I thought we might get something good. So just kind of have this video on in the background for the sheer music of it, and tune in and out as you wish. I'll try to get some screen grabs up as we go along, but I can't promise anything because everything's super edgy alpha, and I might not have everything that I need and be able to troubleshoot at the same time as filming the live feed, but I'll try my best, and if not, maybe someone can download this video. We'll make it available on BitTorrent right afterwards. So yeah, tune in for that and enjoy the show.
It's just a bit fiddly. Yeah.
Oh, this is the problem. If UC6eShop.com is still stuck at 41,000.
Right.
Some kind of cerebral game is
How can we create maybe a private chain
That was
for one here?
And then
We can connect to it.
yeah.
Simplest thing would be to just find some IP address which is on the main chain and connect to it.
I'm gonna have to focus unfortunately on fixing the video, so.
Fine. Actually, let me see.
Do you want me to help you fix the video and you do something else?
Well, I'm almost there.
Okay.
See if I can get Tiny running on multi-sig.info and then see back to that.
Yeah, there you go. You've got Hello World. Success. Achieve nothing else at this time.
I get it. I think Steam just putting to it's different. It's sensing you different. You're not putting to display. It's different in sensing it.
If we connect to the actual test network, we can write JavaScript.
If anyone would anyone want to volunteer their screen? If I send you the link to the Google Hangout, if you've got anything interesting going on your screen, I can actually show the whole audience what you're seeing. So if you're up for that, I can just send you the link. Entirely voluntary, of course.
It's a little bit slow.
Yeah.
I've got nothing that interesting going on. I'm installing it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe in 15 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Cool. And what I might do is put this microphone over here.
Most of them will come to just now stuff.
Right, yeah.
Which again,
Yeah. Yeah.
Control is still 332. Is that
I mean, like, I think it's academics learned a lot about the underlying
meanwhile, yeah, I can connect to multi-sig.info.
core structure of the CPU, but like people, it doesn't really be that much.
Oh,
I do understand.
right, my Ethereum got shut down because for too much usage or
really
something.
fun writing assembly code. But I'm never going to do it again. Yeah.
Yay. Okay, the cable's bad. So, now this should work. It was a bad cable. I'll put down in the bin.
It was. I often do that HDMI cables, especially the long ones.
It's not supposed to, but apparently maybe this one, somebody might have cut it. You know, this is used all the time.
Yeah. I mean, they cost a fortune and they seem to last about 2 months as far as I'm
Yeah,
concerned.
rubbish.
What happened? So you use that. You just type mix, right? Just type mix.
You're okay with the layout?
Yep. If anyone wants to volunteer their screen, I can actually switch to and play screen on someone's laptop if they want to put it in the Skype. It's entirely voluntary. Yeah. We have the technology.
Okay, and the AlethZero coin is now Tual for even this.
We can't increase the resolution.
I'll try.
So it's 1080p panel. Oh, are you sure you have enough windows? Can you take a picture of your screen? That's awesome.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
24 by 768, best we can
What are
have.
you doing? Are you hacking the Pentagon? All right.
So colorful.
Yeah.
Now I'm really curious what's on this week.
There we
Yeah, it
go.
looks like, you know, the Matrix.
Do you see Obama walking over there? Or what?
Testnet number
Do you see
0.
Obama walking around?
Yeah, he's walking around the Oval Office.
That's amazing.
All right, so you're all right with the client? I mean, like, you know, okay, anyway.
So,
You good?
Yeah.
Can you check just the version for me real quick?
The environment is absolutely
Yeah.
and that's usually what it is. It's just home/code. I'm not to see.
They're gonna be on different chains. Let me just double check if the latest, don't change it. Let me check if the latest works on mine. And then if it does, we'll upgrade everyone.
Yeah.
It's on 610 now. So, but if 610's down, we might just want to use 610. We can do that with the proof from Reliance, so that would be easier. Just change
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna remove the build. And then there's this god awfully complicated CMake instruction.
Should we set up that Skype channel then?
Yeah, no, we can.
If people put their email or ID on that, I can set it up. Just pass it around. I got a pen if you want to pass it around as well.
Stephan already said you'd already set up a.
We might as well use
that one and just add
It's gonna be
people.
a nightmare to synchronize, so we just use the main one. And if you're not on the main channel, if you don't know what we're talking about, raise your hand and we'll push you on there.
Okay.
Anybody not knowing which channel we're talking about, the Skype channel that says
Ethereum London?
developers. Anybody not on it?
oh yeah,
I've got a pending request to join it.
You got a pending request to join it.
Cool.
Yeah, what's your Skype name?
Oh, advanced or one of them.
How do you spell that?
Yeah, anyone who's not on it, maybe. Is that the only person not on
I'm
it?
not on it.
Just put your name on there
Yeah,
and pass it to Stephan.
Yeah.
Can you crack open the text document and put my name on Skype there so everybody can add me and I'll put it on the channel? What the hell?
What's that?
Nation Dev channel, really? Yeah, that's me. So if you add that, and then I'll push you to the channel. If you're not already on the channel. Yeah, we see you, Lindsay. Lindsay. There you go.
Okay. 4105 3223.
But and actually,
You like to send a message on it?
I've just added you to the channel. Oh, yeah, we need to send a message to the channel so you can see it because you're on the too, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what I'm gonna do?
No,
Why is my laptop suddenly slow? Oh, right, because I'm running 3 Ethereum clients. Well, running 2 Ethereum clients and building a third.
What version are you on?
611.
611.32. So the thing about the versioning of Aleth that's good to know is you get 0.6.11 as service version number, and then the 33-2 is the protocol version, right? So if you see something else in 33-2, you're not on the same network as the other people, right? So the latest is 06.11.33.2, and I'm currently building it to see if it works. If it doesn't work, we'll revert back to 6.8, which I know works.
Latest development.
Thank you, sir.
You going to help?
yeah, I've got
What's this? The suppressor name? 6. Okay, never made. I think I recognize that one.
Oh, now my computer's crashing.
I'm just doing. Yeah. Oh.
So I've just updated everything. 0.6.11.
She's trying to connect to something, but
It's a bit different.
mine is still rebuilding.
There we go.
Okay, so
Is it juice? Yeah, I got the same problem.
Ooh, and the Go client seemed to have a bug in it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Python's it. Is anyone getting 4241.206?
no.
I can't. I'm still building.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. At least it built.
Yeah, Python's been mined about 50 now.
Give Stephan the email. Opinion.
And let's see if I've managed to connect to Vitalik. Let's see. I know I haven't, which is incredibly confusing.
Well, you got internet, right?
Yes. It's just stupid people.
Yeah, it should be.
So we are in the bank.
I don't know how they
Yes, to answer your question, Infinite Radio, we will try to answer questions. So by all means, put some up and I can just give a shout out for you.
Just about 5 minutes.
Just need to find. Okay. Actually, there should be some way. There should be like a way to connect to each other through to just add each other's manually with localhost.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do some. Yeah, kind of change and just do that. Last time worked quite well.
Okay. Well, let's see. Okay. Now the question is, how do I figure out what the IP addresses of other people here are? At least. Hold on.
just ping it into the Skype channel, the IP addresses.
Yeah.
Now, how do I find out what my IP address is?
It's config.
Which client?
Right.
You can connect to.
Well,
There
we go. Go and C++ are both being, and Python are both being weird.
Wow. What are the odds for that?
Yeah.
I'm getting give up fetch messages over and over again. Yep. What does give up fetch mean?
Where?
In AlethZero when it says give up fetch, just fetching blocks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. That it's bad.
Something
bad.
There we go. Hold on. Okay, Mist seems to be doing.
I see peers on the network.
I see peers on the network too. And I see more peers. Okay, gonna connect to that guy.
Yeah, but it's not up and running yet, so I don't know why I pinged it. I'm still upgrading.
Fine.
Will you send me this Skype channel?
We're just using the London Skype channel,
okay,
so
the London one.
if you give it he'll add you to that.
Yeah, I'm adding people as
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll send
forward
me this message.
I think you're not on the channel yet? Okay.
Okay, is the 5116 something you can actually connect to?
I think you this.
Hi, Simon.
Let's try that.
No worries. We
I
have a
invite
video
you to
back
the
on, so
channel.
we're having a problem. Yeah, now we're having networking issues. Are you aware of like some funny networking shenanigans?
I can add you as well. That looks a bit.
Right.
Here we go. Okay, now it's requesting 200 from 2556 missing blocks. Let's see if it gets a response.
Yeah, I can invite you as well. So.
Grr, why no response?
So, can I get to Vitalik and I'm now downloading the blocks?
Did you want to be on that channel, the Slack channel?
Yeah.
Just give me your contact. I can edit Stephan. I do all this back and forth.
I just asked Stephan.
Okay, I've got them.
No.
Would it be possible? Do you have a freestanding?
There we
router
go.
with maybe an AP we could set up a local network on.
Don't know. I didn't do verbose.
Once we all sync to each other's networks, we'll be fine, I think.
How do we connect to you? Do we just paste the IP address into the
First one, don't connect to
Yeah,
people.
like everyone connects to each other sort of first, I guess.
Basic stuff first, and then I'll let you know how I get on.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that might be good.
Oh wow.
You can type specific IP address on board and they will connect with that view. Use local address over here.
Okay, I have no idea what's going on here. But
Yeah. You're using the latest one. 6 months. Oh no. Maybe one will get through.
we ought to paste the IP address?
Yeah, yes, I'm getting them. You starting getting them? I'm getting it. We just have to wait. I'm getting baptized dispatched here. Which network you on? I'm only not. Okay, I'm getting blocks. Okay.
what number?
Let's see, it's climbing 2560 only 3000. It's pretty fast. 4000.
Well, pretty fast,
Yeah, I'm
except
still
meanwhile
pretty-
Go is still stuck.
Yeah, well, that's
Um,
why we use that at zero.
Yes,
It seems to be a lot more stable for workshops. Yeah, but we're running copy on your.
I'm installing that right now, 83%. Let's see what happens if I add some of these other peers that people seem to be providing. We could, but yeah.
And then we can also show the Python reports. No, nothing about the Python ones. I'm afraid to. Right, okay, so we know this. I mean, I'm going to let it climb to, what is it, 40,000 now?
It's at least 43,000.
I'm going to wait for it to climb. If it climbs all the way, I'm going to make sure everybody's got
The same. Okay, we should make sure we all have the same number eventually.
She got some weird news.
Oh, that's missed.
190.
And there we go. We have a bunch of peers.
Makes total sense, all this. I mean, that's user friendly. I mean, this stuff, yeah, that's great.
Well, yeah.
So it needs a bit of UX work. Buttons and some logos.
So yeah, just for the sake of those who don't know, Mist is the Go client, used to be called Ethereum, runs something called Mutant as its smart contract language, right? The AlethZero client is written in C++, and it's meant to become the IDE for developers. Going forward, Mist is going to be the generic browser for end users, for DAPPS. And the Python client, how do you want to explain Python client?
In part educational, in part nice command line tools. Probably going to end up being simpler.
Right.
Also easy to look. Yeah, the big reason why I like it is that it's actually possible to install it for normal people.
Right.
1 second compile installing time.
Yeah. And the Python client supports programming language, right?
Well, the Python client doesn't support anything, but you can install a command line tool called Serpent, which works nicely with Ethereum.
Okay. And the Aleth client supports both LLL and Serpent, but Serpent is compiled down to LLL, then into EVM code, right? Which is the underlying assembly-like code with all the the funny uppercase opcodes that you see.
We should put mixed case opcodes in just for fun. You know, there should be a
It's too
distinction.
simple.
You know, there should be a distinction between jump with a capital P and jump with a lowercase p.
Yeah, I'm at 43,720.
Yeah,
Ah.
good. That's
Hmm.
All right, so we got a working client. Yay! All right, let me show everybody else again. So you're good. How about you, sir?
Well, I'm doing the live stream,
So you can't.
Yeah, probably. Let's show me what is in here.
No, go back to where you were until you were good, and then click that. It's super easy.
Super easy.
Super easy.
Go on.
This guy says so. So go down, then you run this line,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
and then this and that,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
and then you just copy paste, and then it's gonna work.
Okay.
Yeah. How about you, sir?
I've already got the old
You're on the right version, 611. Awesome. So you're good. That's what you remember. You look good as well. I think you're gonna be fine.
That's the confidence.
Yeah, but there's a million in between.
You're on
Can
what
you
side?
show the about one?
Yeah.
I've already installed it.
Close
So
AlethZero.
let's do that
Did you
again.
download it?
This is the latest OS X right now.
Okay.
Update.
Just downloaded the build version. You built yourself.
I don't know. But is this not
Well,
Shouldn't have bothered. Last night.
Did I think and I'll be right back.
So it says it's already installed it.
So
6.8,
already installed 6.8. So you need to So if you get that, you need to type brew, reinstall. I think it takes 2 L. Space Ethereum. Dash. EEVEL. Oh, and no space between the two dashes, or else it doesn't like it. Here there's a space between the dash.
Yeah, you
And
type.
then after the devil, space dash. Successful.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you could add that. You have to.
Okay, cool. Nice.
So that's why it's at 93% building AlethZero.
Okay, you need to update it. That's very important.
I'm back. Embarrassingly, just installed Skype. I added you. Yeah, I didn't.
Getting there.
Yeah,
Are you
added
sure you're on the
and
same
you
Skype
should be able to find it.
network?
I've never seen this interface before.
That's me.
What is
this?
Yeah, I have no idea. I just installed it.
Oh,
I don't know why anyone's
Yeah.
using Skype. I don't understand it. It's like,
Yeah, this is version 0.9.
6.9?
Yeah.
It's 6.11.
Okay, so how do you?
Who loves it?
Does anyone have
Yeah.
on Ubuntu?
You gotta go back to the you go on the forum.
Yeah.
And there's in the LS subforum there's a link to compilation instructions, which I believe still work as it is today.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that again.
And then just run through all the commands again.
Yeah.
Right?
That's fine. That's
Fine,
fine.
sir? 6.8. 6.8. Oh, 6.8. And you're on. Oh, but no. Okay, so you need to rebuild.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Over here.
Hello,
Ah, look at that.
I think we're all good.
Boom.
How do I dump
What
this?
block you on?
4,000.
Perfect. That's what we got.
How do I dump this back into there, by the
How
way?
do you what? Sorry?
Dock it.
You float it, until it sort of locks in.
I want to eat, but it's
Like try to go all the way in once. Oh yeah, you can do that.
Take this out.
Yeah.
Where did we
Okay,
start?
close it then.
That's it.
And then right click
This one,
on
one,
the
two.
menu bar.
You don't have it.
Right click here.
Right, put that.
Yeah.
Right.
Try to
That
really
is-
recommend it. All the way onto the debugger.
So you added all those
To
changes.
press the
Yeah, you can.
well, congratulations, you got
I got a
a
floating
cool
note.
new feature.
Yeah.
No,
There you go.
It's actually an option for it.
It's amazing.
I'm on the 69, but I'm waiting for updating.
Yeah, so you pretty want to close it.
Gee, what a surprise. They shut off compilation.
So this is my command line at the moment I'm showing you. I hope this isn't too loud. I'm quite close to the microphone.
So yeah, you don't want to.
So yeah, I've just, no such file or directory. I have no idea what that means, but let me just show you the website that we are using. as our guide. It's this one here. If you're in OS 10, I believe. If you go to the link below, I did leave I copy pasted all of this into the description. So I'm going here because I'm in OS 10, but you can go to one of these other links for Linux or Windows. And then you basically, I did this last time at the last developer meetup, and this worked pretty well for me. Just go through this process here, and it should work, you know, straight away and through the command line. I'm only having problems because I've already got an old version of Ethereum, and that's what's being problematic. So that's at either the meetup page, or you can check the description below.
Yeah, but I'll still have to vote in that. Not yet.
What do you need to press go? And it's gonna open. Refresh it. Let it be like that.
I was getting
it took me a little while. And in theory, consensus should do its magic and say, oops, there's a longer chain, or wipe this one.
Okay, so do I just leave it, or do you
yeah, just leave it. This is interesting because it's looking like it's trying to download something.
Maybe I don't have the
Oh, yeah, you're trying. V?
Yes.
Are we still attempting to create a local network because I'm putting everybody on the main net?
Oh yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm trying to get it.
Yeah, don't connect to local peers actually.
Okay.
Okay, so can we just agree that we're going to use the mainnet for this because it looks like it's up?
So this one?
Yeah. And then if it still doesn't revert, what you can do is you can kill the chain in debug mode, debug menu, sorry. And the debug menu has an option that says kill chain.
So do you think I should do that then?
Yeah, you might as well.
Alright, so kill that.
Also, it's weird because you're missing a bit of the screen here. I'm not familiar with
This is how it always looks.
yeah, so you probably want to close like some of them to make the screen a bit smaller and try to resize it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Once you close it,
Usually 60 you have to stuck at one hole.
Which is quite handy because it just tells you where you're at.
because you gotta take it, drag it like on there. Yeah, and drag like that.
You drag it up.
You just gotta reduce the size.
Oh,
So instead of that's but you have to
You
close
have to
windows
remove
in
all
order to
the panels. Yeah. Close all the panels, and then what you can do is if you right click next to the refresh button, you can reopen them one by one until it fits.
Okay. So to get started,
So basically you just press go, and in theory it should reconnect to the
window. Does
yeah.
it on mine?
No, they don't open because there's been some thievery apparently. What about you, sir?
Yeah, I'm good. So what's number on 4,000? Now you're good.
And we're connecting with them, not on the right block.
Yeah, but almost. Yeah. That means you're pretty good. And it's 611.33.2, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. How about over here?
It's just reading that block.
Yeah. Let's go.
So it's just connect and then go, right?
He has peers already, and he has local peers.
Oh, yeah, you're starting to see quite a few of us there.
No,
It's coming. It's a little bit tricky. It's the first time I think we're gonna have so many clients on the main chain.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the stress testing we've been talking about.
Someone's thinking to me.
Yeah. So this is interoperable with the Alice.
Yeah, it should be all interoperable with each other.
Right.
I haven't seen a single state root mismatch message, so.
Awesome. All right. How about over here in front?
Just
So you're doing that. You're installing it.
Yeah, I don't know how long because I didn't do it verbose.
Yeah. Good.
Idea which peer this is that I'm being so altruistic to.
Yeah, that's fine. You're going on the main
Oh, cool.
and then you're on block. You need to this gentleman was doing it earlier. You can lower the size of that window, like you can move it down, and then you can sort of try to make it smaller because you're missing the status bar at the bottom. So you can close some of the tabs, and then you can reopen them by right-clicking next to refresh. This is the best GUI ever, by the way.
What is this or this?
No, this.
Okay, so I
this
close
is-
one of
Yeah, so if you close those big ones, and then you can reopen them by right-clicking next to the refresh button. Yeah, if you close also all this, close all that, close everything, and then make your screen like so that you see you're getting stuff there. So close that down.
What are the issues about running any of these clients on mobile?
There you go. And you see you're getting the status.
These clients, I don't think any of them are like made for mobile. Like you might be able to run the Python one on SL4A. I'm not sure. Probably not.
And also legally, do you know if Apple are okay running this shit on mobile or whether they'll block it?
I don't think any Ethereum app has been approved for the iPhone
So basically,
yet.
install AlethZero 16.33.
Different to last one.
Yeah. And what I'll do is
It says no such directory.
Oh.
Oh, that was slipping down.
No. Actually, yeah, you need to close to have it closed
Oh, no,
before
I
you
did.
install. Make install and search for directory. What is
Wow.
Oh yeah, it went through. I did it twice.
You did it twice, and twice it said that.
Yeah. You search search Merkle, N-E-R-M-I-D.
Yeah, that's linking the old one.
M-I-D.
Okay, let me check
That's
that
why,
one for you.
like, yeah, I'm definitely there.
I was thinking of doing
Yeah,
something
you
another.
can- You can maybe search email address. Email. Yeah, right. Yeah. And then
Can you make? Oh, what does ideal peers mean, by the way?
And I think it's the number that it's willing to connect up to. See, I just increased it to 11, and now it's going up to 8.
So, but it doesn't mean you're gonna connect this. If there were 11
I'm not-
peers, would
if
you
there
do
were-
all 11?
I think so. I think you would try and go up until you get there.
Yeah,
For-
we're
but
not
for some
connecting
reason,
to the, we're not
AlethZero.
connecting to a local network. We're connecting to the main chain since it's working. There's no need to.
Well, maybe.
43,800.
43799. Yep. Okay.
You did that just by saying add contact. When I had the contact, I didn't see it. Using my address, which is bizarre.
If I drop this to them, I'm in so much trouble.
Can you imagine?
Oh my god.
You need.
Oh, and it'll be live. It'll be live.
We'll just do a bit of trickery here. There we go.
And if I have a remote, I can switch from one screen to the other, which makes it easier. This is so inconvenient. This is the worst ever.
Yeah. No, it's like.
What the?
Oh, sorry. Oh, did that scare you?
Yes. I thought my computer just crashed there.
Oh, you crashed the whole network.
I crashed it.
Ethereum.
Crashed the internet.
7 blocks. Yeah. And yay, all the clients are connecting to each other, sort of. Okay. Is everyone on the same number, 438 or something?
Home Wi-Fi, everyone, by the way.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So some people are on a different network.
Okay. Different question. Does everyone have this thing for block 43,700? But if you look at block 40, do you see this? If you look at 43,700, you see the same hash for that.
Just to clarify, all I know is
like
that's what's
here. Hold on. Okay, Aleph is not doing anything.
But
Okay, go with syncing slowly.
Central web
network. Because I'm on the innovation loft, but I can ping these 0.5 something addresses. So it seems to be all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason my AlethZero is just still refusing to connect to anything, or at least download any block.
Yeah, mine did that as well.
You know what?
Sort of fork up from its number. Which Wi-Fi network you connected to? Innovation Loft or Barclay?
I'm on Barclays.
Innovation Loft seems to work a lot better.
Or rather, I'm on Central Working Members.
Maybe you can try this.
Which network, which Wi-Fi network you guys connecting to? Anybody
Barclays.
not on Barclays?
Barclays.
Okay, try this one, Rich.
Oh, that might be the problem. Okay.
Yeah, because
There are
Working
some
Central's got
firewalls.
some firewalls stuff. They don't want you to steal all their good data.
Ah,
Right.
you just do that.
It says it's pending, so maybe second.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, with regard to networking, how important is it that you are
There's no one else online.
that we
They're
reach from
not my
outside?
friends.
Very important. It's trying to, so basically when you boot it, it tries to go through UPnP and punch a hole.
Because I mean, we're
But if it can't-
on the internet, we're probably all on the same IP.
Yeah.
So now there's 30 clients trying to punch through the UPnP.
Yeah.
Is that gonna
Yeah, the guy on the phone was telling me that we could potentially like overwhelm the router, but they have multiple APs, so it spread the loads. But the question is which one you're on. I don't know because there's like 6 of them around here. So.
Yeah.
So IP
Yeah,
address
because I was
system is so
wondering about
stupid.
that when I was testing on my own network with
Let's reinvent it today.
different clients. Like, is that gonna work?
This is the stress test. This is
Yeah,
the famous
yeah,
stress
yeah,
test
it's
for
interesting.
Ethereum.
I'm stressed.
Actually, what we can do to make life easier, I'll give you. I'm gonna unplug you.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I just added
Do not be startled.
So this one is not.
Okay, so let's
This the block explorer is also just one.
Oh, yeah, no,
node.
that's
Yeah,
demo.
of course. Obviously, it's behind us.
Yeah, now it's behind.
Four
There's
people on floor.
no getting.
Okay, now no one's
Fix that. I
talking
can
to
show
me.
people the
Yeah,
interface for.
that's the point.
Sure.
Okay, so we should all have this on the screen, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
still waiting.
720.
Okay, yeah. Apart from yourself and Chris, I think everyone's got this on screen. Right?
Yeah.
You don't have it?
83.
Still closing.
Okay, so what we can do is I can just go through briefly, how it's laid out and what it does, and then I'll go and help you guys to make sure that you're on, and meanwhile you can follow on the screen or on the person next to you.
Would you mind joining the live stream so I can share your screen?
Ah, sure. How do I do that?
I just sent you a message.
Ah, you did? Okay. Oh, and I see there's William. William?
Yeah, that's me.
I'm adding you to the channel.
Thank you.
For
Sorry.
anything else. You can see my screen.
I can take it up.
You can know all my secrets. Oh, I see. Thanks, Lindsay.
That's turned the camera.
So I just click that and
Yeah.
magic happens.
Magic happens. Have to allow. You don't need sound, so leave the sound. Agreed to that. That's like my account or something.
So I've just transferred all my ether to Chris.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
And
go.
then
Wow,
Very meta.
wow, that's a bit strange.
And then go to whichever screen. So that there is up on the left hand side.
Application.
There we go. There we go. Sweet. That's it. That's
Like
all,
that?
that's
We're
all you
good?
have to do. Yeah.
Okay. So, so you have a bunch of panels. The thing to remember is if you lose any panel, you can right-click next to the refresh button like this, and you can select them. that's a common pitfall. In terms of connecting to the network, just press go. That's new in I think 6.9 now, and you see the blocks should go up there in the blockchain. And my latest block is 43,720. I'm not sure that's true for everyone. I think some of you are a little bit higher than that.
47,320 or 43,700?
43,720.
Okay, I'm 100 ahead.
You're 100 ahead. So before you connect, check there's a way to disconnect in this new version. Yeah, so network, you can disable the network by going to network, enable network, and disabling it. And that allows you to rename your client in this box here, so we can identify each other, makes life a little bit easier. So I'll put Stephan Tual here, that's me, and then I'll re-enable the network. And now it's going to probably prevent me from getting pitch ball of death. But once it's back up, it'll prevent me from changing that name again, but at least you'll be able to identify me in the list of peers in the network pane. So it's in the network pane, you got a, yeah, so yeah, if you disable, you need to disable the network, you need to go network, disable network, well, enable network, and type it, and then press enter.
Wow.
And wait.
Yeah, mine.
So the accounts actually, the way Ethereum works, you got accounts that are called externally owned accounts, and that's the humans, right?
Yes.
Right, and then you get the accounts, and that's your contracts, right? So they're not humans, but they're both called accounts, and each account has an address. If you want to create a new address, you go in. Well, if my computer was working, you go into Tools, create new account, and that creates a new address for the account, and that's how you refer to them. I'm gonna kill mine and there we go, and restart it.
You need to share it again.
Yeah, I do.
Might be good just to share the whole screen. That way, when
it will expose everything, so you may have a preference for not doing that.
every time he crashes, he's going to have to do it again.
Security first.
That's it. Left
Well,
hand
once
side,
you get used
left
to
hand.
it.
On the left. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Hopefully this works. What else is there that's of value? So the contracts are listed here. Some of them have names, and I believe that's because we have a name reg contract, like a name registration contract, where you can register the name of your contract or the name of the address of your account against a string which identifies your contract on the network. There you go, on the network. So there's JeffCoin. You can send Ether to JeffCoin in exchange of Jeff coins. JeffCoin is there. There's a bunch of stuff that people are working on, but most people tend to opt to run their own private chains for the reason that we're all looking at now, which is the network is slightly unstable, so it's easier to have your own blockchain and your own little internal network if you're working on this with other developers in your office. This blockchain and the squares, they just indicate how many blocks I have left to download. It's just a visual indicator. So when there's tons of them, it gets all black and compressed together. And when there's only a few, like now, those are the 4 blocks that I have left remaining. Looks like I'm catching up slowly. The peers are listed here. If you had renamed your clients, I could probably see some of you, but in this case not. Windows guy here. And the debugger, and if you were to mine, you would see a little graph here that shows your mining hash rate. At the moment, the proof of, well, the consensus algo that's implemented is just, I think, SHA-256, right?
SHA-3.
It's SHA-3, so it's a placeholder, and when you mine stuff on the testnet, it's obviously fake Ether, right? So it's not something you can resell. It's worth mentioning. You always get that. People say, oh, I have 2,000 Ether. I'm going to go and sell it. There's a JavaScript console here where you can input comments. All the comments are prefixed with the F object. So if I did, I think it's F key, it spits out the key for, I believe, the Coinbase, right? And the Coinbase.
Not the Coinbase, your private key.
Oh, that's your private key, right?
Yeah.
And so it's Coinbase for the
ETH.Coinbase, something like that.
We can try. Yeah, it is. Yeah. And so the Coinbase is the address of the account in which the Ether would come in when you're mining, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a little language thing that's useful to know.
Okay. My Python and my Go are on.
Can you still see the screen in the live?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought I dropped it. Transact is where you can send Ether to specific clients and so on and so forth, or you can also create contracts. So when you create a contract, you're basically Transact, and if you don't indicate the to address, it's going to create the contract from scratch.
Okay.
So it's useful to sort of try to resize your panel. I don't really need the debuggers. Now I have more space, you see. What else is there? Oh yeah, on the AlethZero client, if you press mine, you'll find that actually it's. It used to be that when you pressed mine, it would only mine when it's pending transactions, in order to not to overload the network with tons of new blocks that are not necessary. But it looks like that's been changed now, and you don't need to force mine anymore. Actually, no, I stand corrected. It actually did what it's supposed to do. So it mined a little bit because I had a few pending transactions the network was seeing, but it's not going to mine further until I choose debugger force mining, in which case it mines constantly. But please don't do that because that's really irritating for the people that are working on the network. It creates tons of blocks and it takes longer to download. And since we're still developing this thing, there's absolutely no point mining like a crazy. Right?
On the other hand, you could mine it. It's a nice stress test.
Yeah, you can mine as a stress test, and also you can mine a little bit because you could just, like for example, now try to get a little bit of Ether. The other thing you can do is go on the ZeroGox website and use the wave faucet that we have there, and it will send you some Ether. So I'm not sure if it's up there.
Let's see, ZeroGox on the same sheet.
Yeah, ZeroGox should be ZeroGox 2. Yeah, if you guys are on IRC, we moved all the discussions on IRC. So on OS X, you can download a client called Tual. It costs like £2, but there's lots of free options, like I think XChat on Windows and Linux. There's also a free chat client, I think called Colloquy on OS X. And I've created a little guide in the forums on how to connect to this stuff. But we have 3 channels on Freenode: Ethereum, Ethereum Dev, and Ethereum with a double hashtag, which is for funny conversation, off topic, let's say it that way. And on the channels, there's a bot called ZeroGox. And all of the features are unenabled because it was, as the name indicates, something that was used for Bitcoin stuff in the past. Has been recycled to work with Ethereum. And there's a wave faucet that you can connect to, and it sends you wave. Or you can just beg on the channel for someone to send you Ether. But that's also not really good etiquette, so to speak. So meanwhile, I'm going to force mining to get a bit of Ether.
Okay. Wow. I like how the wave faucet has 1 decillion Ether in it or something.
That's a lot.
But hold on.
No, I think it's in ways. No?
It has 1 billion decillion Ether in it.
So if you guys want to get a little bit of Ether without using the wave faucet, just use debug, force mining, and mine. You don't really need that much because it's pretty cheap to operate on the test network right now. Probably like a couple of Ether would do. The denomination are in SI units for most of them, except for a couple, which are Fini, Zabo, and Wei. Wei is the smallest, obviously, unit of denomination. Is 10 to the power of 18 Wei is 1 Ether, I believe. And I can never remember what the Sabo is.
It's 1/1,000,000.
1/1,000,000, of course.
He was one in a minute.
That one. I remember now. Pending transactions is where you would see transactions pending if you were to. So if somebody has if you post your address on the Skype, I'll send you some money.
Yeah, that's cool.
What's the best way of finding your address?
What's the right, so how do you do this? So owned accounts is where it lists your accounts, and then if you don't know how to copy paste, it's double click in this case. So some of them is double click, and some of them is Control C or Command C if you have a Mac. I think in my case, yeah, it copies. So there you go. Flo is the lucky winner. I'm not going to do this for everyone. It's okay. I would paste Flo's address here, which is A85 something, and I'm going to send this gentleman some fees. And I will send him 1,000 fees, something like that.
1,000 pennies is just one.
Guys, what's the password for the Wi-Fi?
Oh yeah, you're right. So what is it? It's kind of silly that it's counting in pennies at the bottom here. It should count in ether, but hey. Okay, well, I'll send him 30,000 because I feel particularly generous. And you basically press execute, and it's gonna go into the pending list. And now it's gone because it's been mined, and Flo should have money. What's Flo, by the way, here? You got it? Yeah, so it works. So his balance should have been updated and so on.
Right.
Yeah, now everybody wants money. Gentlemen. So if you're on the network, you should see those transactions go by, and you should see the block numbers increment as well. I ran out of money, so there you go. So I've sent to 3 people, and then you can just send to each other whatever if you don't have enough, or you just mine until you get enough money.
Oh, really? Yeah. I've actually got two.
Can you make the JavaScript one a little bit?
Yeah.
So I see your private key.
Or you can just steal my private key, but that's really silly because it's a lot of work for no real money, right? Cool. So raise your hand if it's not working for anyone. I think Ken, you said you had a problem. Costa, what's wrong?
Kind.
Costa, you're behind. Yep.
I'm stressed. No, it's crashing. Crashing every time.
Aleth?
Yeah, latest. I just compiled it, crashing every time, 5 times in a row. Well, only when I connect.
Only when you connect. When you say crash, does it give you the beach ball of death thing?
No, instant crash.
Instant crash.
I was getting beach ball of death for at least 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, and then I close mine and reopen, and it seems to go through. So you wanna? I know it sounds silly, but you wanna try rebooting? Always try. Right.
Well, zero still at block 0.
Should we be using UPnP?
How can I tell if it is working?
Huh?
How can I tell if it is working?
How can you tell if it's working? You should see the blocks increment. No, it's on.
In the bottom right, you should see the test.
Also mining on your own chain.
Have I been mining on my own chain?
No, is it 0 at 17?
Yes.
Yeah, then you're on 0.
Okay.
Yeah. It hasn't worked.
Okay.
Somehow we need to catch up.
Yeah, mine's 0 as well.
You mind? I was mining. Stephan, remember last time we connected to the same local network? Something
Right. We could try that, but I was hoping the main chain, which looks half decent today, would be sufficient. What's your block number, Vin? Because ironically, I'm still on 43790.
Missed is 43751, high is 4386 something.
Okay.
What should people do if they're not getting the latest blocks?
If they're not getting the latest block, they need to
force mining.
Force mining. I'll try to see if that.
Try force mining.
Is it debugger?
Yeah.
No.
Debug.
Debug.
Yeah, debug force mining. It seems to have stopped.
Still blockchain.
Right, doesn't that just mean we're mining on our own?
Yeah.
Local?
Not necessarily. I mean, it could just be mining on the main chain.
Yeah, it's not mining.
It's not mining at all. It's not mining.
Look at the little note saying it's not mining.
Allow you to buy and trade something that's going to exchange with people.
Yeah, I've heard of stuff like that before, but
I just did the drop down on
it's a risky.
We haven't put mine yet. That's fine.
Oh, okay. Cheers, mate.
So if you're not getting the latest block, you can just go
But that will
to
still be local, which is
mine, and then if it's still not working, I think you can try force mining, which is that conversation that was people were just having just then.
Yeah, so on IRC actually as a GUIs is quite useful because it's if you type block question mark, it spits out the block that it sees.
Oh, cool.
And it's Zero GUIs is probably running the latest
Ethereum-dev.
Ethereum-dev, yeah.
Is there any way of getting rid of connected pairs?
Why? Why would you want to do that?
I want some new ones because these aren't giving me a chain.
Yeah.
It won't. Will that not work?
You can try.
It's not synchronizing anything.
Really? Let me have a look.
This is probably going to...
Jesus 666, yeah.
No, I'm not doing it.
Making a sad face. 3,
Now that it's in
yeah, I don't have the. I'm also stuck on 4, 43790.
I'm stuck on 3, the 3 that I've mined.
Yeah, right. Really
That
quick.
one did not
Motivate.
because I mined that local.
But I'm.
And then we're going to have a song.
Yeah. Now it's.
You can also put your content for something.
You can see the accounts.
Yeah.
There's another one that's comments.
This is the Ethereum IRC channel that the guys just mentioned, which you can. Well, how did I get that actually?
Oh, I use a tool called Better Snap tool.
I went to here. Let me put this. I'll put this link in the description so you guys can get it. Oh, sorry, actually, I'll put it in the comments.
Yep. By restarting the client, I'm actually getting the latest blocks for some reason, and it's climbing up, so that's always a good sign. 43849.
Oh, just run out with 3849 again.
Yeah.
I think there's a web page. There's also there's a good something for Windows too.
Yeah. On extra. Well, the Windows, the web-based one.
Yeah, so it does catch up if you restart the client now.
Nola, can you post a pair to connect to? Because I think the ones I've got seem to all be stale.
How do you make AlethZero connectors disappear? Does that option seem to disappear when you switch to Go?
I used Control. It used to be Control P. Now I've obviously broke it.
So it doesn't do anything.
You can't do network connected peer.
I don't have that anymore.
Really?
Really.
Really.
Go review pending transactions, mine, refresh.
Wait, let me help you, Vitalik.
You like to say that. Let me help you there with your.
Let me help you here with your own project.
Well, to be fair, AlethZero is DAPPS project.
Ah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, how come you get 0 block here? And you're on the same Wi-Fi network as that?
Grab a seat.
We're trying to even get Go in order to reconnect. So.
I've got it late. So
Yeah. I've just got a Ubuntu, so it's a different
I can't get it working.
process. That's just
Okay. Oh, I think we pasted our.
How about hello there.
Yeah.
Did you drop
Ça roule.
Ça roule.
Should have been.
Now we broke the screen.
This one as well.
Yeah. I
knew see where it's at, and then we'll try to do some contracting.
Yeah. So yeah.
Someone
You
want
where did that one come from?
Curious to see when you see your screen, buddy? Can you see me in the list of peers? Because I always wondered about that. Oh yeah, get better snap tool for your Mac, by the way. It's awesome. Yeah, you can't see me. Try to. Oh yeah, you're already into
Yes.
Are you using the PSC
Yeah,
software?
I just use the same.
What's wrong with that?
Mine's not.
What number are you on?
25 behind.
25 behind.
I'm catching up, but I think I'm just catching up. I'm running on my own screen.
No, je fais.
Not really.
Stop giving me the spinning beach board.
5 minutes.
Tells you whether
Takes about 5 minutes to connect as well.
As long as we get people to the running client and they know how to update it, that's what really matters. Oh, I didn't.
I tried it.
Installation error.
Don't worry, I'm doing this anyway. So.
Normally I get it working, so I'm the easy one, but I just get this. I can't connect anyway.
No, that's you want. Oh yeah, AlethZero should work. That's the one they were on. The one they're on. You can see peers though.
Yeah,
I've got quite a lot of them. You can probably see anything. And you see peer server 0. Which version are you using? Can you just check your version
I'm not making anymore.
Hey!
Just be patient.
Patience.
Patience.
I just kept quitting it, restarting.
What version you on? Okay.
Oh, it's crashed.
Yeah.
Stephan that crashed. Died. Right. Why say connected?
No, I know. I already have it.
The blockchain. C'est pas le temps de télécharger, c'est le connecté. Pas connecté.
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you need to disable network and then put your name.
I'm connecting manually to like some of those IP addresses.
No.
And see if that works. Clear, yeah, and then try to connect to some of the IP addresses in this thing. I might wake them up a bit.
I've got the next one.
Yeah.
I'm
Also on block 4.
Yeah, I think that's probably something I mind, and it's it's not really so maybe connect with different.
Have you pressed go?
Yeah.
So everything broken type. Which network?
I
mean, which Wi-Fi network?
Oh, I'm on the one that doesn't stay put. Should I be on the other one?
I'm on innovation lock. I'm not sure that makes any difference, but I don't necessarily have the password for that.
Zero.
It's over there.
Yeah, you're correct. No, you said they have the same. Yeah.
That's why.
We
don't have a password to the other Wi-Fi.
No, I had the central co-work password. I still had the innovation role.
Or actually, sorry,
ça c'est le GUI, c'est des ça c'est non c'est gap. One is c'est le clan. Il y a un Go clan qui est pour consommer.
Ah oui, oui.
J'en suis là, moi. Non, c'est pas Minance, c'est juste
Non, la première chose que je mets, c'est ça. Pour ça, je peux mettre le putain de fan.
non, mais c'est bien.
We can do is like functions c'est la carte mère. I'll try to get Simon to do Wi-Fi router so we can connect to that one network. And that's just our small network on it. So that is still separated.
Même pas, non.
Okay. So basically,
This is as good as it gets.
so about the scope, was it not Steve?
Mais là, en tout cas, tu peux envoyer vers une adresse. Là, il y a des adresses. Contrat sur les tu envoies une adresse. Mais bon, tu as envoyé et si tu veux mettre un contrat, tu mets ici.
I'm dropping some.
Il y a des debugs.
54 to of course pure server 0 and 0 blocks. 54 to 4.41. It's always 30. Just whenever you hit that. Set that to base bill. And then raise it as an push bill. You're working fine. Yeah. You're one of the lucky ones that work
Quelques exemples ici, GapCoin, c'est Namecoin, c'est Namecoin. Il y a un exchange, ça c'est pour
some of them are like just wrong.
This guy's, it got up to 5927, then it crashed, and now it's can't connect again. This guy's at 43822, and this guy's 43920. Could be there's so many. Like I'm trying to force this guy to connect to my butt, but for some reason he isn't the network. It's never like sending it yet.
Every mono's processing every.
I think it's just discovering all the other peers and preferring those
massive distributed and whatever you want on it.
Stephan,
could you...
Ah yes, sorry.
Ouais, il faut que j'ai pas beaucoup parlé de tech. Non, c'est bien pour moi.
It's a special folder, which is
même les techniques.
So if you open the browser, you open forums. There's under my guide for the domains.
Oh, browser.
Yeah, so that was actually.
Oh wait, sorry, no, I had these are all.
So this is going through the shim list. And then how to install.
See my network tab. See
network tab.
Yeah, that's fine as well.
Yeah, so my network tab has stuff. What did you connect that up to that one?
This go past
Try and go.
Ça c'est
Error sending bad bytes. Right, change.
That looks good. Well, that looks like an old version of it, right?
Just installed it.
Yeah. That looks different now.
Yeah, just installed here.
6, 7, yeah, it's pretty changed quite a bit. It's something else now.
Shall I?
Yeah, you need to upgrade it. Yeah.
Okay, just follow the instructions here. Is it? Okay. So
Theoretically, I haven't tried Mist since they released it, so I don't know. All right. So let's look at a contract then, and then we'll go get some lunch, I suppose.
Dinner by now.
Dinner time. Let's see.
Oh, what are we doing? We're doing a currency?
Yeah. Well, I mean, unless you want to actually, if you had something better than the
Well, I
currency,
have the
I'd
crowdfunding tab.
let's do that.
Okay.
I'm connected to that one.
Alright. I think it's much better your one because Metacoin is a little bit better.
It's overused.
Yeah, I think it's also a little bit naff. Which oh no, which HDMI thing you're on? I think 2.
Wait, no, how did Go find out about all these for years?
Every time I go,
So go from develop. Is the one line installed? Shall I try it?
The one I installed is broken.
So go through all the brew stuff.
Yeah. Yeah,
we need to be on the same.
the external screen. Sorry, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, okay, so it's definitely doing something, isn't it? Amazing. Not sure.
Yeah, avec.
How is it finding out about all the peers? I don't get this. Oh, it's probably finding about them through CPP. And CPP is still at 5927.
Yeah. Non, mais ça c'est
Yeah, this Quinn might just end up saying it make a private network.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we need the internal IPs of everyone. Nobody's going to be on the same subnet, I think.
There we go.
Oh, there you go. You're back. Yeah, it works now. So how about you take us through that, yeah, that crowdsourcing thing?
Sure.
Best thing to do. Still have a tissue bench.
No, over here.
Post it on the GitHub, yeah, make a issue, put it in a paste bin and then post that on the GitHub issue thing.
Cool.
Right.
Just ping one of these other peers, or at least admin. Or actually, what's the zero docs peer again?
The main one?
Yeah, the 54241.
Yeah, it's 54204 1041.
There we go.
So you start by just doing PyF, yeah?
Yeah.
And
Sorry, yeah.
So the way that you would make a contract in PyEth is once you're done, you would do something like quick contract endowment, and then you would put in the code here. So I'm just going to start and compile something in line.
Oh, okay, slowly. Quick contract is the name of the file that you've.
No, quick contract is a command.
All right.
And then I'm going to do.
So it's compiling.
It's compiling the code. Yeah. It's putting the code as an argument. And it's putting the private key as another argument.
Right.
So here, I mined some ether into a crappy brain wallet, but I'm not sure if that ether is if
right.
That's on the main chain or not. Probably not. Oh, reason okay, sweet. So I guess I might have actually mined it in after all. So let's see if this guy actually works. This is all local, but let's see if it actually works locally. Confirmations 1. Sweet. Of course, the question is, does anyone else have this particular transaction? Five 927. See, I'm connected to ZeroGogs, and yet it's not giving it to me. Oh, this one's at 43822, but
So you use the Python client to input the contract, and then you use Mist to.
That's how I do things, at least.
Right.
So the problem is, though, is that Ethereum and Mist are not on the same chain, and none of them are on the same chain. What? Like, same. Anyway, so going back to crowdfunding DAPPS. So this is somewhat more complicated, but somewhat more interesting than a currency. So basically, this is sort of like a replica of Kickstarter on the blockchain. Together, it's about 60 lines of code, but some of them are extraneous, so really it's 40 lines. So the way it works, the way Kickstarter works is anyone can set up a campaign. Well, the way Kickstarter is anyone can set up a campaign and they can shut you down. The way this works is anyone can set up a campaign, period. But anyone can set up a campaign, and with the campaign they specify how much money you want to receive, and you specify what the duration of the campaign is. You know, obviously, you also specify things like what your actual project is, and a video and so forth. But that's generally like done off chain on some. In this case, it'll be done off chain on some separate forum. So then, once you have that, then people can contribute to the campaign. They can send some amount of funds, and if you raise up to your goal. So say if you set your campaign with a goal of 10,000 Ether, if you raise up to 10,000 Ether, then as soon as people donate up to 10,000 Ether, all the money goes to you. Otherwise, if you don't get to your goal before the deadline, then when the deadline hits, everyone gets their money back. So basically what we're implementing here is just a replica of that. So so the way that contracts generally work in Ethereum really is that you do this thing where you use the first item in message data as a flag to refer to what kind of operation someone wants to do. So in this case, if message data 0 equals 0, then we're sort of saying that represents starting a campaign. Message data 0 being 1 represents contributing to a campaign, and message data 2 represents asking for a progress report on a campaign, essentially. So over here, you can think of it as being like a function. You can think of it as taking 4 arguments. First argument is an ID that you want the ID that you want your campaign to have. So you could register with any ID you want. Theoretically, in this case, you can register with you can choose your ID. You can make your ID George or whatever you want. And if an ID is already taken, then it fails. After that, you specify the recipient. You specify the receiving address. That looks about correct, even though I don't see the last 10 characters of the GitHub address. You specify the receiving address, you specify the amount of way that you want to receive, and you specify the time limit you specify in seconds. So what does the contract do when it receives it? First of all, it figures out what the ID is, and it forces the ID to be a multiple of 2 to the 128. So you only have 16 characters here instead of 32. And the reason is why we wanted to restrict it to be multiple of 2 to the 128 is because we're going to end up. Otherwise, people would be able to sort of like target the middle of other people's campaigns with IDs, and it makes the whole thing exploitable. So anyway, first of all, we check at that ID, is the contract storage at that ID taken up yet? If it is, So if X generally means if X is not 0, that's pretty much true in every programming language. So if it's taken up already, then we return 0, then we say, you know, that fails, we're not going to do it. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and we're going to register the campaign. So for the campaign, we sort of specify here that we store the creator in the well, it's actually not the creator, it's the recipient. Recipient at ID, then the goal at ID +1, and the end timestamp, so the timestamp at which the campaign ends at ID +2. Now at ID +3, at ID +4, we store the total contribution counter. And then over here, what we're going to do is in order to be able to pay people back if the campaign fails, we have to store all the contributions. So what we're going to do is we're going to store the contributions at ID +2i +5 and ID +2i +6. So ID +5 and ID +6 are the first contribution, then ID +7 and ID +8 is the second, ID +9 and ID +10 is the third, and so forth. And at this spot, we're going to store if someone has a contribution, we're going to store the pointer where the next contribution is going to go. Let's wait, 43877. Let's see if I'm high is 43978. Go missed is 43822. So we're going to put all these things in contract storage, and then we're going to return. We're just going to return the ID, just to make things simple. Then. So that's the first step. So if you want to contribute to the campaign, you send a transaction with these parameters. Then
so Vitalik,
yes.
all the contributors, how much space do you have for all the contributors?
So the contract itself, like the contract storage has a pretty much potentially infinite size, but you have to pay for storage. You have to pay 200 gas for every storage slot that you take up. So how big is what? 32 bytes. So Ethereum runs on 32-byte arithmetic. Everything stack is 32 bytes, storage is 32 bytes. Memory is a byte array, but we generally chunk it in 32 bytes. Yes.
People try and store them next compute at the same time.
Well, the way that Ethereum works is that even though there is like a network and things might happen at the same time, Ethereum, it has a blockchain, it has a series of blocks. Each block has a series of transactions. So the consensus forces some kind of order on the system, which roughly reflects the order that things happen in. So
it's possible that one transaction may fail and you'll have to retry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, realistically, in those cases, as long as two people try to register using different IDs, they're both going to succeed regardless of the order. Over here, if you want to contribute to a campaign, you want to supply number 1, and then you want to supply the ID. So, first of all, it updates the. So what we're going to do first is we're going to keep track of the total contributions. So we notice over here we didn't set a total. We didn't set this parameter, the total contribution counter. And the reason why we didn't set it is because if a slot in storage is not registered, it's assumed to be 0. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say, okay, total contributed is storage at ID +4 plus the message value. So when you send the transaction, in this case, you're actually sending some amount of ether, and there's an opcode to determine how much ether a message sent. So we're just going to increment the total, right? And we're going to set it. So we're going to increment it, and we're going to set the incremented value in storage. So
the two inputs to a contract, the message inputs to a contract is data and value.
Yes, the value is ether and data is data.
Sorry, a stupid question. How do you check it's a number? Then?
Well, everything is a number in Ethereum.
Okay. But you said the ID could be a name. Like
well, but a name is the same thing as a number. So basically, so if you put in the word George, but you're really putting it as this number.
Okay.
And the strings in this, yeah. So then after that, what we're going to do is we're going to add the contribution to the list of contributions. So what we're going to do is we're going to figure out what the new subindex is. So here you see we're recording contributions at 2i +5 and 2i +6. So we want to figure out what the pointer of this guy is. because as we add on more contributions, the pointer is obviously going to keep incrementing. So we're going to figure out what the pointer is, and then we're going to record the sender and the value of the message at that index, and we're going to increase the pointer by 2 so we can store it. So the next time someone contributes, they can contribute in a different spot. So far what we've done is, first of all, the contract receives the ether to send automatically because it's part of the message. Then we've updated the contribution total, we've registered the contribution. Now we need to check if the goal has been reached. So total contributed, as you can see, that's just the variable that we've set here, which is the existing total, the amount that was contributed before plus the message value. So if that is greater than or equal to this, and this we specified before is going to be the goal, right? So if the total amount contributed is greater than the goal, then what we're going to do is we're going to send to the recipient of that particular campaign, and we're going to send them the total that got contributed. Then what we're going to do is we're just to be environmentally friendly, we're going to basically run a big loop that just resets a whole bunch of contract storage to 0. And eventually we're going to return 1.
And why do you do that? Why are you being short?
Why? To clear space from the tree, to reduce the memory use, the storage usage.
With regards to that, like, is it going to be expensive to do contract storage transactions like that to reduce it to 0, or?
Actually, so the thing that we did is that the store opcode, the opcode that modifies storage. If you're setting storage from 0 to non-zero, so you're adding a node, it costs you 200 gas. If you're setting it from non-zero to non-zero, so you're modifying storage but you're not increasing the size, it costs 100. And if you're clearing it, it costs 0. So
any storage that's 0 is removed?
Yes. Yes. Not being in the tree is equivalent to
Does running the loop itself cost you anything?
Slightly, yes. So this is a somewhat altruistic thing that the contract does in this particular case.
Could you make it it's -5 the cost?
The problem with that is that then people the problem with that is that you might have once you make it negative, you open up to an exploit where if a transaction can cost a negative amount of gas to execute, then and people can get miners back, and if people can get ether back, then what you'll have is a situation where for one particular block, a miner might increase the gas price by a factor of 100, then do all the refunding during that block, and then let the gas price go back down. So it does make things somewhat tricky. Theoretically, I guess we could make the gas cost negative, but not allow the total gas cost of a transaction to go below 0. That's a possibility. And then the other option is, of course, charging rent, but that requires like an extra protocol feature, and it makes things a bit more. If we charge rent for the blockchain, it makes things more annoying because if you make a contract, you're no longer guaranteed that the contract's going to be there forever. So this is the first condition, if there's enough funding. The other condition is, of course, if the contract expired. If the crowdfunding campaign expired. So we checked. What we did here is we said, you're supplying a time limit in seconds. So if you're setting up 30 days, then that's going to run for. So if you put in 2592000 seconds, that'll give you a 30-day campaign. But what it does here is that you notice it actually sets. It doesn't set the time. It doesn't set the duration. It sets the limit. And the reason is that after this point, we don't know when the campaign was created. So over here. So the timestamp is the current block at the time. The timestamp of the current block at the time the transaction was created, and then ms3.data4 is. So over here, what we have is we're going to check is the timestamp greater than the start date than the end date, and we specify the end date as being the start date plus the duration. So if that's true, so if a campaign still exists, then the campaign and it hasn't already cleared. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do this loop where first of all we're going to clear all the data about the contract, and then what we're going to do is we're going to basically run through all of the stored indices that we have, and we're going to send this amount of ether to. So we're going to send the ether that got. So over here you see we register the sender and the value. So we're going to send the value of ether that they contributed back to the sender, and we're going to clear the storage, and we're going to increment, so it's just a loop. And we return 2 to indicate that the contract ran out of time, and here we indicate 1 to indicate that it's successful. And over here, we just have a small little clause to do a progress report. So if a contract starts a crowdfunding campaign, it can check up on progress. So that's basically the logic for the serpent code. So aside from that, we've got a couple of HTML and JavaScript pages. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to store. So in the JavaScript, so first of all, this is like the common library. So we're going to store the crowdfunding address. Then this little function, the point is to like have a pretty way of showing a number of seconds. So it actually shows you how many days, how many hours, how many minutes, how many seconds the campaign has left. Ooh, yeah, York's being...
Yeah, turn it off.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Gav.
Find this in the same GitHub page.
Yeah, it's the same code.
Okay. So get details. So we have another function, get details. So get details basically it gets the details about a campaign. So right now, this was just a quick and dirty thing. I didn't have time to do something proper like Angular, like adding in Angular or async.js. So I have this ugly callback tree. But what I'm basically doing is I'm basically grabbing this, followed by this, followed by this, followed by this, right? Grabbing the recipient, the goal, then the ends timestamp, the recipient, then the goal, then the ends timestamp, and then the current contribution. And you see I'm basically ready, and I'm returning an array containing these 4 values. So this is just a generic function that we're going to use to keep all throughout the code to figure out what's up with the campaign. Then using that, what you have is
Do you have the HTML on the GitHub as well?
Yeah, if you will go on GitHub Ethereum DAPP-ban crowdfund, it's all there. So first of all, over here in JavaScript, we have a function to generate an ID. Then we have a function to initiate a campaign. So when we initiate a campaign, what we're going to do is we're going to generate an ID. Then what we're actually going to do is in the HTML, we're actually going to let people specify the time limit in days, just to make things easier, because generally people want a 30-day campaign. They don't want a 2592000 second campaign. So we're going to let people be lazy, and we're going to do the conversion on a computer. Then we're going to then we want them to specify the goal of the campaign in Ether instead of Way. So we can do that as well. Then, and to get from Ether from a Way value, from an Ether value to a Way value, just add 18 zeros. So we make a transaction, ETH.transact from ETH.key is your private key. And if you want Stephan's private key, he showed it about an hour ago. The value, so you don't need to send Ether to register a campaign. So we're going to say 0 to the crowdfunding address. Now for the data, we're going to take all the different arguments and we're going to just shove them together. So .pad32 basically pads a value to 32 bytes. So we're padding 0 to 32. So the arguments that we want are, we want 0, ID, recipient, goal, time limit. So 0, ID, recipient is, for recipients, we're just getting the address here. By the way, another thing everyone really should do in their JavaScript, they should have these 3 lines at the top, and then you don't have to do the stupid document.get element by ID thing every time.
Where is that, sorry?
This.
Like the jQuery dollar. Almost like a jQuery dollar.
Pretty much, yeah.
Is the this F from ASCII stuff and the pad, that's going to go as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because basically you have to pad all values to 32 byte length, so they're compatible with the underlying stack-based VM. But I think the idea from Gav was to somehow abstract this so that it will be done automatically for you.
Yeah.
So you won't have to do that.
That's the idea, yeah.
I'm not sure about the from ASCII bit. I think that might still be required, no? In the future.
It's required in the latest NIST. I'm not sure if it's required in AlethZero.
Right.
Where is common.js?
It's in the DAPP bin. Okay. It's in GitHub, Ethereum, DAPPS, Crowdfund, you see all the JS files.
Okay.
So yeah, like I'm doing this without Angular, without jQuery, and so forth. It's better to be light if you can. Goal.value, time limit, and it basically gas. I'm going to set it to 65537 just for fun, and gas price I'm going to set it to 1 sabo. Now here, when I make, you'll actually see it when I make when we make the demo. But how this whole thing actually works is that there's so first of all, there's what we're going to do is over here we're going to have a little field where it shows like the status, and we're going to first of all we're going to set its inner text to just waiting for confirmation, and so far we're going to set its ref to being basically nothing. So then. Actually, no. We're going to set the ref to an address that you'll actually be able to use, that you'll actually be able to give to people, and that's going to be the URL for your campaign. So then we're going to call update. So update is a recursive function, or it's straight recursive with timeouts. And what it does is it gets the details for your campaign, and it keeps on repeatedly pulling the blockchain to see if the blockchain's got the campaign data registered. So if it has. So if the recipient for the campaign is not 0, which means if a recipient was registered, which should happen, then we're gonna change the address to whatever, and this is not a real domain because we can't even agree on what the real chain is. So plus ID, and otherwise if it's registered, then we're going to change the domain, and we're going to change the address to the URL that's going to reveal the actual URL for the campaign, and that'll just show people that hey, I got confirmed, and you can visit your campaign here now. Otherwise, we're just going to add an extra dot so people can see that there's at least some action going on, and then we're going to just time out the same function so it's a loop. So that's the first. So these two things together for setting up a campaign. Now, obviously, we have to also contribute to a campaign. So 2 functions here, contribute and update. So contribute, it's pretty basic. First of all, it asks for an ID, and it grabs the ID from the hash in the URL. It sends a transaction, same thing, waiting for confirmation. Then it does this update, and the update works pretty much exactly the same way. So actually, it's a bit more clever because there's So there's 2 things that could happen. First of all, it just does the loop, get details. Second, first of all, it checks, is the current contribution greater than or equal to, first of all, if you're contributing more than 0, then first of all, it's going to check if first what it's going to do here is at the time that you send, it's going to check what is the current amount that got contributed to the campaign, right? So it gets details before you send, and it checks how much got contributed. Then, as soon as the amount that got contributed is increased, it's higher than what you contributed, then it says contribution sent. Now, if there's many people doing this at once, this technically doesn't work. But for a small crowdfunding campaign, it's roughly fine. And like the way you would want to really do it, I'm not sure if there's a full API for it yet, is that you'd really want to figure out what after you do the eth.transact, you want to figure out what the transaction hash of this is, and then you want to check, and then you're going to be pulling the transaction hash until you're going to be getting the details of the transaction hash, and as soon as the number of confirmations is greater than 1, then it's going to say confirmation sent. So that's the way it should be done long term.
Yeah, there's no API for that.
Yeah. So right now we do this, and the other thing is that if the recipient becomes 0, so how's the recipient going to become 0? Well, the recipient is going to become 0 if we get to this stage and it's going to clear out the storage. So if the storage got cleared out, then we're actually going to do is we're going to basically remove basically the entire web page, and we're going to show a special part of the web page whose sole purpose is just to display the word done. That means the campaign is successful. And updating is just something that happens, and update over here obviously it's recursive. And at the beginning, we're just going to set timeout, and we're going to but we're going to put a -1 as an argument just so that it doesn't do it recursively. We want it to just update once. So that's basically how this whole DApp works. So now, in order to actually provide a demo, yeah, see, when I provided this demo on Sybos and everything works incredibly smoothly, I was doing it on a private chain with nothing. So that might be the option I want to take right now. Why not? Disconnected. So first off, I'm going to run PyEth. And see, it's mining. It's mining block number 1, block number 2. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to take Mist. Mist has nothing, so I'm going to force it to connect to. Hold on, does PyEth even do 50505? Yeah, I'm going to make it listen on 50505 just in case. No, so actually, I did something particular. So I'm listening on 50505, but I'm serving the JSON API on 50405. I should probably just make PyEth do this all the time, so it doesn't conflict much with Mist or Aleth. So I'm gonna add the peer, and hopefully,
is that the Go client?
Yes, Mist, the Go client.
This is
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just narrowed out to QT. Okay. Basically, see into the Mist. There's an error on there.
All right, try that. You click on your thing? Oh.
It's a little bit weird, yeah.
Yeah, it's very weird.
If you mouse is not dying.
Yeah, it's very weird. You sure it works at all?
Yeah, it was done.
Now I just need to convince these two fresh clients on localhost offline to connect to each other. Other people should not be doing networking.
I'll tell you what, hold on, let me do it on my machine first. Because I'm struggling with yours.
What is Mist serving at? I have no idea. Actually, no, let's try Mist first and then Pi. Maybe that might be the simpler approach. So, or actually, let's kill AlethZero. Might help a bit.
Gav is saying he's trying to fix AlethZero. So he's probably going to issue a patch so we can upgrade.
And ta-da, Mist is at 32 instead. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this. First of all, I'm going to make my brain wallet. So I'm going to use instead of using the cow brain wallet because everyone uses that, I'm going to use the crow brain wallet. Crows are like cows with an extra R in them, so they're a bit cooler. Otherwise, they're pretty similar animals in the grand scheme of things. There we go. So I'm setting Coinbase, and I'm going to mine with that for a bit. Then after that, I'm going to do the Python client, quick contract. This is how you do like a one-line contract in Ethereum. So the instruction is first, quick. So you use quick contract. 0 is the endowment that you provide. Then Serpent compile as the Serpent compiler. It compiles it into hex, and then this compiles your brain wallet into hex as well. So it looks like I should have a couple of ethers. So let's see what it does. It does that. So then I'm going to take this transaction set. I'm going to see here 0 confirmations. Now I'm just going to have to wait for it to get confirmed. Please tell me you confirmed it. Huh. Ta-da! So now what we're going to do is we're going to look at this little address. Oh, sorry, we don't need it. It's not slash address, it's slash act. And what we see it's got a bunch of code, and it's got nonsense storage. The other thing that the Python client lets you do is you can do a trace. So, sorry. So let's do dtrace /10. So this isn't 1,000. This is a set of binary flags.
The IP wrong.
No, that's fine. Invalid start by I don't even know exactly what this is. Hold on. Okay, so a trace feature is for some reason not working as of right now, but we'll figure that out later. It's cool when it does work. So anyway, you have your transactions, and you have your contract address. Actually, both of these probably confirmed by now. What we're going to do is we are going to take this guy, and we are going to paste it in here. And oh, it's the exact same address. Well, obviously the exact same address because I'm doing things the exact same way I did last time. You know, the way contract addresses in Ethereum are created is they're created by SHA-3ing the sender and the nodes together. So if it's the first transaction from the Crow address, then it's always going to have this address. So that's nice. Crowdfund data, time of now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Mist. And I'm going to go to, actually first I'm going to start mining on Mist so that I can get my transactions. Oops, nope, don't want the Serpent, I want the HTML. So what I have here is a pretty GUI. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a campaign for myself. Address, goal is, let's do a bit more than 2 to the 22 plus 1 ether just for fun. And I'm going to make a 3-day campaign. Great. Now it's just waiting for confirmation. It's probably just waiting until block number 72 comes along, which might take a. That's interesting. Hold on, let me just.
You don't have Xcode.
Nope.
Sorry?
You don't have Xcode, that's what's going on.
I'm just, yeah, I'm updating it. Observation.
There we go. See, it's hashing, but it's going to take. But the problem is that the difficulty is pretty high, so it's going to take it a while to actually make a block. And there we go. That's a block. So now I'm going to say create. Now it's making a block, and ta-da! Yay! Crowd campaign created. So it got confirmed and it got confirmed. So now I'm just going to go to this campaign, and as you can see, it's a page for the campaign. If this was a more complicated crowdfunding app, then you'd be able to actually store things on it and so forth. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm going to contribute 4 weight to it. And once again, it's going to go back to waiting for a confirmation, hashing at 10 kilohashes.
I mean, Xcode's installed. Maybe it just needs to be opened.
You didn't have a virtual license agreement.
So contribution sent, yeah. So transaction got sent, and you can see it got updated in the blockchain. The blockchain now says that total contributions are 4. Now, if we want to do, now let's add a bit more, 1 more, waiting for confirmation again. So it's just pinging the blockchain once per second until it sees that there's something different. And right now it seems that the mining difficulty is just a bit higher than it used to, than what would actually make me mine at a rate of 1 block every 4 seconds, which is fine. Send. And if I want to do 1 more, then guess what happens once I press contribute? Well, first of all, it says waiting for contribution, obviously. But in any case, what the code here suggests I do is it's going to go, exactly, it's going to go to done once I done. So that's crowdfunding DApp in action. Congratulations. The Crow address has now received 4.12 million wafer from itself. Does it have to pay taxes on that? There we go.
If you had a bug in your contract, how would you go about debugging it? The certain stuff.
What I generally do is so the way I debug is inside of Ethereum specifically. For example, I have new test contracts.py. Right. So what I do here is, so let's say for this guy, there's some special Python code that lets you like test things really, really easily. So it's not even from a Namecoin, for example, right? What you do is you can import from Ethereum, you import the tester module. Where is it? There we go. Then from the tester module, you say then you given a state, you say s.contract, and you put in the servant code, and that pretty much immediately in this sort of mini private chain gives you the contract address. And then you do s.send sender. So the tester library supplies 10 private keys from K0 to K9 for you to use. Contract, endowment, and the data fields. So in this case, George 45, George 20, Harry 60, and so forth. And
basically, you build test harnesses in Python.
Basically.
Yeah.
It works. Yeah.
Is that available on the GitHub as well?
Yeah, this is part of the Ethereum. It's on the GitHub. Ethereum now officially has about $6 fewer than it did this morning, thanks to Christian Jensch for his wonderful test suite.
Nice. Who was working on that? It's Christian and Heiko, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Chris is doing the tests. Heiko and myself are doing the Python client. Yeah. And yeah, that's basically it. So now I'm gonna, I guess, turn the interweb back on. And I'm connected to a different network from everyone else.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, so Gav says it's pushed to Devel, but obviously Cactus didn't have time to upgrade his brew formulas. So if you're on Linux and you're pulling from GitHub, you can probably pull the latest Devel and try to recompile, and it should work considerably better. If you're on OS X, we gotta wait for Cactus to update his brew formulas, so you have to recompile yourself if you know how to do that. But we're working on the formulas.
Let's see what the changes are.
Yeah, there's a few. I'm not too sure what exactly is done, but this is still need to brew update and brew upgrade, and you haven't done that for a while, so it's going through absolutely every single formula and recompiling everything. Yeah. On the Skype, I posted how to install Mist, and it's pretty straightforward. It's also a brew formula if you're on OS X. It's pretty straightforward. Brew, it's the same as the C++ one. It's brew, install go-ethereum -devel successful, and to run Mist, you just type Mist and it pops up. You don't need to be in a specific folder like you used to, and that seems to run quite well.
Oh, well, I mean, you can just do make it and just updates. It's nice.
Oh, yeah. Burning hot. No, let it run. It's, it's taking its sweet time. Oh, sorry, Chris. It's not done. Yeah, it's been merged exactly 3 minutes ago.
And it's already getting neat. I like that.
The block hash download fix. That's the one we were after.
No. Okay, great. You're
Okay, you guys want to get some lunch? So we're all synchronized when it comes to food. Consensus on food, that's always a problem with the snacks. There's the cafe downstairs. It's probably the best place, and we can all go there, I suppose. Yeah, let's do that. Yes, sir.
Could you just explain a bit more about why there's two clients and why they're using two different languages?
So the languages and the clients, there's two different reasons. So there's three different languages. Probably going to be a fourth one called Solidity. It's more of a functional one with some extra features and proper function, which is nice. The reason for having several languages was simply accessibility. So if you're a Python developer, you probably want to use separate. If you're Go, you want to use Mutant. If you're a Lisp guy, you probably like Triple-L, simply because of the syntax. In terms of functionality, they sort of like somewhat vary. Mutant used to be sort of, Mutant was statically typed, now it's dynamically typed, so it depends what you prefer. Triple-L was
nice. Yeah, it is, yeah. Mutant
was also the first one to introduce like recursive stuff, as opposed to, the others didn't support it, but now I think they do. I think Serpent does.
No.
No, still no loops? Okay.
Well, no recursion. Right?
No recursion. And as for the clients, the idea is to improve interoperability so you can find bugs faster. That's simply, at least for the development phase. If you have only one in single implementation, like we've seen with Bitcoin, for example, There was bugs that were found in Bitcoin over the course of several years, and having multiple clients all hitting the same chains, it helps with that problem.
I think from a like initial perspective of a developer just coming into this, there's a hell of a lot of new vocabulary to learn.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of new concepts.
It needs to be considerably simplified.
Yes.
So that's why Mist is going to be the Ethereum browser for the DAPPS, and AlethZero with the IDE, and then Python for the utility stuff. I guess. Yeah. So that's pretty straightforward. You can't really draw parallels with Bitcoin because they don't have a browser.
So the end goal will be to have one sort of consumer client, which will be Mist, and one sort of hardcore dev client.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is AlethZero.
What's util stuff?
And Solidity could end up replacing all languages. I mean, according to Gab.
Solidity.
Doesn't want
Solidity.
Solidity, yeah.
How old's that idea?
2 weeks. 2 3 weeks.
What do you mean by util stuff? Like being Python client being util stuff? What's util stuff?
Like Bitcoin D, I suppose.
I'm modeling it more after PyBTC as well, which I wrote over the past year. We're trying to have command line interfaces that are actually good. This whole thing being one example. I don't even think either of the others have this option. And also, you can install it on most normal computers without problems. At least I found.
Yeah. What I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna stay here while I'm trying to recompile from the latest dev. And I have a sandwich from this morning that I didn't get a chance to eat. So
I'm gonna see if this leave this for 40 minutes and see if it gets anywhere.
Oh, did you just recompile that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Still at good old 5927.
Yeah.
Still looking better.
No. Did you also recompile it?
Yeah.
So what is this latest version fixed from this morning?
About 7 minutes ago, Gav merged to Devel, so you should see some improvement according to him.
Dev or develop?
Develop branch.
All right.
Yeah, it's a develop branch as well.
Yeah.
I think in the past, when I looked at the JavaScript API, they were different between Mist,
They were.
Ethereum, and AlethZero.
Well, I mean, between Ethereum, which is now Mist, and
Right.
AlethZero, they were slightly different.
Right.
They're trying to constantly sort of combine them into, obviously the same thing. Mist has promises now, which is quite useful.
Yep.
I'm not sure if Alice does, but yeah, it'd be interesting to check. There's also a project called Polyeth, which introduces polyfill. So it's the sort of common API for both clients.
Okay.
It's one level up of abstraction, so it's a little bit easier for developers to get started with it.
Yeah. Is there a particular reason why the JavaScript API could it be a separate project that both?
Why the difference? Because
why?
two different developers will live in two different places historically, and as we now have the chance to hire more developers, obviously we're going to try to make sure everything's more, cohesive.
Because I mean, I guess for the clients, having different Python and Go and C++ clients, but maybe the same arguments don't translate to having multiple different APIs, JavaScript APIs.
Yeah, Python doesn't even have a JavaScript API.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. There should only be one JavaScript API. You don't need 10 or 2.
But then you
Just
don't
need the
need
one.
polyfill.
Yeah,
library,
so
and
you
it's
got
a bit
that.
simpler.
But then, the guy who's doing that, he clearly realizes that ultimately all APIs, JavaScript API will be exactly the same. So he's trying to introduce things above and beyond just being convenient for people. So he's trying to make it really, simple to use and very abstracted. So it's not F transact.
It's succeeding.
Hey, it's working. It's working.
Or no. Oh yes. Or not. Or yes.
Or not. Or yes. We'll see. You got a few little blocks to download there. Yeah. Cool. Lunch? Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'll stay here and I'll compile up and I'll do your computer as well, actually, while I'm at it.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's my old contingency, so it's on the new one.
All right.
I lent it to him and then just had to take a tour of
Oh, no.
Italy, Istanbul,
Oh, really?
and hopefully we'll be back next week.
Right.
Without saying.
That's nice.
We'll be there. I might need a bit of power.
Oh, is it?
Batteries sort of rubbish.
Oh, yeah. Well, 80% they're good, yeah.
Good colour schemes. I like the style.
Yeah, it looks like actually,
Hello to everyone joining us on the live stream. This is Chris J with you live from London Ethereum. I don't know what you people are doing, to be honest. I don't know even know why you're watching this. It's just been with us the whole time. They just watch it. I think people have it. People just have it on in the background, like between 20 to 30, but it goes up and down. We're down to like 15 now because we're breaking for lunch, I guess.
Right.
Had a few people log off, but
yeah,
it's amazing.
They
Like
can eat with us.
what's really cool is this technology is that it's just kind of ambient, right? You just have it in the background, and it's just like every time you hear something, you'll kind of tune in and tune out. And as you were going through it, I was going through the code on GitHub and highlighting the code as quickly as I could because he's fast talking, you know. So that's the line he's talking to. That's the line he's talking about. So hopefully we'll get, even if we only get a handful of people that say that that was worth it, we can start investing in more cameras and stuff.
Yeah.
This technology is so cool. You can switch cameras, show screens, have more than one mic. The revolution will be decentralized. Live streamed, tweeted.
Is this being live streamed right now?
Yes, being
Where's
live
it going
streamed.
to?
It's going on the World Crypto Network. And we try to do as many of these. We've got people in Hong Kong, we've got people in Thailand, South America, Africa, Ghana, particularly Ghana.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're trying to get everyone like all of this kit because I've got a kit. I've got like lenses for this. I've got that. I've got other microphones. And then we can actually go to the meetups, coding meetups, but also regulation-based meetups or whatever it happens to be, and actually get it live. And then people can ask questions in the Q&A on the right-hand side and interact. Yeah, makes it feel more present. Because nowadays, if you hear about something a week later, you watch it from 2 months later, it's just really old news. It's not relevant anymore. People want to feel like they're right there. And we've got someone in Hong Kong at the moment, James, who's like videoing all the protests. Like we literally had someone yesterday from India ask a question to a Hong Kong police officer over YouTube Live. It was quite, whoa, that makes it, and all of a sudden the police officer started smiling. It was like a very human connection that was being made. It's very different to when you're recording it because you don't know if someone's going to edit it later, you don't know what's going to happen, but when you go up to someone, yeah. Very cool. I'm Chris. So I'm not sure whether to leave the live stream going over lunch. Yeah, I guess so. Why not? Unless you do 8-hour segments. And this is all going on courtesy of Google and the NSA. It's all that data storage. They've got all these server farms all over the world. Have you seen the pictures? Facebook just developed this new storage array where you can put lots of really cheap, nasty 3.5-inch drives, and you just rack them in. And when they break, it doesn't matter because it's all parity built into the file system. And so they just rack these things in, and if all the hard drives in the rack fail, you just dump the rack and put a new rack in. So they're literally going to have like failure rates, quite high. What's the mean time till failure rates? They're going to have quite high, but they don't even bother replacing it until the whole rack dies. It's so efficient. They've got little bikes, they go around the data centers. And that's where all of this is being stored. So neat. We'll pay for it one way or another, I'm sure. But
So I'm over from California. I go to the meetups in Mountain View. Yeah. We feel a little bit isolated.
No idea.
So
What does it mean?
to get more involved in the sort of broadcasts as well. Show them what there's a horrible time difference.
We now run on the Bitcoin blockchain. Let me show you. So we run using this, and anyone at home will know that this is my favorite thing to do. Bitcoin, blockchain.info. So we timestamp not all of our videos, but a lot of them we do. If they're historical, if something's going on, like we're at a protest, we'll come into here, we'll go to the latest block. This is all on the screen. And then I'll quote the Merkle Root like this. And I'll say 34E6649, that's enough. And then we can go somewhere like Crypto Graffiti. This just happens to be my favorite way of doing it. And then you can actually embed, there you go, that was the episode I embedded the other day. It's Chris Before Coffee, it's just my show every Wednesday. And then I put it up on BitTorrent, that's the magnetic link. And then you can see the first timestamp of the SHA 256. So if you want to find out when it was. Now, because I quote the Merkle Root, not at the top of the show, sometimes I do, whenever it's convenient. You can prove that that event took place at this time or up until the time of the block that it was published in. So in this case, it would have been there's the block height listed. Oh, I can't see the block height listed, but it, oh yeah, there, sorry, there, 323,648. So you know that the time that video existed must have been between the Merkle Root and this block being published. And I'm not aware of any way of falsifying it. I used to work in post-production, I used to do special effects, and it takes time to cut video in a way that can't be easily seen afterwards. So what I try to do as much as possible is download the video as quickly as I can after the live stream finishes. I timestamp it, take a SHA, I put that in the latest block, and then the interval for me to have edited that video, you know, must have been the length of time between the finish and the duration of the video, right? So it's an hour and a half. It takes, you know, what, 10 minutes to download it, and then you've got to transcode it into Adobe, and then you've got to go through the timeline. It's not enough time. I wouldn't have had time. And so I'm looking at ways of creating, you know, a new form of timestamping. Because the problem with timestamping in the old days was that you could always prove that you could only prove that the document existed at this time or prior. So it could be 10,000 years old, or it could be contemporaneous. But I'm looking at ways of timestamping camera footage, particularly at protests or like weapons inspection. Think about how many wars have been fought because there was conflicting evidence over who had what arms and whatever, and when. The time sequence is important with activities outside of our sense perception, and we saw that like with Morse code. We saw it with the telescope, right? And remember they come up with these shutters, these blinkers of light, so you could communicate over distances. And it was a real problem because if something impacts me at a local level that originates outside of my sense perception, I must know. It's important for me to know what happened. But it's too easy to lie, and what happens is that like big authoritarian structures, and we don't even have to be conspiratorial about it, but just any authoritarian structure can just come in and set up parallel constructions, so they can have one real narrative of truth, and then they can lie about the sequence later to try and manipulate the truth using ostensibly good-looking evidence, right? Because it did actually happen, right? So I could bet on a football match, and I could bet that Manchester United win, and I could bet that Manchester United lose, right? And then only show you the one that was correct. And this was said to me by Peter Todd, who's, you know, chief scientist of every Bitcoin project ever. And I was like, oh yeah, damn it, you're right. And so then I had to really think about more about how it could be done. So what I'm thinking now is that I just do all of these predictions from one Bitcoin address, and I always send the change back to the same address. And then I sign most things with my PGP key, and then I publish my PGP key widely. So Keybase, Chris Ellis. And then I sign all my social networks with it as well. So you can see that I've signed my GitHub here, and that should go to the gist. There you go. See the proof that it's me. Yeah. And then, oh yeah, that's for my Reddit. So then I signed a message there, so you know that's my Reddit identity. And it's just consolidating and federating all my different identities across the web. This is actually what Facebook are doing in a very centralized and evil way, because they want to know everywhere you go. So if you run Facebook in your browser, it will track every other website you go to that has Facebook's plugin installed, which you do because it's a commercial incentive for you to do so. And they don't tell you that really they're tracking you. So all this is doing is giving everyone the ability to federate their identity and choose what they're accountable for and what they're not accountable for. But I'm hoping it'll incentivize honest behavior. I'm hoping that Amnesty International will have a lot of, I used to work with Amnesty International when I was at school, I used to do a lot of volunteer work. They have a big problem. Like, let's say you take a picture. Let me show you. Let me show you Bellingcat. So like Bellingcat is distributed distance journalism, investigative journalism. Let's see if we can find one that they did of the book Missile System. Oh, here, yeah, identifying missiles. This one as well is quite good. So you have people on social media will go through looking for evidence that this bomb arrived at this area or whatever, and often there are defining characteristics, there are markings like a dent here and there, and they will literally go through these images and go, that's the same missile, I've seen it already in this picture, in this picture, in this picture, and then they'll go through comparing it. And the problem is that we've seen too many instances before. Where is the flowers, wildflowers? This guy's really cool. So he goes through looking for fake pictures, and it's like somebody made a claim that this was happening in Palestine during the Gaza-Palestine conflict, and it wasn't. This was an old picture, and so he just took it. He went into Google and he found it from like over a year ago. December 2013. So it wasn't a contemporaneous event. And this is what I mean. You can lie about things that are happening by reusing old footage. Carnegie Mellon have done research where they've literally faked for a whole day a protest on Twitter. And everyone believed it because they were just reusing old pictures because most people won't check. So I was like, well, okay, what if you could embed in a camera? Because MP4, the file container format, is streaming, and it has predictive capabilities on the decoding it. So like if you're pointing here and there's sky in the background, you'll just repeat the pixels of the sky unless it changes. And if it changes, you'll get a bit of streaking. There is a payoff, but it's worth the payoff. And you could actually use that to your advantage. You actually create a Merkle Root. Because all it is lots of JPEGs concatenated in your stream. So all you do is create a Merkle Root for every, I don't know, n number of frames. And then you periodically upload the Merkle Root to the blockchain. Now you could do fault tolerance, like you could send it to a fire chat local peer that could cache it for you and cache your JPEGs. When you eventually get 3G, it could start uploading again. And in order to prove that the footage is real, rather than pointing at a picture of Elvis or something and say, look, Elvis is still alive, you could put challenge response. So you could say, right, take the Merkle Root of the first 30, take the digest of the first 30 frames, concatenate it with the latest Merkle Root, and from that build a deterministic structure, point camera up, point camera left, point camera right, to prove that the operator is conscious operator. And then that way you prove. Now from now on, everything, you have a conscious operator, and because every 30 frames is being put into a Merkle tree, you know that they cannot have been interrupted or interfered with in any way. You're still going to have some issues, like could someone at Warner Brothers create a very glamorous looking set, very, put a lot of money into making a moon set, and say, look, I'm on the moon. But you can't have everything. Like Descartes said, look, the only thing I'm sure of is that I'm thinking. Everything else should be subject to doubt. But what I'm trying to do is make that as binary as I can. So there are things we can be very sure of and things that we must throw to doubt. But what this will mean is every time pictures like this appear on the internet, there will be in the EXIF data, in the metadata, there will be a Merkle Root. And you can literally compare the sequence of events all over the world without having to do time conversions in UTC and go like 12 a.m. plus 1 hour for daylight savings. It's so boring and people don't even bother. But I think it will bring about like what I call a systems resolution way of thinking, where you just think of the resolution of the entire system now. So now this event literally did happen after that one, from hundreds of miles or thousands of miles away, and also like the police officers, like when you put a live stream in a police officer's face, can't even seize the camera off of you. It's too late. It's already been cached with local peers. What's the police going to do? The police have got to make a guess of game theory, right? They've got to say, right, proportionally 1% of this crowd has this app running. Where are they? How do we know? The press from the regular citizens. Who do we attack? And the thing is, like, the main battle right now in China is the public perception battle. It's actually a PR battle. China doesn't want to look bad. They're just about to take some gas from Russia. They don't want to piss anyone off. Russia could easily just switch and go back to say, oh, okay, maybe this whole NATO threat isn't so bad after all. They need to look good. They can't risk it. And what you're doing is you're shining a light on them, and that's going to be a massive disinfectant. And everyone is now a potential witness. Everyone could be, anyone could be.
Everything.
Everyone could be like a whistleblower.
Yeah.
Anyone could be. And so you've now got to make a trade-off. You've got to start making some decisions about, you may as well just be honest. You may as well tell the truth early and not even try to fake it at all if you know a critical number of the populace have one of these blockchain-enabled recording devices.
Yeah, I love it. Very good.
So yeah, we're doing it at the moment on my Reddit. I'm getting feedback. This is what, you know, the biggest innovation from Satoshi was the fact that he just did it first and didn't try to patent it, didn't try to own it. So I put the idea on Twitter first in videos, and then this guy, Bitcoin SG, he's a scientist and developer. He came to, oh, I really like this idea, you know, proof of honesty or whatever it is. And then he's got right here all the attack scenarios, like you could prove that Jesus still exists by doing this, this, and this. And I said, oh, you could still prove that Elvis is still alive. And then we're just going through it at the moment. So it's being peer reviewed.
And this is on the World Crypto Network.
Yeah,
All
this
right,
is on our
super.
Reddit.
I'll have a look. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm looking now. I wouldn't even, if it hadn't been for Peter Todd smiling at me when I first said it, because he criticizes everything. You come up with an idea and he'll just go, no, can't work. And he'll just tell you all the reasons why it can't work. And then I said it to him and he kind of smiled and I'm like, oh, that's good. if Peter Todd can't find an immediate criticism, but then he did. And then he said like, yeah, but you could create lots of different identities. But I think what I want to do is incentivize honesty more than fraud, because that's the innovation in the Bitcoin white paper anyway. It said that nodes should be incentivized to be honest rather than dishonest, which is 180 degrees opposite of what we currently have in the financial system. You're actually encouraged to lie more than you. So actually, in a way, it's kind of a miracle that we're here. It's a miracle we even made it this far, given that you could lie. So yeah, could be good. People are sort of saying, like this guy was saying, like, oh, what if you film someone naked and they didn't like it? And I'm like, well, that's not really a new problem. Why are you running around naked? There are lots of CCTV cameras. Putting a Merkle root at the beginning of the codec. I mean, what I'd like to see is that, sorry, so let me finish that sentence. That doesn't introduce anything new. Like you could have a situation where Amnesty International set up their own private BitTorrent, like using BitTorrent protocol, but set up a private one just for trusted nodes. Right? And you could say, okay, because there are going to be faces in these videos that we might not want seen, encrypt it, and we'll share the keys, public-private keys, and then we will go through and we will Merkle the whole thing, and we'll put the full video into Git, and then we'll edit it in Git, and then we will down-res it, take out all the faces, go to Washington Post, and say, right, here's the original, here's the final, here's the Git repo. Can you please sign off on this publicly? Can you sign it or just publish saying, yes, we validated this, and then you can go. And then anyone who disagrees, say, right, find a trusted party that's mutually beneficial to both of us, and we'll get them to sign the original. There's so much evidence at the moment can't be held in court because you might get this spy, you know, and they use that, NSA use that constantly as an excuse for not taking extrajudicial measures and saying, well, we doesn't have to send them to Guantanamo. Yeah, we can't try them because of all our spies, they're all going to get into trouble. Whereas now they've got no excuse. And more to the point, why didn't they come up with this idea before? I used to study cryptography when I was a kid, and then I missed a decade because I went into the film. And then I came back when Bitcoin came out. I'm like, why didn't you lot come up with this? This wasn't that difficult to come up with. There's clearly, do you know what I mean? Like Ralph Merkle came up with Merkle trees in what, in the late 90s, 97, something like that. And you had Hashcash in mid-2000s, Adam back. So what, it was that difficult for you to put two and two together? You're smart enough to do all these other things like set up drone strikes and these satellite networks.
Things are hard, and things only look easy after.
Yeah, sure. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, that's a fair criticism. So yeah, anyway. So hopefully it'll be something.
So you came up with this and you went to Peter Todd and that can give you the inspiration to continue, basically.
I like him because he's critical first. He's skeptical by default, which is a good, healthy way to be. Peter Todd.
Yeah, Todd's great.
He's brilliant. And yeah, so he was like, okay. But yeah, when he was like smiling. And then I met this guy BTC track who has, it's still live as well, I don't even mind it, we're live. And he's got Viacoin, which is a notary coin, notarization coin. So you can, it's explicitly for the purpose of encoding stuff in a blockchain. So my idea to him was like, well, let's get this into universities. Lots of them have got.
So what's this? What does this do?
This is for especially designed for encoding stuff in the blockchain.
Like messages?
Yeah. So you could do like a clearinghouse, or you could do notarization of documents like that. He doesn't want it to be plain text like this. He'd rather it was structured. So you've got a message field for SHA-256 hashes, and you've got one for, you know, trading or whatever. Because obviously he's thinking scalability over time. And he's right. He won't be able to stop them, because all it takes is the way this works is it just creates these addresses. So you can't really stop it. It's just hexadecimal is encoded into the addresses. That's all. So you can't really stop it. But yeah, it should be controlled.
Let me ask you a question completely different. Something I've been thinking about for a while. I haven't been able to come up with a solution. How could a device register itself on the blockchain? So let's say, so what my company does is we sell software to mobile phone manufacturers, okay, and they sell their devices to the consumers, okay. So what we were wanting to do is register when a consumer uses our product, okay, and then charge the manufacturer. Okay.
Pay per use.
Yes, but the user isn't paying.
Yeah.
I don't want to disincentivize the user in any way. It's the manufacturer that's paying after the fact.
Right.
Okay. So when the user uses the product for the first time, anonymously we just say this product has been used. Yeah. No, we don't just it's been used once. Maybe you could just get a total number of all the usage of all the phones ever. You know? Completely anonymous. Just it's been used, and then we count them up and say, I'm actually right. Now you owe us this money. But I can't figure out how to get that message onto the blockchain, because I can't precede the devices with transaction fees. Do you know what I mean? So it's basically how does it actually?
Well, no, yeah, you could, because every device is going to have its own ID, and you could just charge it up from a central location. The address doesn't have to be, the wallet doesn't have to be.
I've had a thought way of solving that, but it's one to pitch to probably Vitalik. But is there a way of doing free transactions to a contract which guarantees that it will pay a transaction fee?
I don't know.
So the user can use the contract for free, and the contract pays a fee. That would give the miners an incentive to do it, and give a easy onboarding for that sort of thing.
Yeah. So say again, how would it work? What was your idea?
So a contract that would guarantee to pay the fee, where the transaction
so they make the transaction, and then I pay the fee.
Yeah. So it'd be, and if it's what you said, phones coming on that don't have any Ethereum, any Ether, they would send a transaction with no fee, but with to a contract that would guarantee to pay a fee of X.
Okay, so everyone's happy that they get their fee. I get my information,
but that doesn't exist yet.
Who pays the contract?
May never. Stephan, do you think that would ever exist?
What is?
So having he's saying he wants millions of phones to send a transaction, and none of them are going to have Ether on them to start with. But it'd be really good to have them send a transaction that costs 0 fees, and his contract can guarantee that he will pay a mining fee, a transaction fee for them on receipt of transaction.
No, not possible.
Is it possible to add that sort of thing in, or is it just a loss?
It's possible that you subsidize all subsequent requests apart from the first one, because you can
send money back.
Have a contract function that says send Ether for use of contract. But it can be lost and abused, obviously, because then people contract and grab the free Ether because they're evil. What you could do, though, you could distribute the Ethereum client preloaded with Ether.
Yeah.
But so I would give the device manufacturer a library, and then that same library goes on 1 million devices. So it'd have to have 1 million times the transaction fee. Or,
could do that. That's possible. You could just basically.
But my software that I'm selling to the client is so cheap anyway that the transaction fee might,
might be more than the cost.
Yeah, so it's only we only charge 10 cents,
The cost of consensus is probably the thing that's the least well understood about Ethereum. The fact that the goal of Ethereum isn't to create a super fast distributed computer, it's to create a very reliable, in terms of results, very slow, very expensive computer. So that you should only use the Ethereum chain. It's part of the set of technologies that we have, Whisper, Swarm, and Ethereum. You should only use Ethereum for things where consensus is absolutely required. So like voting, for example. That would be a really good use case of Ethereum. If you wanted to store data, you'd use something like Swarm or any type of DHT, like BitTorrent or something like that. And if you want to use the P2P messaging, you use Whisper or Telehash or Ricochet or something like that. And it's the integration of the three technology that's going to be able to sort of bring into the mainstream, or else like nobody wants to pay for Facebook, for example. There's also like some interesting research being made by a chap called Vlad on multi-chain architectures because the cost of consensus can only go up. Like the more people use this stuff, the bigger the blockchain is, more miners are interested, the more it costs, right? But if you had multiple chains, app-specific chains, that could make a lot of financial sense for a lot of organizations. Because then the cost of consensus would be incredibly low because it's niche, and you could use only the Ether chain for identity, registration, basic infrastructure stuff, education. That could be a good use case. It's a research project.
Do you see this getting so expensive that only the massive organizations start using it?
I don't think so, because the cost of so that's the other thing. The cost of the contracts is not bound to the cost of Ether, right? There's no direct correlation between the two because it's a floating cost in terms of gas, and it's not the miners who decide; it's the users. I'll go through that. We have nothing on screen, but when you can send a contract, it says how much gas you want to send at which price. It's you as a user who decides this. The miners can decide that they're going to delay your transactions until a further time that they've processed all the stuff that pays more to them, right? But they can only do this indefinitely if we've reached the gas limit per block, which is an arbitrary number that we'll decide on based on what's the average CPU out there, so that you can't have computers that fall behind, so to speak.
So unless you've got the treasurer or whoever DDoSing it by sending loads of expensive transactions.
So Bill Gates could DDoS Ethereum, but it will cost them a fortune. It's possible, but he can only do it for so long. He might do it for like a day.
And it doesn't matter how long he does it.
Exactly. Yeah. So then the question is it worth for Bill Gates to spend $3 billion on something like this? And the answer is probably no.
I wasn't thinking Gates. I was actually thinking the Russian government.
Right.
They've just banned Bitcoin, which I find hilarious. The Russian government they haven't put it in law yet, but the law that they were suggesting back in August, it was kept private. They've now publicized what that is. And basically it bans the promotion, the use, the creation, the import, export, everything of cryptocurrencies or digital, anything that can, anything with the potential of replacing the monetary system. So even if it's promoting it,
that's what they're going to do. The problem is this story is potentially going to repeat itself. They stopped the free energy system. So they stopped the hydrogen engines for oil.
We want to charge.
They can easily stop that. The question is, how do we make sure that we can't stop it this time?
We've got a better chance because we're decentralized.
Yeah, the whole stock market is
value
moving around.
Oh, I know.
But so
reverse subsidized.
I
So
actually
something
do it, but they've
doesn't
already got
lower
stuff
the
which is kind of the same thing.
after the fact.
Okay. If that's what they want to do.
Say the user uses our project or product 100 times.
The question is, are the courts going to give a proper opinion?
If they don't know,
So,
we'll charge them something. Because right now we've got a simple
that's what I
model,
thought.
just charge them 10 cents.
if you're promoting Bitcoin and you say, well, actually, it's, you know, or Swan, whatever, you say actually it's the same as your token on the stock exchange.
If they have
The judge
installed
might say,
software,
fuck off.
then the software, which could be a custom
Because
it's all open source.
bank in the
You could have
UK,
something in there
I
that
suspect that
reports
wouldn't happen. It's
the
more likely
address
that
that's
you'd have
created
a
when it first
there a
opened
trial and
to a
it's
centralized
thrown out.
server, then disperse author to the
Yeah,
address.
it'll get
And
thrown
it's
out
probably a
eventually.
cleaner way to do it.
Well, it's got to go all the way up.
And go all the way up and fail, but
That makes a lot of sense.
I don't think it would go to a higher court.
possible.
Okay, you
no,
know,
but
then
then
in Russia.
not in Russia, but I mean here.
Here it's still going to go to court.
Crown
Prosecution Service won't have the weight of evidence to
So some
take
centralized
it further.
application is probably going to be the most common.
Unless it's in the public interest, and then it will be a long, convoluted
consensus when they absolutely
3 years.
So things
yeah,
that
but
they don't
it
trust
would
the
really
centralized
struggle
authority
to work, and by that time it's too late anyway.
And the argument people always given the borders that it will help the economy, you know, they can contribute to the new day-to-day. That doesn't work with that. So no Russian companies are going to be able to contribute to this.
I worked in banks, in investment banks for years. Those guys are slow.
Things like,
But when they get it, they get it. When they get it, they come up with their own idea, their own system, and they make it legal.
You need to trust anyone because once the funds
That's what they're working on.
and the app is
In September 2013, you had all the top
you could
guns,
argue that maybe Samsung is evil,
people
or
head
the
of
right
desks
client,
and
but they
head
can
of
retrieve the funds somehow
essentially
through like a
business
backdoor and
on
it's
currency
possible.
up in the city tower in Canary
But
Wharf,
there's nothing you can do
discussing
about
what
that.
the fuck was
Ultimately, you
going
have
on.
trusted Samsung to put their application on their
Yeah,
device.
crypto.
Therefore, trust them fully to
September
not
last year.
put tampers in it.
Well, this
Well,
is
these
September.
are applications.
This is what basically
Yeah,
gave
yeah,
me the
But
trigger
they
that
could have
there was
taken your
something up.
application and
Well,
install it. And
Because I was so busy working at Barclays that I didn't see anything. 2011, I saw.
So that coincides with all the banking issues.
Yes, it does.
Same language
Yeah.
doesn't all
So they had a meeting trying to work out what the fuck's going on, and then since then they've been kicking us out.
Yes,
load their
of course, they want to delay the stuff.
Yeah. Individually with
It's in the interest.
You could
I
even
know that,
and then
but
use-
didn't know they had such a
You could
track
even
users.
use
It's always
maybe
been the
full
interest.
term client
Goldman
and
Sachs,
tell
he
them
he
go
started with,
on
okay,
the
there's
app.
two things.
Like, you know, here I can just go.
Read the history and remember the history.
Something, yeah. And then
After World War II,
they're key because you can do
you've got the Treaty of Bretton Woods that put in place one specific thing, the hegemony of the US dollars as a currency for foreign transactions. 80% or 86% of all transactions, one way or another, one way and back, are done with the dollar today. So it's in the interest of the Americans to not fuck up with their hegemony and their power. Now, the European guys that won the war, but because of the Britain and the US,
So it would be a very similar.
said we don't want that. And the guy that said I was a British economist that is really famous and that is taught in every single university when you study finance or economy. It's called Keynes. You know Keynes? So this guy said, fuck the dollar, we're going to create an international worldwide money called Benko. Benko was scrapped.
Yeah.
So that's the other.
Because the American lobbied and said, well, you know what? Seriously?
You can't risk the petrodollar.
We just, no, we just, petrodollar didn't even exist at the time. But they said, we're going to fuck you up if you fuck up. We won the war. Now, you give us the dollar. So then, in Europe, they started with the ECU, which they used for interstate business only, government bonds issues, like borrow money, you know, like debt issuing, things like that, which people like us in retail, I'm going to call us retail, mass market, didn't know at all. So the ECU was used for a decade. And then it became the euro.
So how does that look like?
And it was gently introduced in 1992 to the people. And since then, we've got 34% of all transactions that are done with the euro. But really, it's roughly what the Deutsche Mark used to do.
Yeah.
So essentially, they replaced
Germany.
Why do you think Germany is in such a good position as well? Because since at the scale of the planet, when you study biology, genetics, and things like that, things move very, very, very slowly. There's no difference with what we're doing. It's just technology aggregates, but change in people's mind doesn't go that fast. It's only us because we are in technology. We see what what can happen.
So do you
But
see
the
this as a
reality
way
is most
of
of the people. Have you
a
tried to
shake-up?
convince your family? Let's start with what happened in startup. Convince your first circle. Have you tried to convince them what are you doing and explaining in a
My blind grandma has blogged about it.
Yeah, but maybe one in a many, one in a few.
Yeah, one in a few. You know, I built my blockchain and then but
then let's go back to the. No, we pause that.
No, so none of them are. They're all sort of confused.
Scared. We live in fear.
Like, but we've given them all Bitcoin. We have given them all Bitcoin. And they're watching the price of it, but they don't really get it.
Possible, but it's not ideal. Gav is using.
They live in convention.
Your program.
That's it.
Isn't there like some interest? Like I've heard, I've heard they are
interfaces
to the banks.
Bubble up the.
They are.
Oh, they're very
bubble up
interested.
Some type of API that everybody likes, but they're not
In the same way as, should we say, HMV wasn't interested in digital downloads. Kodak wasn't interested in cameras.
Yeah.
Well, the rest of them were, and they survived.
So Kodak wasn't interested.
But you can take that step further.
They thought digital cameras were just a fad.
They didn't get it exactly like the blockchain.
Did they get it now? Did they?
No, now they're back.
The two things.
No, I don't mean Kodak, but I mean the banks.
Oh, so the banks don't. Some of them don't really get it.
Did you
They're
watch
starting to
Cyborg?
get it.
Did you watch Cyborg?
No.
Banking.
Doesn't really have to be
CTOs to meet.
Playing
Cyborg.
C++ and then just use
So basically, there are some people probably in every bank who do get it. That hasn't necessarily gone up to the right directors, the right people.
Could I fund with that with money that would?
But what they all get is that it's worth looking at, and they're slowly starting to get implications of it.
If the contract has a list of
that's what I.
It was still on paid. When I worked, they didn't want to do email.
My wife used the same. My wife used to copy them to all the other.
Why change this? This was about 4 years ago in Japan.
Maybe the device
It was crazy. I wanted to send an email.
Yeah, so
Why do you think?
I was trying to understand the ATM system. I signed up to get a link ATM. And it said, please fax your application. And I spent the whole day trying to look for a fax or rent a fax or fax in a fucking photocopy shop or whatever. The only thing I found was a website that allows you to fax a document to some old person.
They just buy, if they want to integrate new technology, they just buy a company.
Looking at them opening the data.
Yeah, they do, but it's also you got to look at it like the reason I like the HMV example. Kodak I don't know quite as well, but HMV was massive. It was on every high street. They did really well. They had a shitload of money saved up. And when the internet came along, they didn't do what Amazon did, what iTunes did. They didn't go into digital downloads. They thought, fuck it, we can survive.
They did do what Virgin did, which is close every fucking one of them.
Yeah. So HMV died. Keep the brand they died. Now they only went bust 3 years or something because it took them 10 years to run out of money. The fact is they were losing money the whole time. Yeah, Virgin took slightly different routes. Banks are gonna they don't want to change because but they know they're going to have to integrate something.
It's very simple. For 200 years, the banks, the sole value was to serve business. That has changed in the last 10, since the 90s with Clinton.
I thought our purpose was to serve the banks.
Yeah, now, since the 90s. But since Blair and Clinton. Clinton was the first decentralized.
I'm betting on a few.
Deregulated.
I'm betting on
Blair did the same thing.
I get a lot of different.
So
that's where.
I mean, Cyborg, they're all on board. Vitalik was there. I don't know what Vitalik was. And they said we're 100% on board the blockchain technology. Cyborg, the one that reported.
I thought it was from Vancouver.
No, but he was at
something like that.
Buy what?
Cyborg, where all the banks get killed.
Have you seen that company has just one?
Yeah. So Swift.
Firstly, we've done it.
I work with Swift.
Yeah. So Swift is now implementing the blockchain.
So they're all on board.
What I was saying, they were all switching on. Every single bank.
Swift.
But that sounds like
Swift is on. You know what Swift is?
Yeah.
Swift is on board. They're just now going blockchain.
Swift are on blockchain.
Swift are now looking at implementing blockchain. But that means they're on. Swift don't move way around.
Swift is on.
But they just awarded that company that got 50 banks on board.
I mean, that's on the phone. Swift is the biggest non-phone.
So yeah, they're going to come in.
That's what I mean.
You know what that's the thing. Everybody stand back. Nobody go. Nobody go. As soon as one goes in, you have to follow what he's going to be.
That's what a lawyer
Because I could generate
somebody goes first. Otherwise,
No, you want to go first, but as
What would be the incentive for?
like whoever goes, there's a fucking gold mine over there.
Yeah.
But we're sat on a massive gold mine. As soon as you
Well,
go down to the gold mine, that's what you're
I don't need to send the devices Ether anymore.
You're all sat on this massive wealth, and
who they are.
whoever goes there first will
How many
win.
times they've used that.
But stand back, guys. You know.
So if they can just like send it because
They don't
they don't have to.
stand back,
like, they
No,
don't-
I know, they're getting on it.
They're on it all the time. There's more
Like, this is my
bank
IE
developers
number.
working
I'm
on
being used 10
Bitcoin.
times. That's my Bitcoin developers.
Right.
Took it back.
Yeah, you need a
Initially,
centralized
they were a big
app
part
for
of the
that.
development.
Oh, yeah.
community.
No,
There's no way around the fact that people can steal the numbers.
But you know why?
You know,
For
they
the
just need the
blockchain.
due diligence, right?
But that's what they're saying. We
Yeah,
are
why
going
would they
to
do it?
block
Sometimes they don't
everybody.
do it to make money.
They're trying to make a business out of it because it's our business.
It's our core business, and we're not going to let someone else do
Yeah,
something.
All this libertarian on one hand, you know, and hate Goldman Sachs on the other, like right wing, but hate you because you put all the Pythons out, all the big ones. So if you go in the middle, libertarian, new world, change the world. Look at the anarchists, you know, fuck everything, and then you go full anarchy. The other side, I want to run a business. I'm not going to carry on the way it is. It's better and share and create new worlds.
Identify if you're
For
an
people, for businesses, better way.
Yeah,
All
this
of
is
them. That's what the only chance I know.
No, I mean, sorry, no, I mean,
is to go fast, do something potentially people want to communicate.
Does it know, like, if you're in a house?
We're going to leave in about 20 minutes. Sorry, I've overbooked.
Is it good? Is that good?
I've seen a lot of this.
So what we
It's fun,
so
isn't
what
it?
we want to do is it's not really
When you get scared,
Let's, we've got to catch up. I'm going
to go to prison.
And, oh, that's cool. Well, I don't have to go just yet, but,
Once I finish
Right.
this, first downstairs is deleting.
okay, I just wanted a 10-minute chat before we head on.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
Why does it need to be decentralized?
Did you do this before?
No, I've seen it.
If you double click on that.
so that's for
Right, because there is
How's the live streaming going?
No, it's good. It's long. But then,
not that.
15 at the moment. We had 30.
And my view on it is
Last week again. See what people want to do.
All I want to know is if it's been used, I don't care who you are. I don't want to know.
I don't think
I just want to
if
tell
you're in London,
someone, you know what,
anywhere
one of your users uses a product that's in your phone.
Well, also, they want to compete with the US. And federal with Silicon Valley, San Francisco.
So you have private information. As long as it's the number that I the bill that I get from the blog, something's got to
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask. I've seen I think you told me a while ago about hardware with a little stick for cold storage, essentially. Have they got any yet?
That's a very good use case.
Yeah.
I never thought
Do you have a recommendation?
memory
Yeah,
share.
like Ethereum.
Oh yeah, I think this one was a specific hardware, so you know, for storage.
They reduced it. I don't even need to ask you. They just check.
So far, yeah, there's been people like it. It's quite expensive.
Yeah. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Okay, cool.
Especially if you're moving stuff around.
Okay.
It's good for people that
it was working before we updated.
are moving coins around a bit too often to make it worth private key, you know, backing up private key.
Yeah.
Because the private key is stored on there.
Yeah.
It doesn't leave. So you only sign stuff on one device. It's clever. And it's air gapped, obviously, because USB has a key language. But, you know, it's nothing safer than a paper wallet offline. It's generated off the internet.
Yeah.
When I use Armory.
Yeah, I've got something like that. I wouldn't mind something that's ever so slightly more liquid than that, because you know, organizing it off a paper wallet is a bit of a hassle.
Yeah.
And there's, you know,
Yeah. Good idea. So you're all buying.
I just need also, you know, I've done a lot of stuff, so I just need stuff to play around with. I feel much better once I've done it a dozen times.
Yeah. Well, Armory's quite good.
Okay.
Because you can
I buy off the exchange, which is our
not for
exchange.
offline wallets.
It does actually. It's on me.
Okay.
Yeah.
They send me money.
Yeah.
I was just about. I can't get it because it's share scheme at the moment. But
okay.
Yeah, Armory has got watch only addresses.
Okay.
So you can generate a wallet in Armory on a Linux box that doesn't touch the internet.
Yeah.
Create 1,000 addresses.
Yeah.
And print them out, and then as you send the money to them,
Mhm.
it will show up in your Armory to give you a balance, but
Okay.
they won't be on your laptop to watch.
That's
okay.
You see what I mean? So you can still keep your eye.
A lot
The
of
best
people
wallet is
burn
dark
through in a
wallet.
week.
Yes, I've got Dark Wallet actually.
Oh yeah, I've got to.
It's not working yet, but
If I didn't do certain things, I would probably
actually
have lost already.
switch.
But yeah, I'm banned
I'll
from
show people for laughs.
Whatever happened to like a non-coin or whatever that other one?
Anon. There were loads of them.
Yeah.
Dark coin.
Dark coin, yeah.
Well, nothing really. I mean, the thing is that a lot of them are just marketing stunts.
Because I used
Okay.
Bitcoin and they noticed.
And Dark Wallet definitely looked like it had a good team of people.
No, actually, no. They said
for
that
a
we weren't allowed
while,
to
but the
tell
problem
you why
was
for
that
commercial reasons. If you like
you
the
had
appeal,
to
you can.
be, you had to
Yeah.
pay to become a
You told me
relay
how I'm
node.
feeling.
Yeah. Okay.
And there was all these kind of weird
Have a
incentives
fair trial.
that just didn't make a whole
then I
lot of
got a letter
sense
through
to a
that
lot of
said, well,
people.
great, I can't really
And
appeal.
in any
Yeah, I
case,
got a
Dark
letter 2
Wallet
days later saying, "Thank
can
you
do
for
this
your
right
appeal.
now.
Yeah.
These things.
I was like, that wasn't an appeal.
Yeah,
I guess once you
your
appeal,
stealth
though,
address
you
there,
Yeah, once you appeal,
which
you
is
can't
just
do it
two
again, so it's
addresses
through the system.
concatenated together.
That is the.
And then every time someone sends that address, it generates a new Bitcoin wallet. And then you can see it in here.
Was asking an
Let's
egg
have a
card
look.
that became Barclay card.
Still trying to work out.
I contacted
Yeah.
them to say, I
So
want to
all
know
it'll do
why I
is
was paying
so I've
insurance
already
on
sent one
products,
already.
which I
And
didn't
it'll go to that
Yeah.
address.
Yeah.
And
That was
then you do another
before
one, it'll send it to another
And
address.
this is quite anonymous, is it?
Of the scandal.
Well,
Oh,
so
right,
it's the equivalent
Yeah.
of you generating a new address every time someone sends you
Okay.
Yeah,
But still, I want you to
some
understand
coins.
what
Yeah.
was that.
So
Because I
the
did
thing about me
something.
is that I publicly
And it was
display
like and I
my
said in my
Bitcoin
request, I said, I
donation
also
address
want to
for
know how I
people so they
close my
can
account.
pay for the videos. But then everyone can
Well, they're
see
not
how
gonna
much
help
I've
you there.
raised, which
Yeah.
may or may not be a problem
And,
for some people. It's not for me, but it might be for some people.
Yeah.
Whereas what this will do is every
Yeah.
time you send it to that address, it will
What
just
they did is
generate a
just
new
close my account
Bitcoin
without
wallet.
even asking me.
So
Really?
as far as the
That's
public can
3 years
tell,
later,
Yeah.
I received
that
a
wallet
letter from
doesn't have
Barclay
anything in it.
saying, Your account is now with
Well,
us.
what happens is,
Has been closed
well, they can't see
Yeah,
anything.
which apparently,
Now,
yeah.
you've got to be
Yeah.
careful because if you spend all of your transactions at the same time on the way out, so once you've collected them,
Hey,
Yeah.
James,
and they've all
you're
got one
blocking
Bitcoin
my
in each, and you
banking
spend them all at the same time to one address, well,
That's
now
right.
you've just revealed
That's right.
yourself
Yeah.
because they've all come from the same
what's up?
place.
Oh, I see.
You see what I mean? It wouldn't be that much hop, skip, and a jump for an investigator to put 2 and 2 together. And
Easy to
realise.
go in and
Yeah.
come out.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you've got to be careful. So all it means is that you've got to spend it slowly over time from each individual address separately rather than spending it all from...
That's still a massive improvement.
It's a massive improvement, yeah.
Don't know.
And remember that it doesn't actually change
412
anything from what we have with the banking system at the moment, except for the fact that at the moment the banking system has a top-down view.
Mhm.
The problem with giving someone with a top-down view is that who watches the watchers, and how do we know that they're not?
What do you want?
Well, then HSBC,
I've
you know,
got a
they
big
send some drug cartels and some gangs in Mexico, some money laundering.
Safe as banks.
Safe as banks. Yeah.
No, if you send
But
them
it
back to me,
does mean
you're
that
gonna
no
be
one gets the
getting
top
far
down
less
view.
than 400.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Mm.
Whereas in the old system, legacy banking system, at least someone could see, had all the private keys, and they could look into everyone's bank account.
Cool.
Yeah.
Now no one can, and I think that's what's scary.
How much
Is
Bitcoin
it
have
a
you got to
case of
send?
better the devil you know?
Oh, I'm up for that.
Well, yeah, let's just do it. Let's go.
Yeah, cool.
So I think this should be the reference client. You know,
I
once
can
this is
buy
finished, I think this should actually be the main Bitcoin client.
Well, I don't see why not if it works.
Yeah, and I think eventually Bitcoin will probably put this technology into the main chain. Probably.
Is it good like shuffling technology?
I'm not going to do it alone,
Yeah.
but get on,
I haven't
get on
looked at
Skype.
it
I can
actually,
give you a quote
mainly because I'm under the impression it's not functional properly yet.
No, it's not. You wouldn't want to use it with real money just yet. Yeah.
So I just haven't had the chance to. I've been compelled to look at it. But how does it effectively work compared to the sort of the other CoinJoin?
CoinJoin is something separate. It does use CoinJoin as well, just
Yeah.
to mix up the transactions to make it that much more difficult. But that's only an issue. It only gives you front-side anonymity on inbound transactions. So you have one stealth address, which is a big long address like that.
Yeah.
You can't spend two unless you've got one of these clients that's enabled.
Okay,
right.
fair
But this is
enough.
open source, so any wallet manufacturer will be able to put it into their code. And what it does is every time you send Bitcoins to that address, it sends it to a new Bitcoin address. So from the outside, you can't tell where it's gone. Now, when you come to spend those coins, you need to be careful, because if you spend them all simultaneously, an investigator who's sharp will just notice that. You know? But then they've also put CoinJoin in as well into the app, so that it will then start to split them up and put them around.
I see. So that's its mechanism for hiding. So it just creates a new address for every single transaction, basically.
Yeah. Well, I believe it's deterministic.
Right. Okay.
So it already knows ahead of time.
Yeah. Of course.
Then you can do it with normal.
It's quite clever.
Yeah, I do need to understand that. I listened to a podcast about coin shuffle. It sounded quite interesting. But all I really, I mean, before that, I always used
I don't
like the
have to
shared
do
send
KYC
function
until
of
£2,000.
blockchain. I know that's disappeared now,
but so many bank accounts are hacked.
I was under the impression that shared send effectively allows you to send Bitcoins to one address, and then
there's this website here, Bitcoin SX, which takes you through the code, because I think it was Bitcoin that did it originally, and then Peter Todd announced on the Bitcoin mailing list.
Yeah, I remember
Basically,
Bitcoin
so many
vaguely.
bank accounts have been hacked. That I
What's
need
that
to know
called,
that person.
This is Bitcoin SX, so it's sx.dyne
So somebody can buy access to
/stealth.html.
And there's
you should charge back, and they get the bitcoins. And my account gets closed and I lose the money. So that's why I asked for KYC.
Explain again.
So if you hack somebody's bank account, you can make a wire transfer out. But if you do a wire transfer to your own account, then you can get caught, you get frozen, seized, etc.
Is the growth of the altcoins still high, or are people just still they've chilled out a bit, have they?
Everyone's done. Everyone needed to eat, and everyone needed to. And everyone was waiting. Everyone was expecting a 5x return in 3 months, and it never happened. And then the market went, "I wanted free money." It's like there is no such thing as free money. Like, get over it.
Oh, that's cool.
So the exchanges have done very well. If you ran an exchange, you made an absolute fortune being a middleman.
Okay.
Your passport.
I've heard most of the startups I see tend to be marketplaces. I'm sort of waiting for consumer-style startups to sort of kick in, but at the moment, the money I see is going to exchange.
Yeah. I just what you mean. Actually, a lot of the money does. Like, I don't keep on top of Bitcoin that much these days. really,
I'm bad
and
for
where all
life.
the investments going.
Yeah.
I think it sort of
They had it.
it got too much.
Just now,
But you're right.
I'm
Like, it
not
seems to be
anti-bank,
going into
but,
more financial sort of.
Yeah, markets, payment gateways.
Yeah. Basically. Which is fair enough. I mean, one of the prime obstacles
Oh,
that
yeah,
needs to
I
be
was there
overcome
for
is getting
over a year.
Bitcoin is initially
Yeah.
by Ethereum, so
It's finally
I suppose
they
it's
said
completely
I think the
unjustified,
right
but
people worked out.
Yeah,
so the fraud department.
it doesn't interest me that much.
Yeah.
Apparently, in that West
Oh, I
fraud
don't find it that
department
much
spend
interesting because,
95% of their
that's kind of
day
why they're
dealing
investing in it,
with
because it's
Bitcoin
known.
transactions.
Yeah.
And
It's
that
defined
specifically is with hacked bank accounts paying for bitcoins from local bitcoins, Bitcoin, quick Bitcoin.
So they kind of know.
And
Any new
their
interesting
security
coins?
that's been hacked.
You're all set. Cool. So that's running.
In new
coins,
places, we
no.
have IP addresses.
No,
so working
but
with
there are
free
these
contracts.
types of things.
Okay.
And then put mist on it as
We have
well.
the hacker's voice.
So you have mist running as well.
It's all about education
It's not
now.
in the window,
Yeah.
it's- you probably have to
We have
go.
enough probably
Alt-tab
tracking
between
down the
stuff.
cops.
It's not even going to be listed here now. So,
No, that's cool. I'm glad that
Look in your
everyone's
bar.
chilled out a bit because
My
there
bar.
were dozens
Yeah,
of
the
coins
bar
being made
thing,
per
yeah,
day
it's
or
one of-
something.
somewhere. Sorry. Definitely put it on yours.
No, I think that will happen again, but I think when it
Bloody
does,
hell, man, how many-
it needs to be people with reputation rather than just anonymous people on the internet setting up Dogecoin, Catcoin, Kittycoin, Dogcoin, Bigcoin.
I think we should set up Russia coin.
Maxcoin.
Whatever happened to Max coins?
Well, it's still going, but then
Yeah, it's running. So you
it
have
wasn't
open,
even magnetized as
We
a
should
coin.
do we should do a gay coin with Putin on the horse bareback.
Live on the internet.
Yeah. Oui.
We'll go down the history. Putin's a shirtless.
Have you seen those being made into a gay icon? It's just
Well,
fucking
I've
hilarious.
always known him as a guy.
You're not.
icon.
Well, this is just fucking hilarious.
I know the
Hoping
picture you're
this won't
talking
be
about.
pornographic, but not for any version. There we go. So I think it was.
Oh, anyone else
I think it was
planning
that
to ban
photo.
Bitcoin?
It's these photos.
Yeah.
This is the gay icon who's very homophobic.
Oh yeah, what happened to all the people in Russia holding Bitcoin? They just get it out of the country, or they're just holding it? And, you know.
It's now illegal for them to hold it.
Yeah.
Is it illegal to hold?
People
Wait,
taking
how do
it-
they get it out the country?
Oh, well, I don't mean
What does that
that.
even mean?
But I mean,
My
are they-
bitcoins are in Russia.
Yeah, well, sorry, that's the wrong way of putting it. But if they're operating a business, are they changing them? To the
So
better
people
business?
in business are moving out of Russia.
Okay.
Anyone with a Bitcoin client in theory could be arrested.
Okay.
Anyone promoting it could be arrested. Anyone talking about it can probably be arrested.
Where are they going?
To the Bitcoin prison, they've set up a special
Out of
prison.
Russia.
Out of Russia.
I don't know. It's very recent and the law hasn't gone through yet. So I think it's more that people are preparing to move.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, that's cool.
It's another thing to point to our government and say, guys, make good regulation here, and you'll have a whole load of Russian businesses. Just
Are you more or less likely to get arrested from last time we spoke? Is it getting better?
Oh, no more or less.
Okay.
No, I think it's getting better actually.
Okay.
I'm not as worried. Like last year, I was worried.
Mhm.
No, I'm not very worried at all.
Okay.
I'm happy with what we're doing. But it's
Okay.
it's still a bit annoying that there's
Oh, hey. Oh, that's fine.
I don't mind no regulation. I do mind no a whole load of laws that are designed for banks with massive compliance departments.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
all sink down right to me as one person. I'm effectively running a bank compliance department. A few of us probably are.
Yeah. Okay.
But no, I mean, we now do full KYC on, well, we do part KYC on small customers, and that's not actually full KYC on money laundering. That's for bank fraud and hacked bank accounts.
Okay.
So there's a lot of, there's really bad security on existing banks.
So, but if I'm hacked a bank account or something, do I go to you or do I go to someone else?
You buy through me or anyone else.
Okay.
But if you send me an obviously fake ID, I'll flag it up. If you have certain traits that have been
following.
Okay.
I'll probably know that it's the same.
No need to tell me. That's cool.
No, I can't say the rest.
So what do you do?
Broker. So Bitcoin broker and exchange. So we run. I run the UK side of CoinTrader.net, which is a Bitcoin exchange, and then we do a brokerage. So we got Quick Bitcoin where you can buy.
Oh, yeah, can I ask you a question? Just
yeah. And we do an OTC market. So we've got an ATM in Shoreditch in Background.
I live in America, so I've been using insure.
Yeah. Did you come across with Bitcoin and cash out through for a broker here? To get pounds, yeah.
No. I just use my ATM card.
Fair enough.
I should have done that.
There's a lot of when the conferences happen. There's always an influx of Americans queuing up at the ATMs, trying to get local money.
I should have just done a local trade here.
I don't have 500 quid on me though.
I just need tax money. I'm actually in Belgium. I came over to I've got a business trip to Belgium and I managed to coincide it with this conference. So I managed it that way. So I came in from Belgium last night. And as soon as this is over,
yeah. Oh, cool. What are you building in Ethereum or in Bitcoin?
So the thing I'm trying to do is what I was explaining earlier about this sort of Internet of Devices, type thing, having them register that thing. But there's quite a few ideas actually.
How do you plug it all into the Internet of Things?
So I'm sort of thinking you could call it something proof of device type thing. So the device, whatever it is, in my case it's a mobile phone. So we sell software to manufacturers, do things like echo cancellation, noise reduction, during voice talks. We want to charge our customers through our.
I know how you can preload it. Set up a mining pool. Can you do mining pools in Ethereum? I must be able to. Set up a mining pool and set the payouts to the minimum payouts to something really, really, really low, and then the program you run on each of these devices, make that run for 10 seconds.
And that would give you enough for a first
and that would earn them enough for a basic transaction.
So the device would actually,
without costing you anything. Yeah, so the device would mine. And if it was a smartphone, it would be really shit at mining, but it would earn a penny in a day, and that would be enough for the transaction.
So I have to worry about battery life and stuff.
When it's first turned on, plugged in, updated,
I could mine enough for. I'd have to mine a sufficient amount to do the transaction without having a battery.
Yeah, if you look at how
so that would make it free for you. The other way of doing it is the software that runs. It would register with a centralized entity and say, this is my address, send me coin. So a lot of us would abuse that.
Sorry?
A lot of us would try and abuse that.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to avoid.
But yeah, I mean, there's ways around that. You can put key in software, make sure it's good.
The software that I get them is like a library on like.
Hello everyone. We are out to lunch. Still can't believe it. Hardly did anything this morning. Mostly spent our time troubleshooting the software. So everyone is now coming back from lunch. But actually there was some pretty cool stuff in it. And I've also been learning a lot about this live streaming software and trying to troubleshoot, and at the moment we use the famous Yeti mic, and we can do some cool stuff with this. And I just received a donation, a very generous donation from someone here as well, so I'm going to be buying some more equipment, and so that I can improve the quality of these things. But also there is a donation address in the description below if you want to see these continue. I think it's important that we build like a global connection, that people feel a sense of being there and a sense of presence when they're at these things, because a lot of history is being made right before us by these developers, and some of this code is really hard to understand. I tried my best, as Vitalik was talking, to go through the code on GitHub and to follow through each line, And a lot of it isn't as hard as people think it is. They just have this idea in their head that this stuff is so difficult and they'll never be able to understand it. But actually, you know, if you do apply yourself, it is actually fairly straightforward. And it's important because these people are redesigning a new civilization. You know, they're actually redefining who should get the land, who should get the money, who should get the food, and so on. Even if most people don't understand it, you'll definitely be putting yourself in an advantage. You know, in 10 years' time, this will be like reading and writing. Everyone will be doing it. So, yeah, everyone's kind of coming back into the room, so I'll be starting in a moment. What should we pull up on screen?
I mean, essentially, your biggest problem is how many devices are you going to...
How about the Bitcoin clock? Block height 323,966.
Yeah, sorry, you can yeah, I don't have much to say.
What's that? The Bitcoin clock. Well, so Bitcoin is a distributed timestamp server, and that was its biggest innovation, except nobody remembers that now. It's like a currency. But no, its biggest deal is that it has the ability to prove the sequence of events over time. And so I've been using it as a clock. I don't know whose website this is, but I just looked it up and found it.
And so the time is measured in the number of blocks?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so every 10 minutes it's...
Yeah, you've got the block, the hour hand is like, it's got the key here. So minute hand is every 2016 blocks. So okay, yeah. So this is the difficulty increase adjustment, the minute hand there, and then the hour hand is every 4 years for the block halving every 4 years.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know what the second hand is. Second hand is 24 hours for a revolution.
What are you using it for?
Well, we timestamp everything. Well, not everything. A lot of things we do we timestamp because the whole point of a timestamp server is to work out the sequence of events over time, because sequence is quite important, especially when you're dealing with events outside of your sense perception. Like if something happens outside of your sphere of, you know, sight and hearing and so on, it can still have an impact on you eventually. So it's important, in order to make yourself resilient and in order to survive in your environment, you have to be able to out-adapt your environment. If the rate of change outside of you increases faster than inside, that's called death, because you can't survive any longer. The system is changing too quickly and you're not keeping up. And so distributed timestamp server is a way you could track the sequence of events anywhere in the world in such a way that you could retrace the order. And that was the whole idea originally, right? But we've kind of forgotten that now, and it's all about money and currency and all of this stuff, and that's part of it, sure, but that's just like the incentive mechanism. That's not the most important thing.
It's one of the aspects, one of the reasons why it works, not what it was built for.
Yeah, exactly.
So we had to find some people put it on the website, some people put it in the file. In the future it will be this screen too, because it's interesting for everyone, but it'll be a decentralized app store, so to speak.
So when I download the crowdfunding,
you run the HTML locally by doing file whatever.
One of the things
Not sure if I'm on screen. Yes, I am. No? It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like it's mirrored. Sorry, buddy. I don't want to.
Oops. Yeah.
I don't want to.
As long as not all of them.
Take money at the same time.
This is oh, sorry. You alright? Everybody's dead and things back anymore.
Yeah.
Back anymore?
Yeah.
You syncing your cigarette with the internet? Is that
The virus.
look at this. He's synchronizing his cigarette with the internet. It's a network enabled.
This kid's
Smoking my laptop.
Right, so if you guys have installed, I'm not sure if you followed the Skype channel, But the fix that Gavin has released has fixed the problem, at least for myself and I keep forgetting your first name, David. So I could see that David's client was synchronizing with my client when I was mining, so it's working properly. What you need to do, so if you're on OSX, let's start with OSX since there's quite a few of you, you do brew update and brew upgrade. That's really important, and you'll see if you haven't done that in the last hour that there's now an updated formula from Cactox. You then do brew reinstall Ethereum --devel --successful. It will git pull 0725e something something. If that fails, there's a command I've put in there, a directory that you need to remove, and then you try again, and that recreates AlethZero. You need to do another brewing caps, and the client works, and it's catching up on the live blockchain.
Obviously,
on
compiling
Unix,
from the block.
you probably need to just recompile whatever the instructions were, but do a git pull first from the devel branch. Make sure that the commit is the that one I just said, the 0725. And that works quite nicely. It hasn't updated the version number, so it won't look any different.
So I'm building develop should work.
Yeah. If you build develop, make sure you get the right commits, 07 something.
Yeah, because I've just updated it again. I haven't started.
Not getting the same error messages. It says finishing fetch stuff on top.
Yeah.
What's your block number?
I don't have any blocks.
0.
See.
Let me have it.
What's yours?
442216.
Yay!
Yeah. So that's three of us now have it, right? Okay, 4 of us. Is it running? Oh my God, it's working. Slowly. Let's see. So
I've downloaded got the latest.
Can you see the commit number?
How do you
Git
Since I think at least some of the problems we're having today are due to the network connection, which is a bit patchy to say the
I use
least.
source tree because I'm lazy. I'll just save it at the top of the window. How about yourself? You want a sex this is the last. What was the number? 44217. Somebody just mind one more.
The
0725. That's the one. Yeah. That's the one.
So recompile since then.
Yeah.
Which is all
This is only Bitcoin.
No, that's the only.
You see your salary is not
I
linked
don't
to
know
the
how
family.
it is. So you could be cheeky and try to mine one, and mine should update.
What number is it? I can't read it.
44219. Somebody here is probably mine. Yeah, that works. Okay. So you still work?
Yeah, I think you're on a Linux too.
Yeah.
So I'm just.
What are you on?
What Wi-Fi
number are you? What? The most recent one.
Because if we have two Linux,
Yeah, 14.
Sure.
And this is version 6.1.
Yeah, I mean, what block are you on?
Oh, none. I haven't downloaded it. Sorry.
So that's the irony. It used to be.
Use
We'll get there. We'll get there.
I'm on 44144.
See, it's hash chain complete. Sorry, let me get
Oh, that's much
Chain download.
I'm not sure what's wrong.
Yeah, that's normal.
Let's try to go from
44220, yeah?
maybe you could try to open the system function.
Yeah, that's normal as well. So that's what I don't understand.
Oh, that's the.
Yeah, you got it.
System log.
But it doesn't update your GUI.
It's called.
Oh, so actually the chain has downloaded.
Yeah.
There should be the arrow. Try to make it crash again.
Zero blockchains.
And like You have to say
where's your
clear
clean
display.
account? You got one?
After-
Okay, 'cause
before
I've seen that
you make
before when you
crash.
create the account.
It's actually the same account that's
Yeah.
always built. Where do can I flush this or delete this?
You can.
Because I thought the removing
Then
Ethereum. did
clear
that,
before.
but-
Yeah, and clearly
Clear,
not.
clear.
No.
I don't know.
Hey, should I delete
okay,
that? And
one is
what-
one of
maybe
these two.
that's maybe it's got an old block old. I think that.
You're seeing the same peers as him. So.
Yeah.
It's the GUIs not displaying.
It's not just. Where's the other?
Try open.
It's not
Then
the
also
mist.
the
Because
other one.
that's.
No, Mist is
think-
something else.
No, that's what I just deleted.
Okay, that Ethereum is probably.
But then
gonna
if I
be
open
the
it up, it
Mist
uses the
No,
same
it's not
address. So
full.
how can
Yeah,
it's got to be
it's
stored.
Try
going from
to
elsewhere.
delete the
Ethereum is coming from
blockchain
Mist, by
and
the way. So you're deleting the wrong chain.
oh yeah,
No,
maybe
no,
clear the blockchain.
I don't know where it's located. It's in
Key
information.
blockchain. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know where it's done. Can you try to Google that? Because that's what I would do. So there's no point in doing that.
Google.
Let me Google this for you.
Yeah.
How about yourself with that?
So I'm on the 44144.
44236.
Yeah, it's not. So I think I'm on a different chain somehow.
What platform is this?
This is been through 1404. So
And you've recompiled the thing.
not since lunchtime.
Yeah. You
Oh,
need to
that's
git pull.
Yeah.
You need to git pull recompile.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, yeah, things move fast. In
Make sure you don't send
What version of process is that? But they're not using the same thing. Yeah,
My first app pre-period
So-
is going to be my first app on any blockchain. It's going to be a replica feature with Dropbox. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to open it just hang on.
there you go. Turn it on.
So, say you run a different Dropbox contract, and run one cache, send that to London, send to all this, and then a bunch of different people. So it's
Mine to brewery install.
sign in, put documents, pay with PayPal. They would do mining, side mining, that sort of thing. That's the sort of thing I want to aim at. Is taking something that I'm sure will be built for 2 people. And trying to package that into something that really
Yeah,
I'm not going to complain.
you're not putting the right
Complain credits for it. Complain credits for it.
Stephan, so for some reason, the
the
fellow doesn't work in shit.
To get cool,
But no cool.
Do you think it'll be easier once pure mining becomes possible to do the same thing as not with the decentralized approach, which is
you're also on the wrong block.
probably going to be pretty hard to implement as well, just with mining. Like you ask people to install this.
I had a question from Magnus.
They might be.
Thank you, Magnus, for following us. You're saying, am I using my laptop when filming, or do I have an external camera? No, I have an external camera, which is one of those kind of Logitech situations. 1080p, it's really cool little device. I also have various extension leads and like a mini tripod that I use. I guess I'll tweet out there so you can see a picture of it.
There is a coin that you can mine this appeal. You know
It's
what?
going to be, hang on, let me do this actually. Let me just be really meta.
People wouldn't realise their electricity bills going up.
Take a picture of my setup.
My dad doesn't know that he uses more electricity when
And then
he's
tweet that out.
doing something.
So I've kind of got quite a sweet sort of kit at the moment, but I want to expand on it, and I want to get some more better microphones, because at the moment I'm using the infamous Yeti, which is very good because you can restrict the angle at which it captures the sound, but as you can hear, it's very noisy. So I'd really like a shotgun mic that I can just like point at people and get some lapel mics, so that individual people can be picked up in isolation, and then I can kind of like edit in and out.
Always working. Always working.
So I've been a bit distracted. I've had loads of threads.
Yes.
How do I know which one it's done?
Yeah, go back up. It's working?
Yeah. Checking out revision.
No, wrong one. So brew cleanup. Thanks to Ken. Now we know how this works. Clean up. Yeah.
There we go.
Oh no!
Really meta. You can see my setup.
Yeah.
I have a little camera on a tripod. But I really would like a bigger tripod as well, because some of the videos that I've been shooting recently have been quite low down, so I'm kind of looking up at people. It'd be nice if I could get more eye line level.
Yeah.
And then
I'm not gonna be happy if that's deleted everything.
Yeah.
To your question about do I do this for a living? I wouldn't say I'm doing it for a living. I'm calling this the kamikaze method of living, where you just go, I'm just going to do this. I don't care if it makes any money, but this is what I believe in, and this is what I'd like to be remembered for. So I'm just doing that and just hoping I can survive as long as I can. But yeah, so this is what I do pretty much full time.
Ruling caps. Then one up or two up, sorry. Maybe I'll check that is commit one. Need to find where it's installed and do a.
How do I know where it's
okay, brew remove or uninstall it.
I had another question from Felix. I gave birth to a term a couple of days ago called non-profit organisations. I don't believe it was my term, but the term was not for loss. But I don't think that was mine. I think I heard it from some other person.
Oh god. It's broken. Okay, I need to learn how to fix brew, the brew issue. So looks like the people with issues with the client now, people with issues with brew. Weird brew installs by you. Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah,
reinstalling.
Oh, good.
Different revision again.
Yeah, so now it's 0.2 something.
No, 2E8.
2E8, yeah.
That
So
right?
it looks like Gav has pushed again, but we're just going to ignore that because it works for most people.
Cool.
Oh yeah, but yours is always crashing.
It's the user error.
If you keep restarting it, it works. I mean, just keep restarting whenever it crashes. There's something wrong with your underlying configuration or something like that. It hasn't been tested on all platforms, and your Mac is a bit old, so it could be just an incompatibility of some sort. Because it's definitely working on most.
Just a line.
What version of OS X is it, Mavericks?
Yeah. Don't know which exact version. Because it's just so outdated how to device up.
9.4.
Minimize that.
9.4.
I used to be at
9.5. So I mean, I know it doesn't sound like much, but sometimes they change compilers and stuff between revisions of OS X. I think there was one recently where they used to use GNU something, GNU CC, and now it's Clang, I think. So that could cause issues. If it crashed and it's spitting out an error code, you put it in a paste bin and then link it from the GitHub issues list, so that the devs can try to address it.
A fair comparison would be
because the old one didn't work.
Fair comparison.
Gav's pushed to fix this 1 hour ago. You can't compile a new one? What's this, Ubuntu? I need a script for Ubuntu, that's what I need.
What exactly did
They've had a couple of the block hash download thingy was busted, so nobody could really sync up the channel. What you say?
Yeah, I was just trying to see
What they are.
Definitely working better for more people. I think what I'll do is I'll take them through the coin thing anyway.
Rick, my advert against
more basic
CoinFlow
stuff.
is you're free to use CoinFlow, of course. £1,000,000. A good advantage. But when you withdraw Bitcoin, apparently
on the accounts?
Yeah.
You mean where do you see it? Here?
I was going to say, what's Bitlicious doing?
Bitlicious 60 or 58. We're at 7. It's not very high for us there. We average about 10.
Yeah, that looks good actually.
Yeah, they have done very good. Different Bitlicious, they've got 77 for that time. So that number's split between a lot of people. Quick Bitcoin is me right now.
Yeah, so Gav is saying thank you for the back traces. So anybody who has a crash and the thing spits out a dump log, put it on Pastebin, push it to the GitHub issues for Ethereum. It's github.com/CPP, I think.
You can also use Jest on GitHub as well.
As well. Oh yeah, that's actually probably easier than Pastebin.
Between us and HitBTC,
it's a little bit intimidating when you find this.
After that,
discrete ones. Cool. Well, let's try the coin thing, maybe, because that will, like, Gav flew by some of the, Vitalik flew by quite a lot of stuff earlier.
See if you can like move this.
So, to create the contract in AlethZero, which is, I think, a little bit easier than the Python client. He's not listening, so that's fine. I can say that. I'll just show you what the contract does first, actually.
And then if that fails, you can always just move it back.
What language is that?
So that's Serpent. Right, it doesn't matter. There's no syntax highlighting, but it's so simple, it's worth it. So the one thing is it's divided in 2 blocks, right? So there's init and there's code. If you missed it earlier, basically init is what gets triggered when you create the contract, and it runs only once and never runs again. And code is what gets run when the contract is invoked or called subsequently. So in the one that Vitalik had on screen, he had multiple functionality, right? So he did like this if statement, because we don't have function names. So in this case, it only does one thing, which is trying to send from one account to the other and submit a coin, right? So it's like build your own coin kind of thing. The storage is obviously referring to the internal storage of the contract, and it's they're formed as basically part of key value pairs. So the key in this case is message.sender, which is my address as the guy who calls this contract. And obviously, when I call the contract the first time, I'm actually creating it, and I'm assigning myself a balance of 10,000, but I could put like 100,000 if I felt like it. Right? So that's the number of coins, Stephan coins, let's call it, that'll be located into storage, and that represents the amount that I'm currently owning, right? So far, so good, right? Then the code is what gets triggered every time I call this contract. So what I want to do is I want to transfer my coins to someone else so I can share them around, right? The first thing I need to know is creating some variables, to, from, and value. To is who's going to receive them, from is me, value is how much I want to transfer. Right? So 2 is going to be message data 0. When you invoke the contract, if you remember from the Vitalik stuff, you can pass parameters which are padded, 32 bytes padded. I think on Serpent it's left padded, on Triple L it's right padded. There's slight incompatibility there. But it needs to be 32 bytes length every time. So message data 0 just refers to the first element in the array, just like you would expect when you parse a batch file. You know? From is my own address, just like the address of the person who created the contract, and the value is the amount I want to pass. So in this case, I'll say to this address, pass 10 coins, right? And then I need to check if I actually can afford to do so. So I check if it's if my balance is superior or equal to what I want to send, and if it is, there's no else statement, so it won't do anything if it's not the case. I transfer, so I'd say that the from address is now equal to the old from address minus the value I'm passing, and the to address is equal to what it was before plus whatever I just passed, right? It's really, really basic. And the reason why that works is because everything is single threaded, so there is no concurrency issues or race conditions possible on Ethereum, right? And that's pretty much how it works. So if I wanted to save this, I copy paste it. First, I'll copy paste it into Skype so you guys can try it. There. And then I paste it here. So you paste it in the transact window. And it's going to try to compile it down to LLL. So LLL parser just basically means your code is not valid LLL code, which is true since it's Serpent code. But you can ignore that. And then the code is the compiled code in EVM code opcodes, which is like a bit like assembly. So it's actually not that hard to read once you get used to it, but it's not necessarily pleasant either. Vitalik wrote a tutorial. Not sure if I can find the address for you. I think that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. I'll paste it in the Skype channel, something you can look at home. And it explains to you how this stuff works. It's a stack-based VM, basically, and it's pretty straightforward. But that's why we have those high-level languages, to not have to go through this. So the two fields I'm going to leave blank because I want to create a contract. The amount I'm going to leave blank because I don't want to make this contract rich. I want to create the contract, and that's not the same as sending money to an address. I could send money to the contract will have a higher Ether balance, but that doesn't help me at all. Then the gas is the amount of gas I want to spend, or I'm willing to spend to create this contract. So anybody not familiar with what gas is? Everybody knows what it is?
Does a contract need to have gas to stay alive and not get deleted?
We don't have blockchain rent yet. Are we gonna have that ever?
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah. Or else it's gonna. You're worried about bloat, right?
Yeah, with a bloat. So and that's so you would be able to send a small amount to keep it going.
It's good practice to have like a function call that says, that force the contract to
Good
suicide.
practice won't happen.
Exactly. That's
Force blockchain. Force the run.
Does gas have effects to Ethereum exchange rate?
No. No, they're currently if something takes if it takes say 1 gas per execution cycle, then that will cost you X gas to run. If it has 10 execution cycle, it will be 10 gas. If you store stuff, it's consuming more gas than just executing some stuff. So that's maybe like S-store is 200.
S-store is 200.
Yeah. So that's all. Storage is very expensive because we don't want people to store like the King James Bible or a video in there. That's not the right place. So if you wanted to store large files, you'd put it onto something like Swarm, which is a DHT-like network, which doesn't exist yet. So maybe on torrent, and then you store a magnet link to the torrent in Ethereum and then you can invalidate them by just changing the magnet link. Right? And also the price of gas needs to be indicated. The default on the testnet is 10 Zabo, which is, I forgot what Vitalik said earlier, a million to something. I don't know. It's not much basically because it's 2 down from Ether. And if I have enough Ether, which I don't, so I need to mine.
Pretty sure it's 7,123. 7 Ether.
Oh, that's I got 7 Ether. Okay. It stops force mining. No point. Then I press execute, and that's my contract being created here. Oops. Somebody else went on the network and did the same thing while I was doing it, so there's 2 contracts, and I don't know which one is which. Create it again. There you go. If I remove this panel.
It'd be easy to register on the name reg.
Stephan, that's about 1.5 cents to run that contract.
Okay.
The, crowdfund.
So that's the address. That's It's cheap. So basically the trick is if you don't press mine, if you have mine off, it will get stuck into pending, obviously, and it tells you what it creates. So you probably want to write that down because that's the unique address of your contract. Then you can press mine, and it's going to create a new block because it sees that something is pending. There you go, it went through. That's somebody else doing another contract. There you go, that's going to go through as well. But now at least I have a reference, I have a handle to that contract. If you don't do that, you can always go into the contracts tab, which is hiding somewhere. Let's see. I'm blind or something today. Oh, contract, it's here. How come I can't see it? Where is it?
Down.
Oh yeah, here, sorry. It's just so small. I'd like to move my windows a little bit, actually, because... There you go, that's better. And then it's one of them, right? So, you know, if you don't have a super good memory, it's easy to get confused. So, and there's a name reg, but I'm not too sure if it's active right now on the chain, so I won't bother with that. It is?
Yes.
All right. So then I open Sublime again, and I have my token, which is a bunch of HTML, just like the stuff that Vitalik showed. I'm going to reduce the size because I can't see anything. There you go. Now update the address of the contract with mine. Oops. Everything is in hexadecimal, so don't forget to prefix it with 0x or else it won't work. And in terms of the HTML that you can use, right, it's pretty standard. The DAPPS, the contracts don't have access to the network because they're deterministic, and network by definition is fairly random since you don't know where they're coming from. But the DAPPS themselves that process the HTML have full access to network stuff, so you can use CDNs and stuff like that. In which case, in my case here, I'm using Bootstrap because everybody's using that, and it makes things look prettier. Then I have my my contract address as a variable and two functions. One is a watch function that just constantly checks the blockchain for changes, and we'll go into this, but basically there's a way to filter what has changed, so you get your application is notified that something has changed. In this case, we're going to monitor what's the balance, my balance in Stephan coins, and then the create transaction is how I send coins to someone else, right? Let's start with the basic first, though. We have a basic HTML form from to, so that's going to map out nicely to the values of our contract. The receiver address is called receiver address, and the amount is called amount. So no surprise there. On the button, you press the button, it goes create transaction. Create transaction sends the coins from A to B, right? So let's first have a look at that. I'll post the files actually on the channel. Is it? There you go. Actually, you can download it from the forums because I haven't changed it. There was a project here you were not supposed to see called Ether Leaks. What does that mean? What am I working on at night? But it was inspired by PayPub, you know, from Amir. I thought that was a really good idea. I wanted to do it in Ethereum.
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, why not? You know, it's okay as long as everybody knows about it. So that's my Etherlink, cross material, code, my token. There you go, and then I can pass that to you guys.
Oh, cool. Init code. Ethereum code.
Yeah, so that contains the HTML and the contract code in case the formatting in Skype get messed up. Also, yeah, its Serpent is tab and white space sensitive, just like Python. So if you see compiling errors when you try to execute it in AlethZero, that's probably because you got a white space wrong somewhere. Also, AlethZero won't tell you, for example, if I was to cut the thing in half, it'll say too few arguments for init. So actually, what it means is you needed a code block. It's not really descriptive, so it's good to use Sublime or something like that to make sure it's hunky dory in terms of syntax. Then post it in there, right? Okay. Then I have my HTML, which I need to locate on my hard drive.
How do you use Sublime to check that it's hunky dory?
Well, I mean, it's if you use like some type of parser, like linter, or Python linter of some sort, like pip8.
Are there any for Serpent?
No,
Essentially, it's just a Python one. Oh, that's what. Essentially,
because
that's Python.
a Serpent is a Python. No. Python is a serpent.
Yes.
Right, that's fine. Oh, those jokes, they're amazing. You come here for the code, but you stay for the jokes.
Stephan, it's only funny when you get it right.
Yeah, that's a good
Well,
point.
the point of Ethereum is a decentralized autonomous joke thing, isn't it?
Right. Is that why you created it?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
You're that guy's...
public on that.
And this is gonna go on the blockchain as well for all posterity. It's so annoying. Right, so I'm looking for that's Mist. Oh, I could open it in Mist.
You've already implemented a data feed for audio, nice.
Huh?
You've already implemented a data feed for audio.
That would be kind of cool. Where is my token?
Figure out why this VM is broken. Or at least why get the VM where the test is broken.
Yours not. Doing brute
If you want, you can join the Hangout again. We can share your screen.
Oh yeah, good idea.
I don't want to break your flow.
No, it's fine, it's fine. What's the? Oh yeah, thank you. I'll share the whole thing because
you can actually share your whole screen.
good.
Entire screen.
I don't think. Wow, that's pretty meta. I'm not sure if I like this. Okay, where was I? So that's the. Can you see that? Oh, wonderful! That looks much nicer. So then we can sort of help people understand what they're looking at. So it looks like this basically. My balance. So that means that worked, by the way, because my balance is automatically updated. I had put 10,000, so the thing worked, thankfully. I could post the receiver address and the amount if I wanted to, but I need to know someone's address. So if you're on Skype, can you please send me your address so I can send you some Stephan coins? Not all at the same time. So in order to get your address, there you go. What you do is you double-click your own account, the main address for your own account. You double-click it and then you paste it. There you go. Thank you, Aaron. And then the amount will be, I don't know, I'm feeling generous, I will send you 1. Yeah, I know. You're welcome. I mean, it's pretty precious because only 10,000 ever made, right? So, and then what you need to do, Aaron, on your end is that you need to update the contract address with mine. No, because because the zip I sent you was the one that's on the website, not the one I just created. So where is my Skype? There you go. And contract address is this. So if you use that, then obviously you're looking at the balance for the contract that I created. So when I send them to you, the balance will be, well, before that the balance will be 0. After I press send, it'll be 1. You got it? Yeah. It's on line 10. Okay. I could try it on Mist as well, but I'm not sure if that's going to work.
No, the JavaScript won't work.
The JavaScript won't work?
No, because of the difference in syntax.
Alright, never mind then.
In theory, it could work if you need to adapt the calls to the F.
Or use polyeth, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do that next time for my next tutorial. I'll use polyeth. It'll be fun. Did you update your contract address? Huh?
Yeah, I did. Regarding
So if you update it and then you just access it within AlethZero. Oh yeah, by the way, there's no reference to the f.js library because it's injected by the client. If you're wondering where all this mysterious f object came from, they're injected into the page. And also the other good thing to know is that the log doubles up as a JavaScript log. So if you did debug.log, it would show up in there.
Watch.
Yeah.
Why does it need your script?
Because how else would it know you really are who you say you are? So it's generating your public key from your it's generating your public address from your private key.
It's just looking at the state of the block. When it's watching, it's just looking at the blockchain and saying when there's a new block added.
Yeah.
So why does it need?
It probably doesn't. Yeah. And yes, it is a source of potential XSS attacks. Because if I was linking up a dodgy bootstrap min.js, that could potentially read from whatever is in there, and obviously steal my keys, right? So you have to be careful with that. But then again, it's probably only doing that because we had to disable what's it called, the cross-site thingy, in order to link to files from just file : / yeah, because without that, obviously it wouldn't work. But in the future, we'll fix that.
I'm behind.
You're behind?
Yeah, I've updated the contract works, but I still have to see.
All right. Well, we're gonna find another lucky winner then. I'm afraid, Aaron. Oh, look at that. Oh no, Francisco wins actually. He's online. He's one of the online watcher. Oh no, here you are. Sorry. Really bad names. So Francisco, can you update your contract to the one that? Yeah, done. All right. So then if I do this and I press send, and it mined, and I have one less coin, you should have one more.
Can you send me some ether?
You can't. Do you have one showing up, Francisco? Did you update the contract address? And you're pointing at the right file? Because it's definitely working. We're using the same code, so.
In terms of the code and how the HTML works, you don't have to refresh. Is it holding or what?
Actually, how does it work? The reactive element of Ethereum, like the fact that, for example, with fwatch, is it doing like a call every?
I think the way it works is it's actually registering a watch in the client, and the client, when it updates the state and updates the particular transaction, it automatically processes the watches.
Very cool.
So that's when they open their web display.
All right, we need another lucky winner then. By you, you're right next to me. That could help. Did you update the contract address?
No, I probably missed that part.
Right, so you open up the whatever text editor where this is.
Alright, okay.
And then you go on Skype and you paste 0x3 in place of the.
So you need the LLL hole.
No, just no, not that. The HTML, of course. So contract address, you set the contract address to look at my contract rather than the one you created or the default one.
Which is
the one on Skype. Thank you, sir.
This one.
Yeah. All right. And yeah, 0x, yeah. Okay, that's saved, yeah.
Yeah, saved.
Yeah, I think you need to refresh the page because you changed the HTML file. There we go. Hello. Bound 0, right? And then you send me your address from one of your. It doesn't matter which account, I suppose, since it's just key value.
So this one is not prefixed with. This one is not prefixed with 0, right? So it's
your Coinbase. Yeah.
Yes, my Coinbase amount 1.
No, you don't type anything in here. I'm the one sending you. You can't send yourself. You don't have any Stephan coin.
It's scarce, man. It's really scarce stuff.
It's really, really precious. So you need to send. You post that on Skype.
There you go.
Thank you. All right. We'll get there eventually. And I don't need the 0x because I'm already doing that. I'm gonna send you one. So I just lost one coin, and you should have gained one if you.
Still pending.
I'm just sending my coins in the void.
No, it's not pending.
I've just written 2 perfectly good Steph coins.
I think maybe the code has.
It's working because my balance wouldn't be going down if the code was working.
I think the code you sent us has a JavaScript error, like a parenthesis or something. Because if you do inspect element in the web view.
Maybe I sent you the wrong HTML file. Let's do this.
What block number?
44295.
Yeah.
Now I probably I need to repackage the yeah. I'm gonna send you some new HTML, right? And this one has the right contract address inside.
Inspect on the web view.
Alright, so that one has my contract address already baked in. Right? So at least we know that will be correct. Right, so if you load the HTML for that within AlethZero, then you're listening to my contract. So everybody should have a balance of 0, except for Constantine and Aaron.
There's a JavaScript error in your contract.
In the new one as well?
No. You should buy a new one.
Yeah, there could be. Yeah, I could have updated the HTML file after I zipped it up like 2 weeks ago. So. Yeah. Aaron, is that working better for you?
Let's see.
Yeah, we need to find the lucky winner, which is the guy with the working blockchain on the same client, same version, who sent me the right address, and he's not trying to send himself coins. Out of what? How many are we here? 18? 15? 18.
Isn't this called the birthday paradox?
Out of 19, we're going to find one person who's got the right conditions reunited.
What are the chances that someone's got the same birth? Two people have the same birthday in here? Do you know?
And
he works it out.
7, 8, 10, 11, 13, 15, 16, 18, 324. Combination. Probably going to be pretty close to like 30% or so.
30%?
Yeah.
That's pretty high.
It's higher than you would expect.
Yeah, much higher.
Why did people actually have the same birthday?
No, we're just trying to see if we can work out the odds of two people meeting all the conditions that Stephan just
What are the odds that you got a working client, and there's no typo in the JavaScript, but they're on the same block number, and they're not trying to send themselves coins.
The same block number. There's 45,000 of them.
I've just had your address.
You send me an address. All right. So
I'm
that's
using your contract.
You're using my contract. I don't see it. And a working Skype client. Add that to the list of conditions that need to be. Yeah. And sending to the right Stephan, not the other Stephan. Thank you, Stephan. Send Stephan coin too. All right. I'm gonna send a beautiful Stephan coin. And now it's broken. Now it's pending. So it's pending because I'm not mining. Or it's taking its sweet time to find a block. It's probably somebody's mining like a cretin. Okay. Do you have it? Because if not, I've just lost another precious Stephan coin. I'm running out quickly.
I need to kill and reset the blockchain, and hopefully come back in a couple of minutes.
Okay. If you have updated the HTML and refreshed it by just clicking in the address bar, pressing enter. If you post your address here, Constantine, I'm gonna send you another one. There you go. Flow. Send you one.
What system version you got?
Some token.
70.
Stop complaining about some bracket that is not.
Wait, show me.
I expected 2 of them. Before you updated it, there was 1. Just expecting some brackets. I'm looking at your code. I can see any.
I'm also getting that. Well, it works though. Okay, so I introduced. Fuck you. Sorry. Okay, so if you update your contract address, not to be like me and not to forget to always finish your JavaScript lines with a semicolon, which I had accidentally removed. If you add it back, you won't get the syntax error, and everybody will be happy again. Yeah, look, it's missing. There's a syntax error.
Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah,
It
it's
wouldn't
gonna-
error because of that.
Yeah, but you know,
You
some.
can
You can remove them.
Yeah.
I removed GSLint from that machine a while back as well. So. Oh, I didn't put the package installer on it either.
Stephan, what if you do inspect element on your web view?
The what, sorry?
On the AlethZero client. If you don't use the web view and
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a typo in the JavaScript, so let's play on the bug.
But on your it works.
Yeah, it works. Of course it works. Where is the bracket? Yeah, where's the missing bracket?
Yeah, I just like I removed all the JavaScript.
Where is
It's
it?
still complaining about the missing bracket.
Is it? Can you lint it? Because I didn't install the Sublime packet manager. There you go. Oh, that's for Sublime Text 2 and Sublime Text 3.
No, it's not actually an error because if you delete like all the text in the file, it
Still complains about it.
Do you think it's maybe in the library that's being injected? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's great.
Where's the
So what's
library
the error
itself? Is that?
So,
It's not an error. It's just like an error message, but there's no actual error.
Oops. Sorry.
Expected token goes in magnet, and where is that expected to? It doesn't even say where.
No.
Maybe it's just a fake error.
What if you try opening that up in Mist? In Mist, it's because that same page. Don't try to run it, but just open it. You're opening up it in the wall and you need the browser.
Oh.
You might want to try the sub. Yeah, that there. Okay. Now let's see what the bugs are. On the bug console. Okay, that's fine. But that's just this being missed. Okay, so there's no.
Jeffrey's pretty listening.
I know. I criticize by Ethereum too.
No, that's all right then. So your balance is 0, right? Is that the problem?
0 for
Yeah. It's we're ignoring the bracket.
You got your money?
So I've been distracted.
0.
Grr.
But look, what is this that you sent me? Oh no,
It's my address.
This A85? No, it's not.
No, yeah, this is my address. This one.
Oh, then can you A900? Yeah.
Where's my all my ether go?
Flo says he's received a coin.
Yeah.
There you go. So it doesn't work just for you.
Wow.
Okay, wait. What did you send? It's A900. Yeah, finishes with E, right?
Yeah.
This is the last one I'm sending you. Because seriously, this is costing me a fortune. Are you on? I mean, what's your block number?
That's fine.
4495. Yeah, we're on. Oh no, you're 4 behind. You're 4 behind.
4 behind?
Yeah, you're 4 behind.
Oh.
Go.
Is something else still happening just now? Yeah, reading connection result by oops.
Yeah, there you go. It helps if you're on the network. So maybe kill it, restart it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Seems to be the general fixing mechanism. Close it, reopen.
That's gonna take a little while.
So if it catches up, it actually should automatically update the balance. 44295, 44299.
Yeah, I'm gonna be seeing
No,
that.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Sometimes you just kill it, reopen.
No, I mean you just need to wait like a minute to it, and then
a minute.
fine.
Okay. Now, while he's waiting for his coin, we can go through the code then. So the contract code, we'll understand what it does, right? The create transaction, so it does a couple of things. The first one is prefix the contract address with 0x because it's hexadecimal, so it needs to be written as such in JavaScript. And I think in the future that's also supposed to be automated somehow through the API. The query selector is just the way to grab the field. Yeah, in standard HTML has nothing to do with Ethereum. That's just how you grab value from input text fields. In this case, the one called receiver address. The amount, you do the same thing, but for the amount. And the data is the concatenation of both values padded to 32 bytes each, right? Because everything is a 32 byte segment, which is why Solidity, the new language, is going to be nice because it saves a few bytes on that function call, since the first tends to be like the first argument to the contract is always the name of the function, so to speak, that you want to invoke. So if it's only like 2 bytes long, then you just wasted 30 bytes in the blockchain, which is a bit silly. And then the transact function, it's from value to data, which is your concatenated and padded data, gas and gas price, just like you would see in the AlethZero client. And that's all it does, and it's asynchronous, so you could put some callback function in there if you wanted to. In my case, I don't, because I think at the time when I was trying that, the API was a little bit wonky, so it didn't spit back the value of. Usually, it's the hash of the transaction that comes back, or the hash of the contract created. In which case, I think here, if you try it, nothing happens. So that's roughly how it works. And then the watch function, it just listens to changes to the blockchain. And there's a really cool filter mechanism. So you can only listen to certain things. In this case, I just want to make sure that I'm listening to that particular key that represents my balance in the contract, right, from the key value pair. So I listen for altered, something's changed, right? Something's been altered. At is going to be, so this is a little bit complicated. So what we're doing here is we're taking our secret key, f.key, and we secret to address means that give me your secret key and I'm returning your address. So it's to prove you are who you say you are, because you're the only person who can produce that secret key. And the client is aware of your secret key. So that's going to basically return my address, my account address, for a specific contract. So it's going to look into the storage of this particular contract address, which is hard-coded here. That's my contract address. And it's looking for the particular key, and it's going to return its value. And it's going to check if it's changed, right? And that's pretty much how it works. Because remember, in the Python code, I was using my account key as the key in the storage, right? And if it's changed, then display it. So we need to convert it to decimal, which is important. That's the first thing. And this bit here, same thing. I'm getting my public account address, and I'm checking the state at, which is, give me the value of what's in the contract. So I'm listening if it's changed. If it's changed, I want its value, and I push it as part of the inner text for this particular HTML field, which is just a strong tag with an ID of balance. I could have called it whatever I want, of course. That's roughly how it always works.
Mm-hmm. If we wanted to watch like more than one contract storage space, would we have to keep separate watches for all of them? Question,
What's the question? Would you set a different watch per KPI you want to listen to on the blockchain?
I think so. Actually, I think there is some option to just watch for everything. But there's some option to wait. There's some option to wait to watch just for a particular contract.
So if you type POC6 API on Google for Ethereum, you get the full list of what you can do with it. So you can see there's some properties in there. F.Coinbase listening mining. It's just telling you if your client is listening, is mining, could be useful to build some type of dashboard or something. Number of peers, your key, like we've used in the thing, gas price, which is hard-coded just for the testnet. Is that going to go in the mainnet? We're not going to have this
it's not going to be. We were just talking this about Gab yesterday. We might end up with some design where every miner would try to estimate their own electricity cost and base it on that.
Cool. Then you have synchronous getters. We also have asynchronous versions if you prefix it with something called get. So you can get your balance in Ether.
If they do, then they're not. Then when transactions get sent, those transactions are going to end up having a gas price that's less than the miners are willing to accept. And so
they won't get anything on the group.
Pretty much.
Oh, now I'm in the development tutorial, so I went to the wrong page. See that?
The more serious question is actually what stops miners from pushing prices too low. And the answer is that we have a gas limit cap that's floating based on exponential moving averages.
Jeff Garswick is listening to this. Hi, Jeff. Yeah, a bunch of utility functions where you can actually do SHA-3 and that kind of stuff. And yeah, the different filters you can use for the watches, they're listed here. So there's the stuff you would expect. So almost like querying a database, really. And that's roughly how it works. Oh yeah, the one thing we didn't mention is if you don't send enough gas to the contract, then let me get this correct. So if I don't send enough gas to a contract, it interrupts and it rolls back, and you don't get your gas back. So that's it, money gone. If you send too much, you're reimbursed. So that's why you, well, by definition, if you're sending gas to a contract, you trust that contract. So if the contract is evil and still owes all your gas because it's doing something dodgy, then that's your fault for trusting that contract. Which is why there's a very useful site called Mintshark. Not sure if you guys are familiar with that one.
How does it work when a contract can send to another contract a message?
A contract can send another contract, yeah.
So
can send to
how can
another
you roll
contract.
back that?
So that you don't. So only the
everything
last.
gets rolled. Yeah.
Yeah, only the last one.
No, everything gets rolled back. So there's sort of two levels of execution, right? There's the level of message execution, and messages can trigger other message, and then that whole tree of messages sending other messages, sending other messages is itself one round of transaction execution. And when a transaction runs out of gas, then all of that gets reverted. And the way that gets reverted is basically you just reset the tree root. You just reset the state.
The whole thing gets reverted?
Yeah, the entire transaction execution.
Including if a contract goes another contract goes another contract goes another contract?
Yes, contracts have the responsibility to set gas limits themselves.
Oh, is that new?
That's been around since forever.
Yeah, Jeff said that only the last one was getting, and you could end up with inconsistent transaction.
No.
No? Well, there you go.
It's probably would make that easier to do in SERP and specify how much gas you're willing to pay, or even like do it as like gas over 2.
So it's the contract that decides the gas cost for the exec? No.
No. The gas cost is set by the transaction.
Right.
The gas limit is set by the contract, by the transaction and the contract and the contract.
Right. So if I say, for example, my first call to the first contract, which calls 3 subsequent contracts, if I say the gas price is 10 Sasbo, that's going to be 10 Sasbo for all contracts. Right. Okay. And if I run out of gas,
then they all get back.
Then all get rolled back. Oh, that's really cool. Okay, I thought that wasn't the case, so that's really cool.
Unless one thing you could do is if you're afraid that you don't trust one of the addresses, then what you do is the contract, it's the top level contract sets gas limits on the subcalls, and then if one subcall runs out, then it gets reverted independently.
Right. So how do you know if you can trust the contract?
Well, the answer is you don't. You just set a gas limit that you're willing to pay.
Right, exactly. And there's this site, Mintshark.
There's an LMSR implemented on Mintshark already? So go back one?
It's pretty neat. And there's actually this contract side in Serpent as well, which is really nice. So it gives you a nice little base of contracts plus the link that I posted on Skype earlier with Vitalik's example. But there's quite a bunch in there. And the idea is they can have you can find contract based on their bytecode. You could call it a binary signature if you wanted to. So you could take like all those opcodes, paste it in there, and it'll return the right contract for that particular source. So the idea is, obviously, it's very hard to read opcodes, but it's really easy to read Serpent. So for auditing purposes, you could imagine that people would be paid to review contracts to make sure that they do what they said they would, and then that would be displayed on the
Ethereum DApp browser on Mist as yeah, this has been validated by 20 entities, or this one on the other hand has never been reviewed, so you're taking your chances when you invoke this contract, right? So that's a pretty cool site actually. It has I think it has a debugger, and it also has you can estimate how much gas things are gonna cost, which is neat.
Can you also use like MD5 hash of the contract itself? Can you use MD5 of the contract in Serpent or?
Well, if you want to use MD5, then you would have to actually create your own function for calling MD5.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
doable. Yeah, but we still use MD5. That makes it deserves to die. You want to last 20 bytes of SHA-3.
There you go.
Now I can use SHA-3.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess you will.
Validate the post mapping, so like this contract.
Yep.
Hash.
Yeah, you can. Yep.
Just thinking, is there anything worth mentioning about Serpent or contracts in Spectre context? But
Serpent doesn't support decimals.
Oh yeah, what about that? Yeah, what about?
That's hard because the thing is that you have to make the whole the problem is with Serpent is that you know first of all it's untyped and there's no way to and the whole thing itself runs on integers. So theoretically, the way that you would turn it into a decimal language is that you would just treat the values as let's say treat the bottom 32 bits or 64 bits as being a decimal component, and then instead of a times b, it would actually be a times b divided by 2 to the 64. And the problem is that you can't have that and then simultaneously have integers. Unless you make the whole language typed, you can't really try that. You can't really put multiple types in very conveniently.
I'm just wondering if somebody removed the ABI 7 page from the wiki, because it's no longer there.
Yes.
Yes, it's been removed?
Maybe no. I think it could be in CVP Ethereum.
Oh yeah, it could be actually. Yeah.
Clearly, the ABI is a CVP thing.
Good point.
All right, let's see. Where are we? Num outcomes.
Oh, it's been changed. Yeah. That's interesting. So I'll post that as well, because in terms of what's coming next, that might be Ethereum v2 though, right? Yeah, probably is. Yeah.
So when will this new language be? When can you start getting contracts?
It's unknown, I suppose you could say, but it's starting to get fleshed out a little consistently more every day, I feel. Has some interesting features, like you can do formal documentation as part of those funky 3/4/ comments. And so what will happen is if a bit of a granular permission system, so to speak, where if you were to execute this, the Mist could say, in this case, do you want to send, this value of GAV coins from the account of, say, yours to an account accessible only by address XYZ. Now, obviously, people could still cheat, though, right? Because they could just write whatever they want in the comments. So that's why you still need this auditability of contracts. But it's still, I think it's kind of a step up from what we have now. There's nothing. I'm trying to remember the address of that cool Ava. I'll ask him. See, my computer crashed, you see, so I lost all my bookmarks. Really not cool.
I put the link in the comments for anyone looking for that link.
Okay.
Memory error.
What else? Questions, I guess? Be good.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Questions, anyone? Questions?
The watchers, can they watch the Bitcoin blockchain or other things, or is it just Ethereum that they're supposed to watch?
No, it's the Ethereum chain.
Just Ethereum. Okay.
Is there a way of watching outside chains?
Outside chains? You mean like
Yeah, like Bitcoin. Is there a way?
No, there's who did this? Joyce Bonte did, but it's centralized. Yeah, like you can. It basically it's a Python daemon that listens to other chains and then push that data into a contract, and then you can read from that. You can watch that contract. But it relies you to trust into the centralized authority of Joyce's code that may or may not be telling the truth. So an alternative to that is SchellingCoins. Maybe you can explain that better than I can. SchellingCoins, like listening to price of, I don't know, the value of.
So SchellingCoin is basically decentralized Oracle for anything. So the idea is that if you want to specify something that you wanted a value for, anyone can go into the SchellingCoin, anyone can provide what they think is the value of that. And then, so the way it works is, first of all, everyone provides the hash, then everyone who provided the hash has the ability to provide the value. And then once everyone provides the value, then so the answer that you get is just the median of everyone who contributed weighted by, some measurement of stake. And everyone who contributed a value close to the median gets rewarded. So the idea is that if you assume everyone also report the truth, then your incentive is to report the truth, so it sort of reinforces itself. That's
So you could use that in combination with a basket of data feeds as well, just to be sure, right?
Pretty much. Yeah, you could use SchellingCoin as one data feed among many.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
So is that like, if you think that everybody's going to start trying to pump the price, then you have to pump the price with them. Otherwise, you won't be part of the median.
Yeah, well, the idea is that it's sort of hard to coordinate anything. So
that makes sense.
Yeah. I think what you're going to do is go on Bitcoin Talk and say, I'm going to start relying on SchellingCoin starting this date. Well, I suppose you want to go on forum.ethereum.org, but even still, most people don't browse forums.
But it's the best forum, though.
You said this value is provided by different actors would be weighted by some kind of stake. What would be stake in this? Like, would be a good example of stake in this case?
Well, in this case, I suppose it would just be a matter of supplying a large deposit, and then you get Ether, and then you'd be guaranteed to get your deposit back. I mean, I suppose you could have SchellingCoin coin, but that might be interesting too. But I mean, that would also kind of make the system more insure to some degree, maybe.
Oh yeah, the other thing I didn't mention was native contract extensions. Which is, and I hope I get this right, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the idea is you have some data structures or some processing mechanism that's very expensive to do with say in Serpent, like EC recover is what, 350k gas? That's pretty violent. So if you wanted to build, like, say, for example, a data structure that's quite expensive, say a heap, you could have that modeled in something that could be compiled down to more bare metal stuff, like, say, in C. And then all the miners will be running it, and it could be invoked for a flat fee of, say, 1,000 gas, right? Are we going to do that for V1 and Cs?
Yeah, I think we are.
How do we prevent the fact that it could be abused?
Well, miners have to vote on the native contracts.
Right.
So if 50% of the network doesn't accept something, then it's screwed.
There you go.
An example
Could you
of the native
submit
contract? Would that be like an Oracle?
Yeah, I got it to work.
A native contract would an example be like an Oracle?
No, it's something that's like hard to compute, like hash functions, like custom hash functions, custom roots, custom data structures.
How would you see oracles get into an Ethereum contract?
Well, I mean, oracles aren't really hard. They're just like databases that are controlled by a particular entity. So that's not hard to make. You can like make a contract that says, if your address is if MSG.sender is this particular address, then it sends the state to whatever it wants.
I have a question about Swarm. I was discussing this earlier. Do you think could there be a mechanism with regard to like a distributed Dropbox or Swarm to
centralized storage?
No. I'm more concerned with the broader public and getting wider adoption of people. not wanting certain content to be stored on your computer.
So if you don't want certain content stored on your computer, then you'll probably have the ability to filter it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do we do that though? Because you could embed whatever you want in the blockchain, right?
Well, this isn't in the blockchain, right? The blockchain is not going to be able to store whatever you want.
But I could, I mean, like in the case of Ethereum, if I'm a full node, I'll be forced to have all the blocks, right? And some of them could contain contracts that may contain stuff I don't want to have. And I could, you see in Bitcoin, there's links to all sorts of funny stuff.
Well,
I think it's one thing to have the link to or the address of that content on the blockchain stored on your computer, but if you're also participating, you're sharing part of your hard drive to participate in Swarm.
Oh,
and
right.
You don't want a bit of a file that is
dodgy.
Is there if there was a mechanism to to tag or to
I mean, it could be. I don't know if
it
could be encrypted. I mean.
Yeah. You can, right.
But you wouldn't know what it is.
Encrypt, so you would send an encrypted file in first, and then. Yeah, but like the point is that the blockchain, like the only thing that's really permanent is the blockchain, and the blockchain is like it's too expensive to store most interesting things. So if you're doing eventually, ultimately the actual file is going to be off chain, and then for the file to be accessible, someone has to store it.
Right. So it's like BitTorrent. But it is BitTorrent.
Yeah. Although if you do that erasure coding ramp scheme thing I talked about once or twice, I think once in the New York presentation, things get a bit more fun. The idea basically there is that you would do erasure coding, but you can set up erasure codes such that you're basically creating an erasure code mostly out of components that already exist. So you're basically sort of coercing other people's files to become part of your file, and then it's like impossible to separate which chunk belongs to which file particularly.
I don't think he's very happy now because he's forced to store.
Well, that's not really. But it's all theoretical.
But there's more of a philosophical argument about censorship and stuff. But when I tried to explain Ethereum to my wife, that that was one of the concerns. So when you look at wider adoptions, people, if it's like asking people to participate in like Tor, where you don't really know what's on your computer, that might be a hindrance to wider adoption.
But the same is true for Bitcoin.
I'm not talking so much about the blockchain. Sure, certain content could be stored on that. But like Vitalik saying, it's going to be too expensive to store some child porn on the Ethereum blockchain.
Yeah, it's not so.
It's more if you're. I'm more talking about Swarm, and if you're participating in this collective, distributed storage, you don't know
what files are on your computer.
You don't know what's stored on your computer.
There's already a link to child porn in the box on the Bitcoin.
Right, I think there is.
Is anybody running a full node here? The police is outside. They'll be waiting for you. If you just walk with your hands like this, it'll be fine. Just don't run.
It would be an argument.
Be sure to put up your private key.
Yeah, before you go.
Yeah.
I think what you need to do is give them a use case of like you can download an app and start earning the money by renting space and you can use it online or an application from something from a more mainstream business or a startup that grows quickly. But give people a reason to use it. It's just to get around censorship, be anonymous, all that's not mainstream.
No, right, but to participate in the other advantages, you also have to take on board, somebody might be storing content, illicit content on your computer, and I think that's going to be a philosophical hurdle or that's going to be an issue for people.
That may hit the media, but if
that's going to be an argument that decentralized organizations use, maybe to say, don't participate.
Let's say a distributed marketplace really takes off, kind of like OpenBazaar does. I'm sure there's a lot of people going to set jobs on that. But if you want to buy something from a company and they say go to this site on OpenBazaar, then you're not really going to look into it, notice, or care necessarily, but you probably won't even notice what the technology underneath it is. We all use the internet. There's plenty of child porn on the internet. We don't complain about that.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's not domiciled
on your machine or that, but
this decentralized nature.
We all understand that, but if we could talk to my cousin or some random.
But as soon as you tell somebody, there's a good chance
that someone's able to get your machine and take something off your machine. That would be.
In that case, the encryption's first.
Yeah. So
Actually, that's an interesting one because you could store it unencrypted in HTTP. No, but there's plenty of open questions, but I think the main thing that will make it go mainstream is you need a use case where people won't even think about that. Most people won't understand the technology anyway.
No, but you're just talking about
people will
positive
eventually
reasons
understand
of DAPPS. There's also a fear of like getting a virus, a fear of something.
Oh yeah.
Right, and so you've got to address that. And that's what you're talking about is a fear. Something dodgy is going to be stored on my computer.
Well, there's if say 10% of all the files on Swarm are illicit, then there's a 10, and you're participating in the Swarm. You don't know what files are stored on your computer, but there's a 10% chance,
And some of them may not be
or 10% of the content on your computer, is a bit of illicit content. So you have to accept that is that's worthwhile. In order to get the greater advantages of decentralized, the decentralized web, and that might be a problem for people. Where
I think
it's
that's a problem for a certain number of people.
I think that's going to be a problem for a lot of people. As soon as you tell them there's a little bit of,
you don't have to run a full node. They don't have to.
I'm just saying. I guess my question is:
but there's that option.
Is there a way for maybe you could store something in a Swarm that's encrypted, and it's private. It's just the file that I've asked another computer to store. That's one thing. Nobody else knows what that file is. So it almost doesn't matter. But if it's public, maybe if it's a file that people are sharing on a website, or some illicit app, then if there's a mechanism for tagging that or filtering that, and then allowing nodes on Swarm to say no, I don't want that kind of content. And then there's a community based or some way to kind of.
There's a police.
Well, to say, and then maybe there's a little bit more trust to participate.
I think the way it's being built, it will be impossible to implement that. But I genuinely don't think that many people will get it at all. They won't even realise they're running.
I agree. At the moment, when we explain it to people, yes, it's very confusing. But as people, it starts to click how it's all working.
So I'll rephrase that. By the time they understand it, I think they'll be using their favourite Facebook app or whatever. They'll be using their favourite killer app that they use all the time. There's no way we're going to get up on it.
I don't know. I disagree. I think it could be a deal breaker for a lot of people.
And there won't be a full node. If it's a deal breaker, there's no necessity for them to be a full node.
Yeah, I know.
It isn't.
You're making
changed a lot since last time.
Swarm is a part of how the DApps are distributed is Swarm, right? These are stored. It's not on DApp is not stored on the blockchain. It's stored as a part of Swarm, right? So in order to participate in Ethereum, you have to, in a way. If the Swarm is a core part of this technology.
But you don't have to be a node. There's no compulsion in being a full node. You can still access
in order to
these
be a
apps
node,
without.
you have to accept.
If you want to run a full node and earn money,
yeah, but if you just wanted that, you don't have to be a full node. So you can see a scenario where millions upon millions of people are accessing that, but not acting on nodes. That's absolutely fine. How the system is designed. Where's the choke point?
Like I want to branch like B, boom, I've got like switch from master to I have got to go.
The users will run a light node.
You mix all the way.
They may have an incentive to run a full node and with a payout by PayPal button or something, but they don't. They won't all do it. I sort of see it as something similar to, we all knew years ago that Google was collecting our data and way too much of it, Facebook was collecting way too much data. Nobody gave a shit, nobody knew. Now everybody uses them. And hey, I've known from the start how much they collect and which I think is disgusting, but I still use it. I need to.
I'll just say, well, it was fake.
Most people who, and some people care a lot more than me, and in this sort of community, I'd probably hazard a guess there's a couple of people here who've sort of gone dark from Facebook and they quit all that. But most people don't care because they want Facebook. If it was a petty crime to go on Facebook, nobody would care either.
Question.
Yes, sir. I'm glad you
How
asked.
does it change? It must be dynamically, right? Because the contract.
No, the gas cost is in like how much gas an operation represents. That's fixed by the specs of the protocol. That's in the. I'll put it on screen.
Is there any
Yeah,
paper on
but
how
I
the
think
gas
if you're
prices
starting private data, there's no links to it anywhere. It almost doesn't matter what it is. There's different than maybe storing something.
I know, like for example, if you search for string 200,
then if it's public,
that's
then
too many.
and there's hash address or whatever, then maybe there is a way to sort of say, look, this content is, and then that's. You don't have
I don't know.
Sorry?
You don't have to encrypt files with it.
Right.
You can either
There you go.
publicly listed.
So that's the cost of.
Right, so then maybe it's not.
That's a gas
too much of a leap of
cost,
imagination.
right? Of each operation. So every transaction has a base gas cost of 500. Which is I have a question for you, V, actually. When it says that a page for every transaction is 500, does that include contract creation?
I wouldn't
Yes. That's fine.
Right.
Would it, but then somebody who.
People wouldn't
And so they define that, but then the price of gas itself, that's you decide, right? So I'd say one way, one gas, for example. Yeah, you decide. You're the sender, the caller.
For an aftermarket gas.
No, I don't think so.
No, gas is not tradable. It's not a currency. It's only a concept that exists within the concept of within the context of transaction
Units,
execution.
kind of units,
basically.
Right? Okay, how you divide it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And on
But
the other side,
I was thinking that it must somehow change that the price so that at a certain point gas one gas is 100 ether and then it's 50 ether, so something like that. That's not the case. So if the price of ether heavily fluctuates, then also the cost of executing a contract.
So like, say this is the Jeff Garsvik Twitter storm that he's using right now. So I'll show you how that works. So basically here, I say I want to send 10,000 gas, but I'm willing to pay like say 10 ways per gas. I'm forcing the example because way is the smallest possible denomination, right? And then the cost of ether has now doubled, right? Well, now I can do that.
Okay.
So it's the same thing, right?
This is when I create the contract, right?
Oh no, this is when you create, and this is also when you invoke. You can invoke the contract. Now you can do it through this this console if you wanted to, and you can also do it through the DAPPS, like in Mist or in there when you browse it here, like when I click the buttons. And I think also it's possible. Correct me if I'm wrong, Vitalik, but can you send data to a contract from this interface without using the JavaScript console or the DApp? Like, is there a way to do it just manually through, like, say this? Oh, well, I could call it. I could call the contract.
Send the data. You could just paste text in there.
Alright, there you go. So you could do that too.
Have I understood you correctly that I can, when I create the contract, I determine how many gas, how it is translated to ether. And you're saying also when I'm executing the contract, I could do the same.
Yeah.
So I, as a user of the contract,
yes,
can determine how much ether I will pay
for its execution. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And the miners decide if they allow me to do it.
The miners decide in which order they'll process the transactions, and it's likely they'll go for the ones that pay a lot.
It's the same.
Yeah, I suppose that you can draw a parallel there, absolutely. So that if I don't pay for, would it be possible that I pay 0 way for gas, for example? Like I don't want to pay anything.
Yes, you can.
But what happens if, like, we've reached gas limit per block? Then I might never be processed.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So this is the way you are hindering from, I don't know, from inflation or deflation taking over, making it impossible that the contracts get used.
Well, Yeah, and the fee that the gas fee that the market sets is going to end up adjusting.
Yeah.
So inflation or deflation is not really going to hurt it.
Okay. In terms of how it's determined, so it's determined by the user. So like for example, day one Genesis is a really cool contract that I want to use, like a gambling app. I like gambling.
Yeah.
Do you think? Oh, the DApp itself would decide the price because it'll be embedded in the DApp, right?
Yeah.
As a DApp creator, how do I set this on day one? Like, do I have a rough idea of what's acceptable, or is this going to be a bit
Wait,
of a
so
mess
if
for
you
a
as
few
a
days?
if you as a DApp creator want to set a fee on your DApp, you would set it. If you want, you could actually make the fee dynamic. You could like make the fee check or call some other contract so that's like a data fee. Then you can set your fee in US dollars if you want.
Right. But there's no way for me to be like, for example, Ethereum's not going to turn around and say we advise to use X as the price of gas, right? We won't say anything, and then people will just the market will determine. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Can miners choose which contracts to mine?
Yes.
So you can choose to mine.
You mean you're not forced to mine everything?
No, you're not forced to. Well, you're not forced to mine everything when you're creating a block. Verifying a block involves mining everything.
Right.
So you can pick these low gas. No, create a DAPPS that doesn't take much gas. And you can choose to mine it as well.
Yeah, but remember, you need to be the lucky block miner. You know what I mean? So it's not guaranteed that you will mine the block, because that's the whole point of making it difficult to mine the blocks through some type of consensus algorithm.
If you're not time sensitive, then you can possibly get away with a low gas.
Absolutely, yeah. Or zero.
Just like Bitcoin, then you put a really low.
Yeah. What my understanding is what you can't do or shouldn't do is try to rely in your DApp on the order of transactions, because there's no way to guarantee that since the miners decide. So you can't do a game that's like the first one to transact to this contract wins the game, right? Because then the miner could participate in the game, and although it's not guaranteed to always work, if they were to be the lucky lottery winner, so to speak, they can then reorder the transactions in the block to make themselves the winner. Right.
How do you prevent that?
You basically don't do that. Well, yeah, I mean, there's various ways. Like, you could wait if you were to do a random number generation, for example, which you can't because the contracts are deterministic. Yeah. You could say, I'll take the hash of the previous block, but you'll wait a few blocks before you even do that. That kind of stuff.
So you can access the blocking for blocks in the future. In the future,
yeah, even better. You get people to commit the money in advance in your lottery.
Yeah.
Then you wait a few blocks. Then you get the previous hash, so that way they can't exit the contract that they've entered in terms of I want to participate in said lottery.
So
and then we know that it's fair.
you've entered into a contract into that contract.
That's right. That's
so
right.
Your original contract is almost like an offer, and by participation is an exception.
Yeah, exactly.
So in tradition, if you wanted.
If you wanted to use that terminology.
Which is what lawyers are gonna.
Which they will, yes, I'm sure.
Yeah.
How would you create a currency to create a contract to create a currency that was, let's say, hard backed one-on-one with the dollar?
So I think you'd use a SchellingCoin, and that represents the dollar value, and that's how you would do it. Yeah.
Is this the SchellingCoin concept has this ever been proven live in the real world? Or?
In this exact form, no. Arguably, Bitcoin mining is a kind of SchellingCoin, but not quite. Actually, I suppose we could run an experiment. Everyone right now put down what you think the current temperature is on a piece of paper under your laptop, and then we're all going to take it out and we'll give one way to everyone group.
So I don't show. I can't show it, right? I write it down, but I don't show it to anyone.
Yeah.
Okay. And then at time T we go like, ta-da.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm doing that. There you go.
Vitalik, how does it work then? Is it the people that are closest together in what they say, like rewarded in some way?
Yes, so exactly. People that are closest to the media.
Well, the current temperature in Celsius, yeah?
Yes.
Not Fahrenheit.
Yes.
Alright.
Okay.
I don't want him to see because he could cheat. And we could wait. Do we win something?
Wait. What you do is you predict what you think other people will put, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Can we not do this on?
So 25 degrees, surely.
Should we build one in Ethereum? Should we build a separate chain contract?
I think I already did.
You already did?
It's somewhere in, there's something called, there's SchellingCoin.sc in Serpent repo.
Value with it?
Whoops.
This is very manual.
Yeah, but manual is good.
Yeah.
Manual. I think it works. I think it's 16. So you could you could announce. You could announce, and if I really wanted to win, I could
temperature here or outside.
Not temperature here.
Yeah.
So then I could cheat, couldn't I? Because I could say, hey Chris, you and I we have 2 votes,
So,
but if we get Constantine and half of the table to say the same number, it's unlikely these guys would collude, right?
Yeah, like the level
First thing you do, cheat.
The level 2 SchellingCoin that's harder to cheat is one where the whole thing is done in a secret sharing DAO instead of on a blockchain, and if you do that, then you can't provably cheat.
Right. How do you announce it? Like you go you have to all show at the same time, right?
Well, you have to show roughly.
You could do a cryptographic commitment.
Yeah, exactly. That's how the actual
Why don't we do a
SchellingCoin.
cryptographic commitment? You put your answer in, you submit your hash to the blockchain, and then we'll check the answer.
Right, because then I can't pretend that I've
I can put it in the blockchain right now.
Ah.
Right, do people who are close to the median get rewarded?
Well, yeah, no, that's how it works, no?
True. Rewarded with what, though? Test way?
This way.
Okay. That's what it is. Okay,
Okay.
Four people closest to the median gets their test way.
Okay.
Under your laptop first.
Oh, under your laptop first, okay. Because that's secure. Secure storage.
Yes. Everyone done?
Alright. I think they're colluding over there.
So are we doing in Fahrenheit or
Celsius.
You know, the real scale. Oh, sorry, that's Kelvin.
There's a lot more.
There's also something called Rankine, where the absolute 0 is also 0, but the degrees are in Fahrenheit units.
Never heard of that. And then, has everybody voted?
No, I need to put it in the blockchain.
He's gonna put it in the blockchain. He's the only one who's not gonna cheat. Huh?
Where do we put the blockchain?
Under your laptop.
Okay, everyone. Is everyone done?
Yes.
Okay, if everyone's done, put them face up.
Okay. Oh my God, that's like so low.
19.
Hey, that's 9.5 Celsius. 15. 15.
19.
So am I the highest?
Oh, boo! 19. Boo! Not 9.
Okay. Anyway, let me write these guys down.
Oh man, that's it. It's getting into code.
Hold on.
15? What about 15?
15.25. 19.5.
Mm-hmm. Although he cheated, but we'll let him in.
16.01.
Oh, there's another pile here.
But
24.
Which country are you people from? 16. It'd be freezing.
26, 26, 25. Okay.
Oh, cheater! He's got something on his phone.
22, 24.5.
No, that's accurate. We're all predicting.
Actually, that's what you're supposed to do.
All right.
23.
I'm like way too high. 26.
22.
Oh wow. I think we're just gonna prove that SchellingCoins don't work.
We'd all be putting money in on these.
And the median is 22.5.
Ooh.
Close.
So.
Ooh. Some people really force hot
Got it. Fahrenheit, guys.
So the people who win are, if you said 22 or 23, then you win some test way.
Does anyone have a thermometer to see what?
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah.
Phone. There we go.
Yeah, but that's outside.
Yeah,
in here.
Some people have misunderstood it.
I
Because
thought
the
it was
temperature
the
outside.
temperature of the room.
Oh,
You have
well.
to take that into account.
So
you need
that's
complete programming.
well, that's all part of the demonstration, which is that in order for SchellingCoin to work, people have to have a very precise idea of what the measurement is.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you try and put both Brueggemann and shadowstats.com and ask both of them what the inflation rate is, you're not going to get a very good answer.
Has there been what's the largest real life example of SchellingCoins that's happened? Has it worked? Parliament. So Parliament.
Well, arguably any kind of social consensus in general is an informal SchellingCoin because everyone wants to go along with the majority.
Have you heard about the jelly beans in the jar?
Yeah.
A BBC program, big jar full of jelly beans. They went to a company, they got I think 999 people to guess how many jelly beans were in the jar. And people were coming up with, some people were saying 1 million, some people were saying 10. It was a big jelly bean full of this.
Yeah, and some people
And
were
then they
trying
took,
to
and they
actually
took,
estimate it.
they took all the numbers, put them together, and then they put them out, counted them, and they were within one.
Wow. There you go. It's unbelievable. Fair enough.
How many people had access to the feed on how many are actually in the
I
tin?
don't think you knew. I don't think you knew until afterwards.
That's very good.
That's linked to winner's curse in economics. It's a similar thing.
Which one?
In winner's curse, where everyone bids on a particular thing, and then even though they win, they kind of lose because there's not as much in the jar as they anticipated.
If everyone's winning the jackpot.
Yeah, because you're too busy competing to win instead of thinking
right.
rationally about what's in the jar.
Yeah. That's kind of different, I suppose.
All of us together. Well, they can examine it as closely as they want, but they can't take the light off.
Yeah, no, my point is people pay attention, properly try.
I think the people who said 15 were thinking the temperature outside.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's 15 outside. Some clever people with iPhone apps.
You didn't listen to what the actual retrospective said.
Yeah, but because they were too busy competing. See? All that greed leads nowhere.
Except in this case, they were just greedy for glory because no one was actually winning it.
I know, right? I can't get the local temperature here. Anybody get a phone that works?
You can see how her
So 26 was alright.
26 was right.
Yes.
Wait,
No, I just made that up.
What temperature is it in here?
I don't know. It doesn't say.
Well, Schelling says 22.5, so.
So it must be true.
It's over 22. Yeah.
This is only it's only the average of us.
The median.
Okay. Okay, this is already SchellingCoin because
the SchellingCoin is the truth.
Stephan, are you familiar? Somebody's just posted on the Reddit about something called EtherCoin.
Yeah.
Which is a coin that they've announced that will be swappable with Ether.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with us.
Goes live 1-to-1. And it's actually now trading on one of the exchanges.
I saw it on CoinMarket.
Yeah, no, they posted on the Reddit like yesterday or something like that. Twitter. We do, but that's something that's any problem. It's futures market, isn't it? I think the thing is, if it's a futures market, they need to show proof of reserve for people to actually be able to. In which case, if they're trusted actors, then people take their chances when they go and buy that stuff, right?
Yeah, so they have proof of reserve, but they seem to not be showing their identities, which kind of.
Yeah, so the anonymous people are asking you to send money.
They have a fancy
I'm sure it's fine.
Fancy website. I think they used Bootstrap.
Oh, and they have a fancy website. Oh, well, that must be good then. Because everybody knows a beautiful website is basically synonym of quality, right?
No, wearing a suit means that you have quality.
That's right. Wearing a suit. I mean, if they were not anonymous and were wearing suits, then it's even better.
The problem goes back to trust.
Yeah, it goes back to
And
trust.
exposure.
Yeah.
We trade Ether on console wallet.
But it's also I think it's also a false measurement because the quantity they hold is necessarily small, so therefore it's not a very good measure of the true value at launch, defined by the market when it goes to Genesis if it was to be listed on Cryptsy or whatever. So I imagine it's not a very good indicator. I don't really know what that means for the people who get involved in that. It just seems to be a bit irresponsible.
Essentially, when you pass a contract, you're promising to pay for 1 XP.
What is that looks like?
Trillion Ether.
Trillion Ether?
Well, yeah,
somebody's selling a trillion Ether.
1 XP.
It's cool because there isn't for 1 XCP. Yeah, so it's obviously very accurate.
Is that like testnet Ether?
Yeah, because there isn't a trillion Ether. They didn't think this through very well, did they?
Complete? Oh shit, it's complete. Somebody's done the trade actually.
Somebody sold a trillion Ether?
Yeah.
This is EtherCoin.
Yeah,
which has nothing to do with you.
No, because ironically there isn't a trillion Ether.
No.
There's 60 million
where's
Ether.
the trillion Ether?
Somebody sold a trillion Ether for 1 counterparty coin. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
XCP.
quality. XCP.
Oh.
That's quality.
I think that somebody created a coin called.
What could possibly go wrong? It doesn't exist.
But dude, it's Ether.
I have a question about something more practical.
Yes.
I was playing with crowdfunding example that you showed earlier with that. And, I got it from the GitHub repository, the DAPPS.
Oh, the DAP bin,
yeah. But it refers to a file common.js, which is not present.
To what? What's it called?
Common.js.
Common.js
It's not in there? Hold on.
No, it's not. And I was wondering to what extent it makes use of the DNS registration because it uses this address .ath. So I don't know if that's just.
Oh, that's just a placeholder. That's a placeholder. It's not a DNS registration yet.
Common.js seems quite critical to this.
Okay, let's see. Markets. Where is this Ether thing?
No, I think I'm not.
Oh, there we go. Ether.
Isn't Common.js like a standard library from some other project?
Yes.
Yeah.
Name collision. Sorry.
No, sure. Work with someone. Thing is, I'm just like, there's a problem all the time to basically you want to
Actually, EtherCoin is on Reddit and sending me text saying, just wanted to let you know we think EtherCoin will be very beneficial for the Ethereum project.
Everybody on Ethereum.
He's on the Reddit.
What's the name of it?
EtherCoin_cc. Hello. Yeah, but _cc as their Reddit name. Yeah, whatever.
Scammy.
Like, I don't even know. I'm gonna block for pretend like
Which one? This one?
Oh, it's a private message. Yeah, yeah, it's this guy. Mysterious shadowy person.
Look, at least people are using proof of reserve. Like that's.
At least, yeah. At least they made that effort.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one that didn't even do that. That was quality. That was just still quality.
But actually, one of the best ways to commit fraud is not lie. One of the most effective ways of committing fraud.
Well, because you come across as being very
selective with the truth is the best way to do it.
You've been thinking about this, haven't you?
I study fraud, man.
Oh, did you?
Expert in it, yeah.
Nice. What do you mean? But transaction itself is on the blockchain. It's yeah. So this thing is supposed to be making calls to that contract to get your account balance, but evidently it's not there. Or it's maybe there's more or something. Name reg works surprisingly well for me. Like I've created a account. Actually, yeah, renamed my account. So put out a transaction on the name reg. Just used my account name. Yeah.
So what's next?
Bob your uncle.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to that bin and clone it. That would have been fun.
I'll tend to think it has a bug in this.
I suppose we could do that Q&A. That would be useful.
Which Q&A? The one on the live stream or in general?
No, in general, like since we have Vitalik, you can ask questions.
Yeah.
Oh, we could do on the live stream actually.
Yeah.
How many people are watching?
18.
Well, that's quite a lot. Oh.
It's been going up and down. But
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
Do they have questions? Or can you ask them if they have questions?
No questions for Vitalik specifically, but they were like, you answered most of them as you were going along. Like, is gas the same as ether? And
Right.
I CC'd you on some of them.
Right.
But yeah, so if you're listening at home, you can send in a bottom left-hand corner of this video. There's a Q&A link, and then you can come into another page where you can see questions and answers. So you can do that.
Oh, sweet. I can see them too, can I?
Yes,
so
you
I
can.
go on the page and,
and then go Q&A on the left.
Oh, nice.
Just tweet out. We've got Q&A.
How do I add a question though?
Oh, you can't, which is annoying.
Right.
Because it would be really helpful if we could type.
Ask my own question.
Yeah. Well, it would be nice if sometimes we could, like, if we give a link, you can't copy paste the link of the video. Google are not thinking.
Have you got a link? Sorry, you were just talking about it. I missed that. Is there no way to post that URL somewhere so I can connect to it?
Yeah, you can. Well, how do you want to do it? Publicly or privately?
No, just privately. Just have it on my machine. Just want to see it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, bomb circles or something like that. Yeah, you could. If circles at -2%.
I'm posting it in the main one.
So let's see, what do we have in the general questions that hasn't been asked? It's probably for Vitalik, that one. How do you encrypt files on the blockchain? Like, could you do like selling web templates on the blockchain? You're leveraging Swarm, of course, for storing the files themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the way you probably would do that is you would encrypt the file. Well, actually, that might make it a bit easier, but if you want to sell your file, you'd probably want to like store the files yourself and then manage. Actually, I'm thinking there might be some kind of really clever idea where you would take your file and split it up among some group, and you would set up some kind of protocol where you would sort of where if someone pays for that particular file, then upon completion of that transaction, then that entire group would have the incentive to basically send the file over. But then then you could come up with a mechanism where you would sort of police the group, and you would make sure they don't give that participants in the system never like upload the same file to two different people. Right. So they only give the file to people who are authorized to download it. Basically, you're sort of faking obfuscation by secure multi-party computing it.
But would it become really decentralized? Because you still need to serve the file from somewhere.
Well, with the mechanism that I've just described there, the idea is that the file would be split up among a whole bunch of pieces.
Right.
And yeah.
Okay. Can you prove the correctness of contracts?
Can I prove?
Can people prove the correctness of contract? Can it be proven that the contract does what it says it does?
Well, one option is for the contract author to provide the high-level language code that it came from, and then people would compile it. They would prove, they would see the high-level code compiles to the bytecode, then they would see that the high-level code is decent.
Are we gonna make that part of the default browser?
I suppose we could, but like really the problem is that we need, so that's probably going to be part of the, if we're going to make some kind of like DApp store or a contract marketplace or whatever, then it would belong in there.
Okay.
James Levy might be interested in this. I was talking to him, and he may or may not be interested in helping out a bit there. We'll
That'd be
see.
cool, yeah.
Yeah.
You want to tweet out the link as well? Skype. The Q&A link.
Oh, sure, yeah. Okay, let me crank that up.
We have a question from Your Lies to Sphere, who says, does Ether have a hard cap? Why and what, or why not?
The supply grows by 15 million units a year, or at least it will, as long as we're in the we're in the relatively pure proof of work phase. As we move to hybrid proof of stake, it's going to decrease to some amount, and realistically it'll be some fixed quantity per year, pretty much going forever. The reason being that, first of all, I don't really think this model of having the whole thing sort of approach a cap over time really makes much sense. Like, the reason is that, first of all, if it makes, if you think that the whole system can survive on transaction fees alone, then why not just make transaction fees the only thing that's paying miners right to the start? And then but my hunch is that Bitcoin's proof of work currencies, transaction fees by themselves are not going to be enough to pay for security. In which case, it's quite possible that Bitcoin is going to start becoming very insecure starting around 2034 or so. Like, basically a lot of these things, I think, to some extent, might be a bit of a bait and switch sort of effect, and that they're sort of selling people on the effectiveness of the currencies now, whereas it's really, but then simultaneously they're selling them on their scarcity in terms of the future declining curve, when of course in reality the security is going to decrease. So
you want to start with scarcity and then add.
Well, I'm saying that I think it should be like a good pricing model should be consistent. Like, so we're doing some fixed number of units going up every year. The inflation rate still tends towards 0%, so that's a nice feature. But the point is that it's not the policy stays exactly the same. The policy doesn't change. It's like we're not. It's basically being pretty much as neutral as it can be. But in terms of what you set the slope to be, that's just purely a matter of what we think is enough for security. And as I was saying, if we move to proof of stake over time, then that amount is going to decrease. I think some amount of proof of work is going to be necessary just for ANT denial of service purposes. Like, even in a quote pure proof of stake currency, I think it makes sense to set a work factor on a bunch of things, just in case, and then reward people for doing that, just because that makes, if you don't do that, then it's going to be possible for people to come up with billions of blocks and overwhelm clients and so forth, even if they're billions of invalid blocks. And basically, the property that you want is that you want it to be more expensive for an attacker to produce an invalid data item than it is expensive for the entire network collectively to reject it.
Very cool. We have another question. In which ways can Ether interact with the Bitcoin blockchain? Since Ether is Turing complete, is there a need for Bitcoin?
So one thing that you can do is, so first of all, if you look at something, if you look at some of these crowdfunding things, like something that are based off of Bitcoin, like if you look at, say, the way Swarm did their crowdfund, the way they did it is they had an asset on top of a counterparty on top of Bitcoin, and the nice thing about a protocol on top of Bitcoin is that if you sent your Bitcoin to the wallet, to the address, then you could get your tokens automatically. So you can actually replicate that with Ethereum, and the way you do that is, first you would have an Ethereum contract. That Ethereum contract would be a light client for Bitcoin. So anyone can submit messages into that contract. Those messages can contain blocks, or they can contain transaction Merkle proofs. So the way that you would set the whole thing up is that, first of all, you as the recipient, you would have your Bitcoin address. So you'll put your Bitcoin address into the Ethereum contract. And then if someone sends a transaction to your Bitcoin contract, to your Bitcoin address, then they can take that transaction, and they can take that transaction, put that transaction into the Ethereum blockchain, and they can send it to this SPV contract, alongside a signature from the same private key, just to prove that it's their transaction. Then the contract would process it. It would wait for 6 confirmations, and once it gets 6 confirmations, then it would send you whatever number of Ether tokens along. So that's basically like a one-way decentralized exchange, and potentially it's a two-way decentralized exchange with a one-way order book, right? So theoretically, that could basically just exist on its own.
Very cool.
Yeah, I posted the correct address this time because I tweeted the wrong one.
Put it in Reddit as well if you want.
Ah, yeah, good idea actually.
I have a question.
Thanks from Reddit.
There is the possibility of a contract to get replicated, to copy itself, and to modify itself in some way.
Yes.
Right? Do you see this as a huge feature, as a huge potential, or is this has this real world applications for you?
Self-modifying code is something that's seems to be still in its infancy in the AI research field. Here, actually, I think it's not going to be quite self-modifying, but sort of they're collaboratively modifying might be something that's going to be used a lot. So you could have a contract that keeps some portions of its code in separate addresses, and it would have the ability to repoint those addresses, repoint the address in stores to some new code, and there would be some either democratic mechanism or one of these futarchy mechanisms or whatever, and so a contract would basically be able to sort of change its own protocol over time.
Thanks, because I'm going from a browser. I'm already connected.
When you've got a contract that can say create another contract, does that have to have does it need to have the code already inside itself in order to spawn a second contract? Or could you say pass it EVM code in the message data and say, here's some EVM code, create a contract?
Yeah, so the create opcode takes 3 parameters, I think. It takes the endowment, it takes memory start, and it takes memory end. So the idea is that you could construct whatever you want. You could construct code in memory, and then you would just provide the memory start and ends to the create opcode, and then create a contract with that code.
Is it creating a different URL for every video that you took throughout the day?
No, same one.
It's the same one?
It's like a 5-hour long.
Does it get saved on the internet?
Yes, YouTube saves it, but it has to process it after we finish.
Right.
Because they check for their copyright infringements and stuff.
Oh.
Yes. It's very effective. It will detect even a ringtone. If someone's ringtone is copyrighted, it will pick it up in the background. They take you into a safe harbor. Do you like that? Safe harbor.
That saves it all.
And then there's this ominous threat saying, this is your second warning. If you do any more, we will delete your account. No problem, I say, because we're all up on BitTorrent anyway. All our videos get downloaded and put up onto BitTorrent. Suckers.
What was a new question?
Yeah, new question. I love you guys.
Yay.
Thanks for answering. Lastly, is Ether a cryptocurrency or another category entirely? Besides network effects for Bitcoin, how can Ether enter without a push?
Ether is a cryptographic token the point of Ether, the purpose of Ether is to pay for contracts and transaction execution on the Ethereum network. So, I mean, that's basically the reason. That's basically the reason why someone would want Ether. I think would predict that the sort of transactional demand for Ether is going to be much higher than it is in something like Bitcoin, just because Bitcoin is just a currency, and you don't want to the transaction fees are relatively low, whereas here in Ethereum, people are going to be sending a whole bunch of messages. There's going to be a bunch of complex contracts. I mean, the transaction fees for some very complicated things might go up into the 25-cent range. So it's not really meant to compete with digital gold necessarily. It's meant to be this, thing that just exists as a liquidity medium.
I also have my own question as well. Do you think you guys have overpromised on some of these things, because you're claiming you can do a lot of things, right?
Right.
And some people have already started launching like Filecoin, which is just keeping it really simple and just trying to be one thing.
Well, we're also trying to be one thing. I mean, we're trying to be a generalized blockchain. All the things that we say that we can do is things that we say can be done, right? So there's a difference there. And it's not that we are trying to implement SchellingCoin and cross-chain derivatives and decentralized governance and all this stuff all at once. Yeah.
You're just providing the platform for people to be able to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
And I can answer that question, which is you can't actually trade Ether at the moment, so there's no notion of a swing or a downtrend or anything at the moment. You can't trade Ether.
No, you can't trade Ether, because if you were to trade the Ether based on the wallet you received or created when you were purchasing Ether during the Ether sale, the person who's buying it from you will probably want a copy of this, right? And then what you could do if you're evil is keep a copy of that wallet, and on the day of Genesis, boom, sweep all the Ether to a different account. So that requires trust, and obviously that's not a very good condition for an open market.
Is your screen back up?
Yeah.
Is there an estimated date for when maining will start?
When for the Genesis day?
Yeah.
For the launch, February, March.
So it's like Q1, Q2, but that just gives you a little.
I believe that's still winter.
Cover. Yes, still winter. But what if the
It'll still be cold?
What if I already start hearing the birds cheeping? Do I get to say that's?
Well, it's when the winter ends in Svalbard up in Norway.
Yeah, right.
Which could end up being 2018.
This is the northern hemisphere.
Yeah. If I see swallows, I'm giving you a call.
And how is the price of the fall in the price of Bitcoin affecting your plans?
We have less money.
It's true.
I mean, we'll have to. Yeah, we have less. We'll have less.
How much have you lost on the drop?
Hold on. Our current holdings are about 27,000. Something like 26,000 BTC. So 26,000 BTC times 300 gives us about $8 million. We got about 18 million.
And the value of Bitcoin is currently 306.
What is your burn rate currently? Because you burnt through 1.8 million before the.
Our burn rate's actually decreasing, or decreased since then. to a large extent, in part because there are a lot of people on the non-development side who aren't really needed at this point. The other thing, okay, so we've got our estimated this month's outlay, 146,330 US dollars. There we go. Yeah, I mean, we're realistically, I think we're probably going to expand to something like, in maybe 25 people, contractors included, and just stay there for.
How many have you got right now?
15 or so. Yeah.
You looking for JavaScript developers?
We might be actually.
There's lots of questions all of a sudden.
There is, yeah.
I want to ask that one.
Which,
Can I ask the
actually,
one?
the question about the swing, the gentleman was asking about the price of Bitcoin, not the price of Ether. So
yeah, the price of Bitcoin, I know. But
Oh,
the price
right.
of
Okay, okay, yeah.
the price of Ether. Well, with this Ethercoin.cc thing is
we can't
reporting
give
anything close to
investment
the
advice.
actual. Yeah. Oh.
What do you think about Doge Ethereum?
Yeah, together forever.
Together. I love the helmet. It's the way the Doge is safe.
The Shiba.
The Shiba, yeah. Wow. I love Doge stereo. Brilliant.
Together
Together.
Just look up the Reddit.
Yeah, it's on the. It has its own Reddit now. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
There we go. Thank you, Constantine.
So what's this about? You tweeted the wrong link for the Q&A?
I didn't though. It was working on. It was working for me, but apparently not for other people. So anyway, I've retweeted it.
Yeah.
With a new one in case. Does the game theory apply specifically to smart contracts, or was it to contend to the ether value when available? James Richards will know.
The game theory for what?
I think he's talking about your presentation that we streamed out the other day. So.
So does game theory applies to behavior of agents that roughly follow consistent preferences? Well, we don't.
Yeah, like it could apply to both.
Yeah.
So that's your answer, James. It applies to both.
Oh, I see they come in a pipeline of questions.
Yeah.
They?
Yeah, and they
cool.
get upvoted as well.
They
People
go
can
up.
upvote
Oh, is that how it works?
Mm.
Okay.
That's quite cool. What are your thoughts on end time lock?
You mean the Bitcoin opcode?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Let's put more stuff into Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things like loading apps and needing, to map an address to a real identity. How possible do you think?
You can do a KYC app quite easily.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
K
If I was say HSBC or whatever, I could issue a KYC contract, which basically I would verify. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd be able to verify your documents and say that this passport is this address, and you would trust my contract as HSBC contract or whatever. You trust my contract centrally to verify the address.
But there wouldn't be a decentralized way to do this.
SchellingCoins. Over to you, Vitalik.
Yes, what about?
How would you? So I just described a centralized KYC contract. I could verify people's passports and say this is the person. Would you do that with SchellingCoin? You get ID theft with that. They would be sending your ID to thousands of people.
Yeah. So the correct way to decentralize KYC, I think, is to just use a combination of approaches, like have at most like one or two entities that would actually verify passports and like do that kind of stuff, but then maybe together to combine it with things like a social network score and some account that's involved in history.
So social network stuff you could do with Shelling more decentralized.
Well, that's not really Shelling. That's more even.
It's not quite Shelling.
Yeah.
Would you be able to cut it up confused. I mean, what does a party that verifies an identity actually do?
So
they look at that.
There's a few different
say, well,
things.
look at the name, or?
So there's a few different things. Firstly, you need to be sure that you are dealing with the person who claims to.
You need to compare the picture to the picture that you see.
Exactly, and you've got to make sure it's not fake ID. There's ways of checking. After a certain level, you have to check the ID against, verify that it's legit, with the numbers at the bottom of it. And then another level up, you need to check tech lists and terrorist lists, etc.
To explain, could you?
So at the bottom right, you're right.
Yeah, could I confirm that a 1/4 of the picture is the same as 1/4 of the picture?
What do you mean? As in
well, I have my picture, and you can just get the lower right part.
It's
that's just.
I don't know.
We're still done by humans as well, you know.
An alternative version I have had is when I've had 14-year-olds try and buy Bitcoin from us, and we ask for passport or driving license. Now, if they don't have their passport on them, then they have nothing to send over. Yeah. So obviously, after a certain level, they have to send their passport. But below that, if it's only 100 quid or so, I ask them to add me on Facebook, give me a GitHub account, something that I'm that's active enough that I can track in case that so I can send law enforcement that way if that's what I look into.
Could we create an app that sits on the Ethereum blockchain that just stores the hash of your, so you do an NFC scan on your passport, it stores the hash of that, and that hash is kept on.
So it still needs to be validated by somebody, by an entity. So you can upload I can upload my passport. You can check it against TEPS, etc. But how do you know that I'm the one who uploaded it?
And then that could verify against some sort of social ID that goes and passes that information.
There's ways of doing it. The problem with checking IDs is frankly that as soon as you upload it, somebody else can.
But you're not uploading the ID, you're only uploading the hash.
Yeah, but if you send me your ID, obviously I keep it securely. But inevitably, you're sending it your ID to hundreds of companies when you check your ID. One of them's going to do the same thing.
But this would be more secure because you're only sending you a hash.
If you send me your hash, I can't check. You can send me a hash from any file. I've got no idea that that's actually your ID.
Michael's done a paper on it where you can actually verify the hash. I'm trying to recall how that was done, but there's a way of verifying the hash of the passport that would give it its unique.
It depends on the organization that issued the passport.
So if they keep a register of the hashes of the image, that's fine.
And they would be the trusted party, but they would trust it anyway because they issued the passport.
The problem is it doesn't help the same issue you get anyway, which is after you've uploaded your ID to 100 different places, your ID is going to be downloadable somewhere.
But this would prevent it because you're not uploading your ID.
Right, then they'll be down in the hash somewhere. If the hash is as good as the ID, then it's the ID theft.
And then that hash would have to fit with some sort of photo. So you could have a hash of your picture that's sent across on your camera.
Frankly, the way I see it, the ID checks are very, very simple.
Yeah, so it would be to improve it. So it would be a hash of your face, and that would match the hash of your passport.
Suppose you send me a hash of your face. What's to stop me then using that hash of your face for a loan or whatever, for ID fraud against it, or a hacker gets in on whatever it is. If the hash is as good as the photo of the passport, then you've just replicated the issue.
You'd have to authenticate it. So
and there's other checks you can do, like there's social checks you can add to their Facebook account, things like that. Only if they're active on that, you can call them up. You can eventually meet in person if you have to. But I think it's the way it's done currently is very broken, and the amount of ID fraud in the world is a blatant example of that. That doesn't mean that I've got a better idea, unfortunately.
What about using reputation instead of identification?
Yeah, do you think PGP plays a role in this?
Yes and no. Yes for us lot.
for developers, but no for people who are going to lose it. And you can still do. It would mean that when you submit your identity, you're not. Say you submit it to me, we wouldn't be able to get hacked and lose your identity, but you could still get robbed for it, and you could still get hacked for it. So
I mean, there's two issues. One is identity theft, and one is KYC. I mean, obviously the two are sort of interlinking, but essentially they're two separate.
Yeah, they're very interlinked. So the main reason we do KYC is because of identity theft banks. So many banks are getting hacked into. People buy bitcoins from stolen accounts. So we need to check that people are who they say they are. Now then, after a certain level, there's that's even for 50 quid online. After a certain level, you have to ask for KYC, and that's money laundering purposes. But the ID theft actually comes first. There's a massive market for that. If any banks are listening, please fix your security. I would estimate at least $500,000 has gone to a single person or small group from hacked bank accounts, cashing out through a range of currency methods.
Have you told
By
them
$500,000, I mean this. Yeah, I'm trying to work with a couple of banks. There's one who may actually be starting to do something about it.
So let me get this right. You have actually reported the crime and they haven't done anything about it so far?
Oh, I've reported the crime every time it happens. They have no idea what I'm talking about, so I get a reference number. And
wow.
But that's a fraction.
This
is a tiny fraction in the global.
To give you an idea, they also go to action fraud. Action fraud solved 9 cases last year out of 81,000. There's no point. But the guys who lose money from it are the banks who are getting hacked, and it's either through them or insurance.
It's everyone else actually. It's the insurance industry that picks up the bill and then we all pay it.
It's them with insurance and it all goes on to us. But the point is that if they could cut that down, they can save some of their costs.
But what would AIG do for business? Like how?
So
if you started making that more efficient, the insurance industry would just fall through, wouldn't it? You wouldn't have this $20 billion industry, would you?
Perhaps.
Yeah. There's an idea.
It would also, it's not just the insurance of the lost money, and frankly, for £50, £100 frauds, I doubt the bank cares about the money.
Yeah.
What they care about is the 6 hours they have to put into investigating it.
Right.
So if they can cut down, my take on it is action fraud won't do anything. All banks, I believe, pay the police a certain amount for time on investigating the issues they're having. And my aim is to get the banks that are being hacked, rather than the banks receiving it, who complain of not having part of it, the banks that are being hacked, to get them to work with DAPPS and try and stop it. Yeah, if anyone's got any info on that and any evidence to submit, drop me an email at hugh@quickbitcoin.co. Yeah.
Quick Bitcoin.
And I will start publishing it. I'm writing out to public people I'm working with. On that, before you submit too much evidence, we need to check the data protection laws. So I don't actually know if you're allowed to publish fake IDs, because there's still real people's name on them. Things like that.
Yeah. This question from Nick Sayers.
What is the question?
I'm not sure if they come in order. I'll let Chris deal with that.
Which one? Oh yeah, we should. For Ethereum to be a success, it needs a strong protocol feature to build on top of, but it also needs DAPPS out of the box. With the money from the pre-sale running out at one point, what is the balance you are looking for between those at release?
We've always intended to sort of focus on the ecosystem first, and then move to DAPPS over time. Like DAPPS themselves, and in general, we want the ecosystem to be self-sustaining, and we'd like to, if there's something that can support itself, we'd like to, as opposed to not so much do it ourselves, but rather build an ecosystem that supports other people doing it. And
you don't want to be the guys like Microsoft or Apple of cannibalizing your own market by releasing sort of tier 1 DAPPS before the community has a chance to do it, right? So I think that's important to be developed by the community, not necessarily. But there will be some like the name reg stuff and maybe
name reg, maybe a messenger.
Yeah, maybe a messenger makes sense if we're going to build Whisper to build a messenger client. Like you see, the guys at Telehash have released their own messaging client, so it makes total sense. So that could be an app. Also, reputation systems, maybe something basic. Maybe just even for the DApp browser, so people have an idea of what's reputable, what's not, so they know what to download. Pardon? That's it?
Bye.
What is it below 300? Whoa.
Under 300. 281.
Wow.
Time to buy, everyone. Right, we end this live stream.
Oh, dude.
Thanks,
we
everyone.
just sold $7 million all at once.
So from the Ether sale, we made about $10 per.
With about 10 quid, you can push it back up to 300.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. That is one big drop. Catch a knife, everyone. Catch a knife. Quick. No one's buying.
Crazy.
So just a reminder, if we drop another $20, then we will be below the April 10th, 2013 level.
Is that on Bitstamp or Gox?
Sorry, that's Gox. Actually, we need to drop $25 for it to be below Bitstamp.
Right, okay.
Absolutely.
So is this the first time we've ever broken a support like this? Because I believe it is.
Well, we had some pretty bad times in 2011.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's $2 from like 30.
Yeah. See, look, I used to get really stressed out about all these things, but
now it's like you're zen.
Yeah.
It's not stressed out. This is the time you can start making money.
Yeah. Well, on the other hand, though, we've kind of been saying that since about 600.
Well, it depends what your business is, but in terms of well, as an exchange, more volatility there is.
True. Congrats.
No, there's a lot of businesses that get that.
Yeah.
A lot of Bitcoin stuff.
Wow.
Someone's asking, Cy Taylor is asking, hasn't
Hi,
identity
Simon.
been solved already by ID3? I don't know what ID3 is.
Let me look that up.
What's it about?
ID3 is a metadata container most often used in conjunction with the MP3 audio file.
It's probably not the one he's relating to. No, he's talking about Open Mustard Seed OMS. Let me post it on the channel. There you go.
Can't find anything.
Trusted Compute Framework. Oh, idcubes.org. Okay, not ID3.
Problem with ID cubes is most people don't understand two-factor authentication.
Decentralized autonomous organizations.
Street.
We start using our buzzwords.
I've heard of that.
Yeah.
But people use it with their pin sentries, so they get the concept, they just don't understand it. Yeah.
The problem with all of them is, well, right now there's like HSBC, Barclays, they all have
the social.
if you don't know it, you just bring it up. A com loan. Oh, cool. So that's a heart attack. But still, if there's an issue with it, I bet you can call up the bank and do it over the phone.
Yeah, it's coming back.
Yeah.
Yay, we're back to 288. No more crying, guys.
We've recovered.
Yes.
Vitalik is confirmed.
288.
So the answer is we don't really know what IDCube is, so sorry, Simon. It looks interesting, but I don't know what they are. So
There's a good reason to believe the social stack could indeed help people overcome classic collective action problems such as poorly crafted rules and negative enforcement. Instead of having to look to the state, it's possible to imagine alternative governance, blah, blah, blah. We've already heard the speech 10 times. Anyone could, okay. Core identities, so sovereignty over individual identities, okay, that's what we want.
I like that question. See if we can get a grant from all the people laughing at the price drop.
That's deep.
That's Tom. See if we can get a graph.
You see this danger when we're moving our identity towards a social layer. So in a sense, we're moving it from this trusted banks in quote trusted Facebooks and Googles. Do we need another social layer built off Ethereum blockchain, or that's not putting our trust in this centralized Facebook and Google to be our social authentifier? And is it feasible?
I mean, from the trusting the services themselves, like if you look at just say if you need to build a decentralized exchange, then the answer is no, because it's the trustlessness is ensured by the decentralized consensus.
Yeah.
So by if you the issuance of a new service or anything of sorry.
No advertising on the channel.
Oh, okay. And but you know, from maybe like if you had a decentralized eBay and a decentralized Airbnb, it'd be interesting to see if some of the reputation from the Airbnb can be brought in the decentralized eBay, like they share the same reputation system. They don't have to though. They could continue using two separate decentralized reputation system. But
can I set a DAP up as a contract that pulls in those reputations from the decentralized eBay and the decentralized Airbnb?
Contracts never pull information. They're being pushed information.
Can
So
it be
it-
pushed? I mean,
yeah, of course it can be pushed. Yeah. So I mean that's you know, since there's no way to encrypt that anyway, it's probably going to be public regardless.
Yeah.
So you can imagine the reputation being a certain number of points,
Yeah.
and your public account key as the unique identifier, which is pseudonymous, that represents reputation on decentralized eBay. Now the question is, would the decentralized Airbnb consider that variable, and to what extent? So they might say, well, you know, selling shoes on the internet doesn't necessarily you're a very good guest. On the other hand, maybe somebody on the decentralized eBay could think, well, that reputation from the decentralized Airbnb has a lot of value, because if they've been a good guest, didn't burn the house, didn't steal the stuff, then that sort of brings them as better members of the community. So I really believe, you know, we'll see people try to piggyback on one reputation, decentralized reputation system, but that doesn't mean there should only be one or will only be one. For example, reputation of Obama in the United States with the Tea Party is probably pretty low, but the reputation of Obama in the Democratic Party is probably pretty high. But which one is right? Well, the one that's right for you is the one that aligns with your values, and I think that's what we'll see.
We're not that far from it in theory, from these DAPPS able to. We can set the conditions of what kind of trust and what kind of reputation we want it to be fed, and then extract that from the DAP.
They will. The application developers will build that. I mean, that's the first. I'm building decentralized eBay. And that's the first thing I thought is, has somebody built a decentralized reputation system that I could hook up to? Because what I really want to focus on is the development of the decentralized eBay, make a pretty interface, make it user friendly. I don't necessarily want to reinvent the wheel, right? And I think that's, even proof of, say, airmail delivery or all those sort of local proof that will be required to make some of that stuff work and really decentralized. That'll be piggybacked a lot upon.
I have a question about Plato's Republic. So in Republic,
maybe 20 minutes.
Says that if you have democracy, the problem is it will slide into tyranny because people won't vote for what they think is just for the whole society. They'll vote for what is just for them. So politicians will get ever more efficient at pandering to the individual needs of the private individual rather than what is just for everyone. And this question came up: if you go to court and there's a judge, the person that loses isn't going to vote for the judge, even though he may have done a very efficacious job. Technically, he may have instituted justice, but you're not incentivized. So, do you have any ideas about how you might incentivize someone to come in and?
So first of all, it depends on specifically what kind of law you're talking about. So I think for things that involve like volunteer laws governing voluntary relationships, so stuff like business agreements, fraud, and so forth. What you'd want, like if you have this sort of polycentric contract system where you basically end up sort of signing up for which specific laws you're eventually going to be governed by, then you have this sort of market system, and in theory people are people would be incentivized to. People would be better off selecting judges that deliver predictable and just outcomes, because they know that if they select that judge, there's a chance that they're going to end up on the defendant's side at some point. Aside from that, I guess for other issues, like for what is the optimal carbon tax to set in order to stop global warming, that's not really something that you can choose. I think that's probably the one that's probably the big question that a lot of the sort of polycentric legal theorists don't think about enough. That one, yeah, I mean, the problem isn't even sometimes the problem isn't even necessarily that people are that everyone is sort of trying to grow for themselves. Because the thing with that is that even if you create something that manages to pander to everybody, then you've made everyone happy, and that's a good thing. But the problem there is of course the problem that you're gonna basically do some obfuscated version of 51% of the population enslaving the other 49%. And if you do that blatantly, the reason why that doesn't happen, even in places where people don't particularly care about morality, is this whole room trigger equilibrium that you had managed 2 days ago. But if you obfuscate it enough, then that's not going to trigger. But it doesn't seem to be too big of a problem right now. The bigger problem is that basically, if you have some policy that benefits some specific group of people very substantially, or not like moderately, at the expense of a very large group of people, and the total cost is greater than the benefit, because the cost is distributed, the people that are the victims of the cost don't even have sufficient incentive to even warn about it. So, and basically, the idea is that being against some particular policy has a fixed cost. So how to deal with that, I really don't know. That's probably if you can deal with that, then you've basically solved corruption. And to be fair, I don't necessarily think that just decentralized consensus technologies alone are going to be able to solve.
Because some of this is a sociological problem.
It is, yeah. Cryptocurrency stuff certainly makes it easier to quickly put together institutions and that try to solve problems, but ultimately the problem has to be solved, and there has to be some solution. And quite often it's not going to be a perfect solution. It's just going to be a combination of heuristics that each individually moderately work.
Thank you.
Yeah, legal economics.
They're gonna think we're messy.
No, they're gonna think we're messy. Why would they think that?
Yeah, weird.
Look at the cable vest. Let's go through some more questions.
Yeah.
It's been quite a lot. Very happy with the question. I'm not sure what's.
Are you on the list? Or?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Let me add you then. Suggest a member.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So with Bitcoin, you've basically got 2 applications. You've got the miner and the wallet, and that's it.
Invite new members.
But are there going to be more than that for Ethereum?
Yeah. So
we've talked about the browser and everything already.
Yeah, so it's easier if I show something.
You need to reshare your
I
screen.
need to reshare my screen. Where is it? That's not it. Sorry, I just need to find it. Since I had to reinstall my machine, it's been very
intimidating when you've got the camera on you.
Oh, is it on me? Okay. It is. I am intimidated.
With the browser built into the client,
oh, there it is.
Is there going to be any way of
I'm going to share this, right?
Monitoring or proof of the monitoring activity in the client, like you're reading something?
The problem is that someone else can come up with a fork of the client that cheats.
Get the general idea.
Yeah, I think I'm sharing something. Yeah. So the idea is you're going to have a DAPPS browser, which is what we're looking at, although I can't see it anymore, but I think the people on the live stream can see it.
Good. Well, that's good enough then. I'd like to have it in front of me. There you go. So I can explain it a bit. So your identity, it's currently pseudonymous. So at first, when you create the wallet, you get a public key, right? And that represents you on the network. But you can create as many as you want, depending on how you interact with it. Maybe you want to keep different identities separate from each other, depending on what you use it for. The wallet itself is your Ether balance, which is the combined balance of all accounts. And again, that can be broken down by, you could have an identity just for your reputation, and an identity that just holds your balance to keep your funds safe from harm, right? Your contacts are people who have chosen, if they have chosen to identify themselves, publish their PGP keys, their image, their real name, it would appear here as like your network of friends. And all of this is a bit of a conceptualization, but that's sort of what we're getting for. The network will simply be, the hash rate and the health of the network and so on. And then you have your app catalogs, right? And one of those apps is really the wallet. So the wallet that you see up there is just one of the app. You could have multiple wallets, like we saw in the hackathon today. You can extract your Ether balance through the JavaScript API, so anybody can build an Ethereum wallet. It's just another application on top of the DAPPS browser. And some of those on screen here are some of the applications that could exist. So some of them are a little bit amusing because we're trying to keep it fun, but your air miles makes a lot of sense to use crypto tokens of values as air miles because they become exchangeable on the decentralized market as opposed to be something that you're stuck with at ASDA or BA. Your rumor mill could be a prediction market, really. That's what we're trying to demonstrate here. Bacon price for your bacon futures. That could be your stocks or the price of a SchellingCoin, for example, that represents Bitcoin or the US dollars or something like that. Currency market is your traditional decentralized exchange. Distributed research could be the incentivization of distributed grid computing, where you assign, say, 1 research coin per hour of crunching data on the network. Private chat is your Whisper interaction, so completely encrypted end-to-end, deep packet inspection-proof private chat tool. And your chess, for example, if you had a decentralized game of chess that can't be cheated, right? Yeah, that's pretty neat. So that's the kind of app that could be there. And you search for them, and you get the search results, and you select the one that you like, and then you subscribe to it, which is really just a bookmark, because technically they're just HTML, and the files are carried across a BitTorrent-like network.
Ooh, now I've come up with an idea. So have a decentralized game of chess on a Git repo where it can fall an infinite number of times, and just people can just try out lots and lots of different permutations. We will be here until eternity. Because there are more games of chess than there are atoms in the universe, right?
Right.
Because of all the different permutations that you can do, and not to mention, what's it called when you keep check. I haven't played chess in years.
I mean, either.
But yeah, now I want to play it again, just so I can have a distributed game of chess in a Git repo and just have all these different forks. So people could take the game in lots of different directions. You could crowdsource the game.
Yeah, but market cap.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I wanted to. Have you seen that new? Yeah. There's a guy who's doing like ultra quick sort of. I think it's called speed chess or something like that, but it's pushed it to the extreme where it's more like an arcade game.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you could put down Ethereum just to test latency, but I think it's going to be a bit.
Is slow chess.
Yeah, it's going to be slow chess. Yeah, it's going to be slow chess for now. Yeah. So we get latency better. Lost my screen again.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could still put like a 5-block limit or 20-block limit.
Yeah, and then, so basically you got all this data. So to answer the question from the person who was asking, the wallet itself is just one of the many apps that can exist on the platform that supports the display of those dApps, right? The stuff that injects the f.js object into the HTML or the QML, because we support both HTML and QML, which is kind of neat for things like video games or embedded applications in car dashboards and whatnot, because QML is the standard there.
And also, people want to know how they can follow us. I guess I can put that in the description below. At Ethereum Project.
At Ethereum Project on Twitter, the subreddit, but forum.ethereum.org is it's kind of neat because when somebody asks a question, at least it's searchable fairly easily, and everybody can benefit from it.
Yeah.
We're also on IRC, hashtag Ethereum.
I know.
I think somebody's asking who's everyone else.
Oh yeah. Well, we can put Q's details up as well.
Yeah, it's
I'll
the
put it in the description afterwards.
it's the workshop, so lots of people come here to learn about it. Right?
Oh yeah, actually, if you click on the meetup link in the description, that's got everyone.
Yeah.
who volunteers.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you'll
you
have
can see
everyone on
It's
there.
perfect for the police. It's perfect for the police.
The thing is, we move so quickly now that it's by the time they catch up, you've already got a different identity. You've already moved to a different country. It's too much data for them to go through.
Is it over 400 yet?
I think this is
It's over. Oh, I didn't get my buy order in.
Do you fix a big phone? Vitalik fixed a big phone.
Yeah, well done.
Yes, I'm getting the real one. Someone in the room. All in a day's work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys, this guy just made like 30% profit on a trade. He did really well.
Oh, well done. Let me get that for HMRC. There you go.
Just made 7 cents.
Phew.
He made 10 pence.
That's 30%.
Yeah, it's massive.
I was showing him to.
So I wouldn't publish that.
So he's buying the beers then.
Change.
Yeah,
The 10% what I did last week.
it went
Generally,
down
I
to
look at it, yeah, I
275
look at the
where
trend.
294. There's a massive wall.
What does this trend actually mean? Like it's
There's
plus
a wall
154
of
of what is
30,000 coin.
Because
Now, $300.
Simple.
How much did you raise?
Yeah.
Plus
yeah, percent. That's
Wow.
essentially.
I'm gonna look.
That's the Bible, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
then
sell.
Guys, there was also 8,000 coin traded in that crash. I reckon that's one guy offloading 40,000 coin.
Right.
Which is more than you have.
So
it's not
we get one provider.
Something. Well, it could have been Goldman Sachs.
Oh, should we see if it's one trade or the best down?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Take a look.
Well, it's not really funny for this whole.
Yeah, and
What is that in
dollar?
I'm not really finding it very fun.
Fair amount. Our theory is.
Should we AML that?
Just like think about
We'd have been down at like $50 for
what you said. Like nobody knows because it could go either that way or that way. Because you buy at this point, might actually be losing money because
Yes, it is. You're right. Yeah, it is. It so is.
Right,
It's
guys,
only
there
selling
is
that's
one
happening.
single order for $300 limit order for 28,000 coin.
Oh yeah, you mentioned.
Wherever that person.
A buy order.
A sell order.
Sell
Oh
order.
no, that's
Fibonacci wants to learn what.
How much do you have left in your
How you use
I'm not
sure.
Very suspiciously close.
Right. You could be going insider trading right here. I just want to announce I want to do another time checkpoint. We are at block height, 323,984. Merkle Root. Ooh, we've got lots of numbers in this one. 1213F7EE9364. I like the ones with the. I like a bit of. I like some letters and numbers. It looks more entropic with letters and numbers. I don't like it when it's just all numbers.
This is very, very, very.
Oh, we just moved the 1900 into the hot wallet a couple of days ago. And then we moved 750 of that into another hot wallet. You can check.
Yeah, it's all public. It's the beauty of the blockchain.
Yeah. So the blockchain doesn't store like why you do what you do. So it's still missing. It's still not.
Well, for
Yeah, I
that,
suppose.
for that you have to know which owners.
Yeah.
So the blockchain does store it all.
Yeah. Well, that's not on the blockchain itself, though, is it?
Well, it's on the blockchain that it is.
Yeah,
It's
it's enough.
blockchain.
All the nodes. Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't know why they don't fix that.
Yeah. Hot wallet provided to you by IBTC and Tual. Use it. It's better than
There you go. That was the advertising for the day.
Yes.
Are you done with it? Do we have a jingle? Cool. Any other questions? Don't think so.
Practical questions.
Yeah. When you're building a contract, we're using contract storage and that's our hash table. What's the best way to iterate through contract storage addresses that aren't consecutive? Just build a map, or
what do you mean consecutive?
So like, if the key was 1, 2, 3, 4, then I could just get a loop and read off the.
Yeah, you just say I equals 0 while I is less than 10. Do something with contract storage I equals 1.
Say if you had the key values, the addresses.
Right, so do we have a next in tree opcode? The answer is no, we don't.
Right.
That's something we might want to add, just because it's actually just another sort of backup way of doing a heap on the blockchain. Just in case the whole native extension thing turns out to be a bad idea.
And my other one was again another general practical question. If you were to say take the address is 2 to the 160, that's the same, right? If you were to say just take the leftmost 2 to the 128 characters, because that's because you can get 2 of those in one 32-byte chunk,
yes,
just to save on contract storage space. Is that still secure? Would you be able to?
That'll give you a well, it'll take you to the 64 time to find a collision.
Right.
Which is sort of, it depends on how the contract is designed. It's sometimes tricky. Like some contracts only vulnerable to second pre-image attacks, and some contracts are going to be vulnerable to collision attacks. So, in some, if you're only vulnerable to chosen pre-image, then theoretically you can go all the way down to like 80 bytes or 80 bits for your for address storage, and you'll be fine. And sometimes, you're going to want. Yeah.
So just one more. Are there any more, like in your contract earlier crowdfunding, you said that bit which zeroed out the contract storage, that was altruistic. Is there anything else altruistic that you
Well, as I keep on repeatedly pointing out, responding to network messages is altruistic. As DApp writer, as far as DApp writing goes, But yeah, the whole storage issue, aside from, I'm trying to think what incentive problems we haven't solved. Yeah, aside and being a full node, I already mentioned. Not mining with a mining pool. I mean, theoretically, you can do a peer pool on top of Ethereum if you really want. But actually, it's not really that necessary because we just have so many blocks that, at least initially, I think no one's going to really care. Chances are everyone's just going to get like a block a day anyway. Like even if there are a total of like 20,000 miners in the system, and then every miner is going to get a block a day.
How many miners are
probably less than 20,000. Well, actually, maybe more than that. I don't know. Yeah, it could be more. I guess I was just going by the number of full nodes, but I guess most miners don't even run nodes. Oh, that's an issue that we're going to partially solve by doing the blockchain-based mining thing.
My question earlier was going to be, obviously you can't tell how many transactions are going to be used in Ethereum, but as a side-by-side comparison with Bitcoin, per transaction, is there a lot less bloat in Ethereum? Is it more efficient in that way, or is it?
In some ways, yes. Like, so in Bitcoin, for example, you have a transaction with multiple inputs, then each of those inputs needs its own signature. In Ethereum, you don't really do the whole inputs thing. And the other advantage for that is that we also don't really do the whole outputs thing, which means that if you have an account and your account gets 9,007 transactions, then that's still going to be 100 bytes on the blockchain. It doesn't balloon on a per transaction level the way Bitcoin does.
Would there not be similar reasons to have an HT wallet with different accounts, 100 different accounts?
I suppose if you want, you could have an HT wallet with different accounts, but I mean, if you're using the same address, then within that address specification.
What's an HT wallet? So HT wallet is where you it's hierarchical deterministic, I think. It's when you have one seed password which can generate the rest of your wallets. So with one backup, you can create a new wallet for every transaction, which is good for anonymity. There's good mainstream reasons to do on this. Some big people remain on there. Bought Bitcoin from me, bought like 500 quid worth. The wallet I sent to, he immediately sent to, well, I've done several bit with him. The wallet that he sent to, it was always a different one, and it always immediately went to same one, which looks like a fake wallet, basically. So that it can come out. I now know how rich he is. He would have a good reason to keep that quiet that you don't want. Put your hands up if you're a millionaire, like no one's going to do that. There's good reasons to stay quiet about that.
Well, they're going to do that if you offer them an interest rate.
Sorry?
They are going to put up their hands if you offer them an interest rate.
They might, yes. Depends whether that's taxable or not. But yeah.
I'm a millionaire in Dogecoin.
Might be a billionaire in SchellingCoin.
Which one is ScamCoin again? Because I know that like Bitcoin is a Ponzi, Doge is a joke.
I actually launched ScamCoin on the Ethereum testnet.
Ah, okay.
There's one that had fun.
Okay.
The best one.
Where can I buy some?
I've still got the program somewhere. I issued myself a number about this long. It's all pre-mined. And I gave Stephan a number about this long.
And I lost them.
The testnet's been reset.
I know.
Still gone.
So now it's all about, now I have to trust you that you're going to reissue my scam coins.
No, it says on the site what you reissued.
Oh. So it's a, you mean it's a scam? How could I know?
No, you can always sell it on to other people for a profit.
You could scam someone else.
Who's dumber than me?
One of your scalability blog posts.
Yes.
I followed everything up until we got to off-chain oracles, which I couldn't follow the code. I couldn't really understand. Is there any way you could just briefly sort of...
Off-chain oracles, basically the idea is that you sort of have a sort of separate shadow chain, and on that chain, by default, the way that you create, anyone can add a block onto the shadow chain by providing some deposit. And when they provide a block, they're providing just the transactions, they're providing the transactions, and they're providing the state transitions. The block doesn't get calculated, right? And the state is sort of taken on faith initially.
Oh wait, no.
But then the idea, and then after some time, the shadow blocks that are eventually sort of get merged into the main chain, and the state updates get processed automatically. But then what you can do as an auditor to make sure the state changes are correct is you can actually process one of the blocks yourself, and there's in the contract there's some auditing code. So what you do is if you notice that one of the blocks is wrong, then you put in your own, then you send a transaction as like an auditing transaction. That transaction then sort of takes that block and it sort of pulls it into the blockchain, has the blockchain run the block. And if the block is actually incorrect, then it sacrifices the deposit and sends the deposit to you.
And let's say the people mining the main blockchain, they're auditing workers.
Well, they don't have, the people that are mining on the main blockchain don't have to be auditing. By default, known as auditing, right? But the idea is that there's a separate auditing mechanism, and only people who care about that particular chain can audit. So it's like, by default, there might be like 10 people checking, and then if one of them notices something wrong, then it sort of goes over to the system where the blockchain checks with its, whatever number, thousands of people. Sort of like a court system. Which is why I kind of talked a lot about that 2 days ago. So I have a question.
Right. Is that all? Questions-wise? We were out of questions?
Yeah, we ran out of questions.
We ran out of questions.
We answered it. Oh no, hang on, we've got a new one.
Oh, there you go.
So we have one from Robin Lindholm.
Hi, Robin.
Lindholm. Some people claim that Bitcoin was not built for microtransactions. Is Ethereum built for microtransactions?
So Ethereum itself is not more microtransaction friendly than Bitcoin is. But I wrote that blog post on scalability. I talked about how you can do micropayments channels and how you can do probabilistic micropayments.
Yeah.
The probabilistic micropayments is probably even the more interesting thing. It's basically the idea is that the way that you pay someone 0.01 cents is you send a message which probably has a 1 in 10,000 chance of paying $1.
That's great.
Can you do that in current cryptocurrencies like
In
Bitcoin?
Bitcoin, probably not. Yeah, I don't think there's first of all, there's no mechanism to do that sort of probabilistic payment thing. And the second problem is that in order for the whole thing to work, you have to solve the double spend problem. And the way the probabilistic micropayments on Ethereum solve the double spend problem is that they require a really huge deposit, and they detect double spends after the fact.
No, another problem. That one out of all these people using it, one guy's going to get charged $1.
Well, that's fine, but the point is, generally the thing with probabilistic micropayments is that
it's something that you're using a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not one person paying out $1 million, it's one person paying more than 10,000 times.
Yeah.
Every Google search does it. Oh, imagine if they levied a penny every time you did a Google search. I mean, they do some advertising and stealing the data.
How much does a Google search cost? Do you know? Used to be 20 cents back in 2006.
Oh, what, to run a search?
Yeah.
I've got no idea.
It used to be, yeah.
Well, what do you mean, the actual
As in their cost or their
Well, because they put so much upfront cost in. They nearly went bust in 2006, remember? They were running off of credit cards, so yeah, they had massive overheads. That's why Eric Schmidt was brought in to fix it. But they had so much upfront cost that
it's still pretty high.
Yeah.
You can tell how much each person is worth though by how much like Facebook floated for $500 per user. That sort of thing. With Google, it probably floated early on, but there's ways to estimate how much each trust are worth.
You can put in your details and they'll tell you how much you're worth.
But then the question is, yeah, it's $5 a year or so, isn't it?
I think it was 20 or something.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. But what would you rather do? Would you rather have that service for free, or would you rather pay $20?
Well, the thing is, it's not free, so then you have to work out what the true cost is, which you don't find out until time lapses.
And do mainstream people care enough about privacy to?
I think so. Yeah.
Eventually they do, but not until they see the consequences.
I don't know actually. I think it's it depends how serious consequences get. But with Facebook's a great example because you've got loads of people who've already dropped out of Facebook, but that's mostly within this community.
But aren't even young people turning away from it?
Yeah, I think they are. I think a lot of people are turning away.
What's that? A lot of people are, but they've still got 90%.
But they've owned WhatsApp, so what everyone was turning away from just gets bought out, and that's half of these bigger corporations.
But the point is either way, even if 10% are shunning it, they've got they've got the majority.
Hong Kong, is it Fire Chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that's been taking the ground now. So yeah, there is room still there for something decentralized to an extent. I mean, something like Fire Chat running off Ethereum.
Yeah. But they've also got much more of an incentive to do it. I mean, they live in Hong Kong, so it's not like someone living in England.
Until the riots start.
Well, it's true, yeah.
But the London riots.
True, yeah.
They were all.
There were Blackberries at the time, weren't
But they got court orders, didn't they?
Yeah, but how would you do that on a decentralized one? With BlackBerry, they're persisting those encrypted messages on their server with a decentralized one.
And decentralizing something like Fire Chat, then you've completely got open free transfer.
Yeah. But in Hong Kong, though, the whole population could see a need to move to Fire Chat, though, because you're dealing with the Chinese government.
Yeah, they've got bigger reasons.
But isn't it a network effect? If I'm dealing with you and you're
There
Fire
will be
Chat,
a network effect as well, of course. Yeah.
Then I need to use Fire Chat to communicate because you don't do WhatsApp any longer.
Yeah. Good point.
But it would have loaded the blockchain if we were to run something like this off an Ethereum. Would it have to be a side chain that went on
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to run it in a blockchain itself.
If you valued each user at $500, then you possibly.
But
You know,
blockchains aren't a very efficient way of doing high transaction data anyway. The latency is too high, so it would probably be something like MadeSafe or whatever they're trying to do. I don't think necessarily MadeSafe will. I'm not saying that they've got the best solution. I'm saying that style of.
Unless you're giving a small incentive for passing that message along.
Well, look at the way BitTorrent works. Like, there's some really good tutorials on YouTube that show how they conquered a lot of those P2P issues and the latency issues. That might be a clue in there somewhere. If you could incentivize storage, if you could incentivize peers to become super nodes that can provide uptime, guaranteed uptime, because they took a latency issue with like the distributed hash table, so you could share with magnetic links rather than like torrent files themselves. And they found out that users actually will put up with that. They will wait an extra 5-10 seconds for it to find the hash in the table. So it was worth the payoff, you know. So I think that's more of a UX issue. That's going to be like UX designers doing research, working out what users will tolerate, what they won't tolerate.
So you could do it directly on the blockchain, but it's just the latency that's an issue. But if you don't, if latency is not paramount, then effectively it works.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people use WhatsApp just for confirmation that the message was received.
Yeah, that's true.
So, you know, I just think it needs to be offered before we decide whether the users are going to require it or not.
There'll be a scale, you know, between convenience and you know, how real time this and convenience and latency, like versus security and privacy.
The problem with the trade-off between privacy and lack of privacy with Facebook is until enough people care to move across, nobody can move across. Like I care enough that I would use the new private one, but all my friends use the old one, so I just have my data anyway.
But that's fine. I mean, you know, we can have sort of different verticals and segments in society. We just need to provide our segment with something usable
and it needs to be big enough to make it useful as well. It's that network effect. If it was interoperable with the old one, that'd be awesome. But it's really block it.
You can take another question if you want. We've got one from Pat Chat. He said, polling versus voting. Political entities value polling and value fraudulent polling for their own purposes. Ethereum DAPPS for polling political issues. This is the entry point for Ethereum government DAPPS, as this has real value where Ethereum is one coin, one vote.
Well, I mean, it's not just about. I don't know if that's related to the second question, but they're separate things, right? So the idea of Ether as a token and metacoins that you can actually issue yourself as part of like what we've just done. They could be representative of, say, pseudo shares in a DAC, right, or voice or equity or whatever you want to call it, voting power. But that's not necessarily, you know, the way they're structured. It's completely up to the contract, right? So anybody can write whatever bylaws they want in their DAC. So it could be a DAC that represents the equivalent of what we call democracy in the West, and it could be a completely totalitarian one where somebody has 100% of all votes and people decide to follow that one because that's the one they believe in. So you're not limited to any model that you see in the wild and you want to reproduce. You can create new ones. And I think that's what's interesting actually, because people will experiment with consensus making systems, right? And they'll and a lot of them will fail, and then they'll try something else, and then there'll be hybrids, and maybe we'll find new ways to govern ourselves that are more efficient than the one we currently live under.
You can replicate the democracy with one vote elects people in, and then each of them can actually vote on the issues. Which
you can do anything you want, and that's the beauty of it. You can model. I mean, you could model it today, and then when the network is more solid, launch it.
To that question, what's the point of representative democracy? Is everyone can just
that's up to the people that are on the network to decide. So they self-organize, right? And I think that's the beauty of something like Ethereum is that if I have a reputation system, 2 or 3 political dApps and 2 or 3 services dApp, I can evolve within that system, but that doesn't preclude someone else who believe in another set of value to evolve in their own thing. And the fact that they live on the same network is the same as you know, Facebook and Google and Microsoft being on the same internet. It's completely irrelevant.
Well, I mean, the people who probably prefer, but the people who do it,
yeah, this is one of, and I was talked by Iris, I think.
How much does that
cost? Gas. It's, I think it's very expensive to bootstrap, huh? I think. When Iris bootstraps it for product, it always takes like a huge amount of gas, doesn't it?
Probably. I'm not sure.
I mean, they probably need to optimize.
Have they, have they tried to put it on POC6 yet?
I don't know. I think they tried once.
You said earlier 1 coin is 1 vote, but if you amass
I didn't
coins,
say that. Patjack said that.
Patjack said that, yeah.
I don't think 1 coin is 1 vote. I think
yeah,
that's.
it needs to be 1 person, 1 vote.
Yeah, that's the real problem. The real problem is Sybil attacks.
So, yeah, what you need is frankly a central entity issuing the KYC or checking your documents and giving you
You
one
could
account.
do that,
and
but
then,
you
then
could
you've
also
got-
do, you know, like Peter Todd's proof of existence or proof of sacrifice, I think he calls it, where you put like $10,000 or 10,000 tokens in.
Vote, though.
That's a rich man's vote.
Yeah, that's a rich man's vote, but well, I mean, it could be backing your identity somehow. It's like it's the one you wanted to see you with your.
The most interesting proof of donation of a pint of blood. You can't donate more or you'll pass out. If you want to die for the cause, you get 6 votes.
It doesn't help you very much for Sybil attacks because you still need a centralized authority to go and validate that they've received the blood. So that's the real problem.
So what interesting?
Yeah, but blood banks are centralized. They could lie.
So there's one interesting
proof of donation.
Well, one interesting decentralized proof of person protocol I've actually seen. I'm not sure, don't quite remember who came up with it, but basically, a bunch of people have to get on some, or either meet in a public place or get on some kind of video Skype call at some particular very precise time. When you get on the call, you have to provide, you know, what your address is, and then you have a SchellingCoin on who is present at that particular time. So point is, you can't replicate yourself because to do that you would actually have to be two distinct faces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Who would monitor the Skype?
Everyone would.
There's 100 million people on this call.
Well, you probably split it up into consensus groups of a few
Or you
hundred or
could,
so.
or you could just turn up to a physical environment as well.
Yeah.
You need space.
There's a lot of people. This, you know, Vlad is working on similar reputation systems. A lot of people trying to crack that symbol proofing, so to speak.
All those systems work for small groups, not for a whole country.
Yeah, but it really depends what you're trying to achieve. I mean, I think like the problem with the systems that what we're trying to there's a tendency with people who discover Ethereum to try to make systems that are perfect. So they want 100% certainty that the person they're talking to is the person that they think they're talking to. And if you look at how the real world operates, it's completely different. You look at banks, they're 98 or 95% sure you are who you say you are. You could be playing a long con over 10 years, who knows? And so, you know, the 5% or the 2% left, that's the cost of doing business. Is it possible to build perfect systems? Maybe. I don't know if Vitalik might know, but I don't think it's necessary. That's what I mean. I mean, start small, start with a niche thing.
Ultimately, the guy would go with the army wins, so you can get rocked or forced into giving away the password.
What do you mean, like for ID stuff or something?
Yeah, even if you have a brain wallet, I could put a gun to it.
Right, rubber hose cryptography.
So?
Rubber hose cryptography. If you had a multi-sig, you could have like, you would have to put 10 guns to 10 hits.
Or if you had one that didn't work on the strike. I don't know if you can do that with brain.
Oh, no.
But,
I mean, it's you know, reputation, ID, all that stuff is linked, and
reputation, KYC, ID, like
but not everybody needs to have your real name. Sometimes just knowing that you're one person is enough. That this identity corresponds to just one person. There's no dupe in the system. That's sufficient for the purpose of the DApp. You know, the AYC KML, it's just basically the vestige of the existing system that requires this stuff to, and of course people will try to crack that nut and will try to find ways to implement it, and that's healthy, but that doesn't mean that it's the only.
There's two issues.
Right.
One is the current legal system, which would be great if somebody can fix with KYC,
But the other one is probably more solvable is reputation systems. I don't care who I'm dealing with if they've got a great reputation.
Instead of having an MP representing, having someone with a good reputation about the issues at hand, they would be much more inclined to into the right sort of conclusions. You know?
Do you feel we're getting closer to this reputation identities nexus?
Solving it? Everybody's trying to solve it. On Friday there was guys from Cambridge, a lot of uni students that were doing their PhDs on reputation, the impact of social network. Is there a really true social impact of social network? If not, why? How could we solve it? And it was all based on reputation. Look at these papers like Trust Davis, which is really interesting in the context of like a decentralized marketplace. But reputation doesn't mean the same everywhere. So, you know, reputation on eBay is going to look completely different than reputation on Airbnb. Is going to look completely different from reputation for, you know, social contracts or whatever.
This sort of space race kind of for the ultimate reputation, KYC, compliance engine, throw enough heads, are we going to get a result, or is it going to, I mean, do you see it some sort of breakthrough in the next year, or possibly before Ethereum's launch?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
definitely, yeah, definitely.
I think the progress in this whole crypto space has just really gone exponential since about 5 years ago.
So where are we on the power curve at the moment?
I'd probably say somewhere around maybe the 10 to 20% mark.
Mm-hmm. And are we going to reach the singularity, do you think?
Well,
everything will simultaneously be possible.
So if I say 10 to 20%, you know, that means, you know, a couple more, and eventually it's going to be an S curve, but at that point, like, we'll just see a big, massive jump, and then the next while will just be a matter of implementing it and bringing it all out into the world.
And these decentralized marketplaces, do you see this sort of decentralized trust, decentralized marketplaces as being that sort of injection?
They're all technologies that mutually reinforce each other.
Yeah. It's all linked together, reputation, identity, marketplaces, everything's intertwined. Scalability even.
And we haven't solved it in the past because there hasn't been the will, or there hasn't been the need.
There hasn't been the understanding of this is the concrete set of tools that you could use to do it.
And corporate interest didn't have any.
Corporate interest too. I would say more just to generalize that a bit, instead of just corporate interest, it's the ability to make money by or to basically have this whole area be your full-time job.
Yeah.
So I think is probably one of the key things, the reasons why cryptocurrencies have been so successful.
Yeah, and trivializing the technology by making it accessible to people who understand HTML and JavaScript, I think that's the key advantage of Ethereum.
Yep.
And that's what really presents value to me. That's what attracted me to the concept of the project. Because, you know, like, these concepts aren't new. Like Peter Todd, when he talked about proof of existence, that was mid last year, I think. And Mike Hearn was talking about, you know, what we call DAOs at the Turing Festival in Vienna, also mid last year. So the question is, why didn't everybody pick up the Bitcoin blockchain, grab some C++ tool, and start writing stuff? Well, because it's bloody hard, and then people have day jobs and stuff like that. So by making it trivial, you really encourage that the iteration of development around those ideas, and then somebody will create something. It won't be perfect. Somebody else will come, improve it, and so on and so forth. And you get this accelerating processes to the development of those apps. I think that's going to be really interesting.
When you say everyone, you said earlier people are trying to make things perfect in Ethereum.
Yeah.
I guess the only thing that needs to be really, really good is a platform to make it super easy.
Exactly, that's what we're doing.
You've got to make the platform perfect. As a question, Chris, I don't know how many people are on the live thing.
30.
30, cool. It'd be interesting to get answers from them and everyone in this room. How many people work full-time in Bitcoin and earn full-time from cryptocurrency?
Oh, here, yeah.
Here and online.
And online.
So, are there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Stephan?
Oh, yes, 7, yes.
7 out of 15 of them?
It's half of us.
That's good.
That's amazing.
Slightly biased group, but yeah.
Slightly.
Well,
Ever so slightly.
Group, but it's, given how biased we are, should it be more?
Well, you asked the same question. Asked the same question 6 months ago. How many of you like have gotten a job in Bitcoin in the Bitcoin space in the last 6 months? Of the 7 people here.
So I started in February.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so everyone. Yeah, so there you go.
It's a nascent industry if I ever seen it. Yeah.
Well, the more exciting thing is also when you see people inside of companies like IKEA and they're working on cryptocurrency full time just because IKEA happens to be benefiting from cryptocurrency in some way. They needed some guy to do it.
Yeah.
Well, an even better thing to do it.
IBM, I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. But you know,
like IBM with a telehash, which is equivalent of Whisper, BitTorrent, which is RC Swarm, and Bitcoin blockchain. I don't think they're copying. I think they're they have a specific. Those guys are researchers, right? So they have to research and make the company they work for relevant by creating those research projects, and their top level management probably picks a few ideas from the pool, just like Microsoft, just like Google and Cisco does, and all those guys, and then they say, all right, we're going to publish this and build a demo. So they actually reached out to us, and they were trying to embed Ethereum onto things like Raspberry Pi and Beagle boards and things like that. And so when Paul Brody says, well, we forked it, yeah, of course they did. They pressed the fork button in order to make modifications to it so it would run on those platforms that we're not really focusing on right now because we're building the platform in the first place. We're building it to run on these things.
Do you have any insight of whether IBM and any other large companies as well are looking to, obviously they forked it at the moment, but are they looking to use your main platform when it's ready?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean,
would I what?
Would you be aware?
No.
So could you see it?
How many times was the repo forked? And what does that even mean? You could just do
the repo.
You only fork it if you want to make it open source.
Could you see a scenario where something
CPP
like
was forked 113 times. I was forked 66 times. Go 63 times.
Could you see Swift, for example, just saying we'll fork it and we'll create our own Ethereum internalized sort of Unix version, and there's exactly sort of like the Mac does it. But I mean, from your indications, generally, are there corporate blockchains that are just going to say, okay, instead of us doing the real dog's end of development work, we'll just sort of
if they see value in it, if they think that this has value. I think the word fork is completely loaded anyway as a word, because people hear fork, they think it's almost like, well, we're just after the tokens, we're trying to steal the tokens. Means, do you really think IBM cares about what, 18 million or now $12 million worth of tokens? They don't care about that. They don't even know the space and the culture of the space. They probably don't care, rightly so, because all that matters for them is we have a POC to deliver at the January CES, like a fridge of some kind, I think. We gotta have the fridge, right?
Yeah.
And they don't care about the details. They see technology as pure raw technology. Actually, that's why I think it's healthy.
So you think it helps?
I think it's very healthy.
Encourage the ecosystem to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's why it's open source. That's the whole point. You have the community license.
But them making a closed source, improving it, and then.
By the way, they're not planning to make the work that they're doing closed source. They're planning to redistribute all the stuff that they've done, whenever convenient to them, right? And push it on some type of GitHub repo, which is really cool. Because I kind of want to run this stuff on. I really do believe in. I think the theory around the Internet of Things are very valid.
Yeah,
so
if that's their attitude. Then.
Yeah, they have a very, very good attitude. Yeah.
But they've joined the light side. Is it the big blues? Has jumped across.
They've done a lot of stuff for Linux. Yeah, if you look at what they've done with Linux, they've been one of the main promoters of Linux in the corporate space, as far as I remember.
Just think the powers that be will try and fight crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum. Or do you think they're just going to embrace it and run with it?
So far, I don't know.
I mean, I'm maybe slightly more qualified to answer this just because I was at the Sibos, which is like the largest bank finance conference in the world, just a couple of days ago. And so the situation there is that, first of all, it's basically a conference of suits. It's, I think, one of the people there basically said that it looks like it looks like Agent Smith from The Matrix. So you have a town like 3,000 people all dressed in the exact same way. So the ultimate boring mainstream people. So a lot of them are sort of skeptical of cryptocurrency, but in this conference there was a special section called In a Tribe, and in that section, quite a lot of people came. There were like, especially on the first day, In a Tribe. Like this is like sort of the financial innovation section. It's been working for a long number of years now. They had a specific day on cryptocurrency, and on that day, I think there were like 100, 200 people there, and I was one of the presenters. There were a lot of presenters. There was someone from Ripple, someone from Zero Cash, and the response was actually extremely positive. So there were people there were pretty much universally saying, cryptocurrency technology in general is a good idea. Now they thought that Bitcoin the token was stupid, but that that's probably seems to be the half of the battle that Bitcoin people are losing.
That's something I've heard from a lot of bankers, a lot of IBM.
Yeah. But this idea of using blockchains and using blockchain technology for things in general is something that people are very excited by. People that by this idea that you can do all of these sort of decentralized registries, you can do smart contracts.
Did anyone read the Bank of England paper? Yeah. The papers are there telling us that there is appetite for change.
Exactly.
But the change will happen when they know what to do, when the big players know what to do. And then they try to buy us out.
To monopolize the technology.
But they know, they've been working on it since September last year, so they just haven't put their strategy and at the front, Don't you think?
Who? Exactly.
The big banks.
The big banks.
And the governments.
Well, where are we here? And where are we?
Keeping an eye on us.
If we were to run
I don't know.
decentralized news,
yeah, where are we? You should inform everyone.
Yes, well, the camera's here.
We're doing this so we've got our own copy. That's all.
All right.
Otherwise, they.
I don't see the. Yeah, I don't see the. I'm not worried about that at all, actually.
No, because by building a network of network at the end of the day, a platform for a new world to be created is the right way.
If anything, I find this environment more supportive than sometimes the crypto community actually is. I mean, the general crypto community, not the wonderful Ethereum.
Actually, I would say that there's the Bitcoin community and there's the crypto community.
Oh, you're right. Okay, so that's two different things. So cryptographers, as in people like Merkle trying to solve problems.
I would even include the cryptocurrency community.
Right.
Okay, those are even three separate things.
Right.
Like the cryptocurrency community, I think the thing that I like is just to what extent we're all very friendly with each other.
Right.
Like if you look at the kinds of connections we have, there's Filecoin, Storage Age, Roofcoin, it's Ripple. We're basically all friends to a very large extent. And there's plenty of room for collaboration there. We're delivering complementary technologies.
Yeah, no, you're talking about the people who are actually building stuff.
Well, right, and the communities too, I would say. I think the people that run the projects quite often end up setting the communities.
Yeah, true that. It sets the tone, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Bitcoin and sidechains, I guess, is the one sort of project that's got this very sort of old Bitcoin feel to it, and a bit less.
General Bitcoin community is different.
I don't know. I think you can't paint everyone with the same brush.
Yeah,
it's impossible.
On the one hand, you can't. On the one hand, everyone's unique. On the other hand, categorization is useful.
Ah, yes. Yeah, I think for me, all that matters is just seeing this through, and developing it, and not worry too much about what is being said.
Exactly.
Yeah, we got enough work as it stands. There's enough technical challenged, right?
I've also got a question from Miguel.
That's a good question, that one.
Yeah. Do you have
Hello,
plans
Miguel.
to add semantic web components to Ethereum?
What kinds of semantic web components will you be talking about?
Ooh, I don't know.
Well, I suppose you know the semantic web as it was understood back when Web 3.0 was supposed to be the page itself is everything's metadata. So pretty much you know exactly like this is a picture of an animal and it's a cat and it's about 8 years old and you know then it can be searched like and looked up really quickly. I'm not sure how that applies. I mean you can apply any sort of metadata to any stuff that you can do on the web you can do in this because this is the web. This is HTML.
Yep. One thing we'll be pushing forward heavily is content addressable web, which is not the same thing but complementary. Because you're basically because if you once you do that, then you have very specific identifiers for specific pieces of data, as opposed to identifiers for like locations, including servers.
I mean, there's some interesting like elements about the web development on Ethereum, like the fact that first of all everything's reactive out of the box. That's quite appealing to me because I was really into my Meteor.js stuff, and it's nice to see those frameworks just you know, for free, so to speak. Not that it would cost any money, but you know they're embedded as part of the how you develop DAPPS, and also the fact that your ID is known by your pseudonymous ID, the one that you selected to broadcast, is known by the DAPPS. So it's almost like a gigantic OpenID model that simply works. That's quite cool. So you go on eBay, it follows you, that you on decentralized Airbnb, and it follows you to whatever service you use if you choose to do that. And I think that's really useful for developers. Also, that means you never have to sign up for a website or log in ever again. Yeah, pretty cool.
Question about Windows.
Well, yeah, I mean, like if you, well, no, not even. I mean, if you looked at the code, right, it can request your public address, so it knows who you are. So creating the account means interacting with the DApp, writing to the DApp. If you write to the DApp somewhere, it can just store your public address. Next time you come back, since only you can have that address, since you own the private key, right? And nowhere else. It's not, the private key is not stored anywhere else. It's stored on your computer. It's for used to keep, used to lose, like Bitcoin in a sense, but for ID. That's pretty cool.
We had a question from Miguel about identity and authentication. I would just say, if you seek back through this video the last sort of hour ago, we were talking about that at quite length. But he makes a good point that we can't rely on secrets forever.
Yeah, I read that. I didn't quite understand the question.
Well, at the moment we use passwords for authentication. He's saying you can't rely on secrets as proof of identity forever.
What's his argument for that?
No.
Because that eventually we're going to have drones and nano.
He's missing his premise. He's not giving us his premise, but he's saying that we can't rely on encryption forever.
Quantum computers do not break encryption.
No. They just halve the key length, right?
Pretty much.
But then you have
double the key length, rather.
Yeah.
That's
and
good.
actually, even if peak was NP, some people think that all cryptography is going to be broken. That's not true. That all that it means is that we're going to have to rely on big, huge secret sharing groups.
Yeah.
Secret sharing is actually information theoretically secure, so there's pretty much nothing in the world that can break it.
Are you able always to inspect contracts? Is there such a thing as a closed contract? Is there any use case where you might want closed contracts?
One use case is it makes SchellingCoin somewhat more secure. Another use case is the contract you might want to perhaps have a contract which actually controls assets inside of Bitcoin, and to do that the contract would have.
IP issue. Like you don't want to copy.
True.
That's what I was
yeah. So in all those cases, you don't want Ethereum. You want the secret sharing DAO. So a secret sharing DAO is something that's probably going to have to be built eventually.
Yes, Pat, we are building for Windows.
Meanwhile, switch to a real OS.
No, they are actually binaries for Windows already today. In fact, I was looking on the RC channel. I think somebody made a very recent, I think this morning, a build for Windows of the latest POC for AlethZero. So yes, supporting. Sorry.
You have it?
Yeah.
And it works. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, obviously we're going to support Windows. The reason why you're seeing the builds being behind in terms of their frequency, right, of being issued is quite simply because this is a Mac and he's running Ubuntu, and Gav's running Ubuntu, and Jeffrey's running Ubuntu. So that's all. It's not a conspiracy.
It takes manual effort to synchronize the Windows build.
Exactly. So there's been
some little things to fix, but it's.
There's been some really good work done by Vincent Gariepi, aka Cactux, which has a CI process, and it's called Captain Obvious, which is that sort of build bot, which automatically, it's really cool, and that's how by the way we were able to do brewery install Ethereum based on the latest merge by Gavin.
Yeah.
Because it's automatically linked, so it knows it's successful. It updates the brew formulas, and it picks up the right git hash. It's really neat.
And what's interesting, we're split about 50-50 in terms of Mac and PC, and you know.
Wait, how many people here have Ubuntu?
Yeah, put up your hand if you're running Ubuntu. Wow. Okay.
Machine does that anyone here running Windows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get him!
So one person running Windows. That's pretty impressive. That's impressive. Impressively,
Impressively low.
As in good. Like,
Now we get that every time we organize these things. We really have Windows users. But that doesn't mean we're not going to support it. Of course, it'll run on Windows. I mean, it's QML technology. You know, of course, it can be compiled on Windows.
how much more time do you want to dedicate to?
A couple more questions and we go to the pub.
Okay.
I got one then. Do you think about encrypted computation itself blockchain, sort of like you encrypt the inputs and outputs?
You can't. No, it's not
homomorphic encryption. Design of
So with homomorphic encryption, it's specifically, it's not really useful inside the blockchain because it only provides outputs that are useful to one specific purpose. And the other thing is, what you want really is obfuscation on the blockchain. So you want the blockchain. The idea there is that the inputs are public, the outputs are public, but the code is secret. And the code is encrypted, but the encrypted code still runs in the exact same program as the original code. Obfuscation is a very hard thing. Like the protocol for obfuscation that I saw has it involves homomorphic encryption, so it has a billion-factor slowdown.
It's a lot.
You know, and then on top of that, you add another 10,000 factor slowdown because you're doing it inside the EVM. Totally fine for 3D gaming.
We're talking about fully homomorphic encryption. I mean, what about partially?
Right, partially homomorphic encryption is less difficult, but even still, I think obfuscation involves fully homomorphic. The thing that you really want is you want secure multi-party computation. You want the secret sharing DAO. Basically, like have like 40 parties and do a sort of 30 out of 40 thing. And you know, if you pick the consensus group properly, the chance that they're going to screw up is pretty much 0. And the nice property of doing that is that if you do that, then you also have you have the ability to have secrets, and pretty much for free, and you also get like decentralization in a more sort of cheaper way in some sense. Yeah. Oh, right. Actually, no. The other thing you get is that the computations happen off chain. So yeah, and it might actually be even cheaper than running the code unencrypted on the blockchain. Go secret sharing DAOs.
Yeah.
By the way, does anyone here like wants to actually start building a secret sharing DAO? Because it would be really cool if we do that after we get started.
Yeah.
Maybe we can use the London channel to sync efforts. You're on it now, so
yeah,
that's good stuff.
And the internet.
The internet. Amazing.
It's scary.
Technology.
All the monsters on the internet.
Oh yeah, all these terrorists.
We've had a task about self-healing hypercube.
You just wanted to say that.
Oh,
self-healing.
So the self-healing hypercube is an erasure coding thing, as opposed to the 12-dimensional hypercube, which is a scalability thing. So, a self-healing hypercube erasure coding. The idea is that you split up a file, and then you do a secret sharing where you do it in multiple dimensions. And then the idea is that because secret sharing is linear, it sort of commutes with itself, and that means that if you do the secret sharing in a cube, then along any axis in any dimension, if say the cube is like 3 by 3 by 3 by 3, it's expanded to all 5. Then any axis, if you have 3 out of 5, then you can expand. Then you can heal the remaining 2 that are like missing or damaged, and you can sort of keep on repeatedly healing different axes on the cube until you recover the whole thing. So
that's good for Dropbox.
Exactly.
Right. But what's the 12th dimension?
Well, yeah, the metaphor that I used on my blog post is the Borg.
Yeah. So that doesn't tell us what the 12th dimensional.
So the 12-dimensional hypercube is a scalability thing. The idea there is that you have a lot of different blockchains. Each blockchain, so the 12-dimensional hypercube is basically their dependency graph, or their linking graph. So the idea is that, first of all, within each individual blockchain, you would have blocks, you'd have transactions, etc. Then you have the ability to send transactions from one blockchain to a neighboring blockchain. Right. And then the idea is that you could have miners, and miners will be able to create miners don't mine blockchains, they mine edges. And when you mine an edge, you have the ability to process state transitions that go across the edge. So the idea there is that what you have is so you have miners that care just about specific edges. So miners only need to be aware of 2 blockchains.
This is incentivized topology.
Hmm?
This is incentivized topology.
Sure, you can call it that. Yeah. So, then in order to send a transaction from any address to any other address, ultimately your message might need to propagate a maximum of 12 times, on average 6. So that's 6 transactions. But on the other hand, because every block is only being stored by 1 over 2048 of all nodes, you're actually getting roughly a 350x scalability improvement. So your transaction fees are going to go down to like 0.009 cents or so. So the way that the whole thing stays secure is that, first of all, the blockchains are merge mined. There's like a sort of central hive core blockchain that contains all of the headers of the other blocks. And then the other thing is you have challenge response protocols. So if let's say there's an evil miner takes over 95% of of the hash power on one chain, then on that one chain, if the attack, first of all, the attacker is not going to be able to double spend because every block is it has to be put into the main chain. But what the attacker could do is the attacker could produce invalid blocks, and if they're invalid in certain subtle ways, then the rest of the network that doesn't have that blockchain is not going to be able to tell. But what you do is you have the ability for the good miners on that blockchain to send out challenges, and when a challenge gets sent out, then the miner has to respond to the challenge, finding a cryptographic Merkle proof that the portion of the blockchain of the portion of the block execution that is at that index was completed in a valid way. And then, so it is that when the challenge is sent out, first of all, initially nodes would start distrusting that particular block unless the miner turns out to be good and the miner provides a response, in which case everything's fine. Or if the miner fails to provide a response, then eventually the network would stop trusting that block and the network would go along a different chain. So basically it's a solution, it's a blockchain approach that does not require every node to be aware of every transaction. Or every node to be aware, yes, every node to be aware of every transaction and every state item.
Is that V2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other approach to V2, by the way, is that if you want to get rid of challenge response protocols entirely, so this is more of a proof of stake paradigm. The idea is that you require every block to just include the complete set of Merkle tree proofs for its validity. So every block just by itself contains the entire proof showing that it's valid, and then the state only really updates from the only thing that you have a central blockchain that just keeps track of the headers, and the idea there is that central blockchain keeps track of the headers, and you choose, when a block gets generated, you choose the consensus group for that randomly out of all stakeholders. You choose 500 stakeholders, you'd have them all sort of coalesce, and you have them all validated. And the point is that an attacker cannot gain the majority power on any single consensus without having something like, at least like 20 or 30% of the stake. So with that, you theoretically don't even need challenge response protocols, although in practice you might want to have one anyway.
Solving all the issues in this stuff.
The issues that
What are the issues that you haven't or feel you can't solve or are really difficult right now?
Proof of identity is a tough one.
Yeah.
Like that's just the problem is that's not purely a cryptographic problem. It's just something that's going to be solved. We'll figure out approaches. We'll have to try them. Decentralized governance, obviously, and like we have prediction markets, we have democracies, but no one's tried that much. And also, in decentralized governance is also important because it might be important for individual crypto protocols to be governed by things other than centralized or other than foundations that are paid for by a few large companies. Third, generalize zero knowledge proofs. So skip is something that the Israeli guys are doing. I'm not nearly smart enough to understand how generalized zero knowledge proofs work. That's, as I understand it, they've come very far, but they still have that one weakness that that there has to be some central trusted party setting up a big long key initially, and then that's what everything's based off of.
Right.
So that's the thing that I'd like to see either removed, or if it can't be removed, then I'd like to see bootstrap a cryptocurrency to do the whole thing in secure multi-party computation, and then you have that be the generating the key in multi-party computation be the mining algorithm.
Pretty cool.
Perhaps for the last question, do you have a license from Ben Lawski?
I don't even know what that is.
Doesn't know what that is.
Fortunately, the bill license isn't out
We
yet.
don't need it.
But are you going to be doing anything in New York? So then.
We're not going to be doing. Yeah. Well, first of all, we're a cryptographic fuel, but even still, they might decide we're a currency, I suppose. But we're not doing anything in New York. Like there's people in our community who are in New York.
Live in New York.
Yeah. There's a bunch, but there's also people.
That affects them, I imagine, if you're referring to the the New York license thing.
Yeah, but
we have people, them as Bitcoin users.
We have people in the Ethereum community who live in Russia, so hey, Mr. Bruton, if you want to arrest us.
Well,
maybe you shouldn't sit down. I can hear the sirens. So they're gonna be like SWAT teams bursting through windows. Yeah, it sounds scary. Actually, there's a good question here. What is the single biggest problem to solve before launch, and how are you on track? That's a very common question. If we're late, if we're
single
early.
Biggest problem, to be honest, networking. So we're developing actually just because I've been pretty frustrated for 5 years that there hasn't been a good toolkit for making a decentralized networking application, and that's well, not even just meshnet, just a plain old peer-to-peer thing on the boring old centralized net. So one thing we're developing this sort of library. It's called DEF-B2P, where it's like a generalized peer-to-peer browsing peer-to-peer networking toolkit, and you'll be able to have like a simple interface. Peers connect to peer, send message, list all peers, connect and send message to peer on receive message, and the whole thing will just fill up peers for you and then make sure everything roughly works. So between that, so getting that part right and getting the whole Ethereum block syncing protocol right, it's proving to be non-trivial. It seems to be the largest remaining instability issue. The other thing is ensuring that all the clients are in consensus, ensuring that the VM is efficient. Figuring out how we're going to move from pure proof of work to pure proof of stake over time. I think that's important. It's also sort of figuring out solving the problem of how a cryptocurrency protocol can properly update itself. Between those issues, I think those are probably the main ones.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Could Ethereum survive without you?
Well, without myself as a person, pretty much, yes.
If you disappear for good or bad reason.
If I personally disappear, then Ethereum will survive just fine. If I disappear, then Ethereum will survive just fine. There's plenty of people who understand the entire ideas behind it. If
the yellow paper is out.
If everyone currently employed by Ethereum.org and the Ethereum cold wallet disappears, then I'm sure it'll get developed, but more slowly, and it'll be less impressive, especially in terms of the peripherals.
So the level of maturity for the developer community has been reached.
It's getting more and more mature, I think, every month. It's just a matter of when it's going to hit the critical point. I don't think there's going to be
one
one.
thing to everybody in the room to help Ethereum go viral. What would you do? Do you want it to go viral?
Best time to go viral would probably be even maybe shortly after launch. Like even just after launch initially, it might be good to have a quiet period while people develop a couple applications.
It's the DAPPS that are gonna make all the difference.
Yeah.
You know,
What I'd love to
Why we can't develop DAPPS on the testnet and
You can totally.
We should be able to.
Yeah.
As long as people trust you.
So what I'd love to see is actually not even Ethereum to go viral, but for this little magic decentralized file storage app to go viral, and then it turns out that that file storage app just happens to run Ethereum.
Yeah, and the beauty of it is people don't necessarily need to know that it's running Ethereum. Just like they don't care if they go on Facebook, they watch pictures of funny cats, which I do all the time. I don't care. I don't think about TCP/IP or is Facebook using PHP or are they using MongoDB instead of SQL Server for scalability reasons. I really don't care. No, I just want to watch the funny cats. Well, sometimes I do because I work in that field, but it's not why people are interested in technologies. They want to see direct benefits to it. So if the DApp provides really good end user benefits, then they will be used. If they don't, they won't be used. As simple as that. And the adoption of the protocol is directly correlated to the adoption of the DApps.
So you want to be invisible to the end user?
I kind of think it should be invisible. Yeah, I don't think it brings any value to understand the underlying protocol.
You put some effort into. I was wondering about you put some effort into branding Ethereum. And is there any question of whether Ethereum should be branded? I mean, the internet doesn't have a brand. You don't have a logo and flashy graphics for the internet, for the web. So, but you've chosen to put efforts into creating flashy graphics and for branding Ethereum. But if you want Ethereum to be more just a protocol, more like the internet, it's a base kind of infrastructural component that things are built on top of, then maybe does it make sense to brand and to.
Well, it's not very good training for it. People are just doing this starting for.
Why did the internet not have a brand? It wasn't a planned strategy. It was because it was launched within academic circles.
Yeah. I think for a while, the internet actually did have a logo.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. Oh, it's ugly though.
Well, true.
Yeah, like the thing is that the internet.
If you, I mean, there are downsides to branding as well. I mean, it's getting better.
I think it's important to. I mean, for me, I wanted it to look like, I don't know, the way I wanted it to look because I was really excited about it. And in a sense, it feels good to have a cool logo, and it sort of creates a community which we need for the the development of the DApps, which also potentially represents our value or is interesting in some way, shape, or form. I don't think it's necessarily something that's going to be reflected to the end user. Just like the Cisco logo is probably unknown to most people, yet they use their infrastructure every day. I think there's a huge effort that needs to be done in terms of communications to developers, education, building a Code Academy-like site, organizing hackathons, organizing tutorials, which we're going to accelerate rapidly in the next few months. But I don't think we need to have a billboard in the street. It's meaningless to me.
And plus, it's cool, right? I mean, it looks good.
I think it's cool. I really like it.
I think
really like the branding.
There should be stuff made out of glass, though. I mean, it's just like this is 3D. It should be.
I know.
We
Yes.
need some jewelers. Definitely.
I was thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably not. No, we were thinking of doing like a Burning Man octahedron and bring it to the Burning Man. We couldn't go this year because we were real busy, but next year maybe we'll build a big.
Actually, it makes a cool installation with
burners,
mirrors and stuff. You just walk into it.
Yeah, we talked about making it mirror based, but then that doesn't burn very well because you're supposed to burn everything at the end, right?
Yeah. It'd look pretty cool if you put a big mirror in the middle of the burning.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. Some branding ideas right here. I like it. Brainstorming.
So we've done code.
We've done branding. It's amazing. And we're organizing Burning Man for next year. We're going, so if you want to join us.
I mean, actually, couldn't the Ethereum, when it becomes a DAO, couldn't it have a self-destructing brand? It was built into the contract. The brand had to be destroyed at a certain period.
Yeah, I mean, if all a brand is a SchellingCoin, then we should be able to create a Turing complete SchellingCoin. Make it attract people to the idea of if time is less than December 2015, then diamond, otherwise nothing.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Let's think about that.
So that's that. So then,
with regard to usage.
pardon?
Because a question about usage of the DAPPS.
Yeah.
Now the browser is designed in a way that those screenshots.
Yeah, these are
but in any case, the browser of DAPPS is one thing you download, and in there you have distributed apps. Right now, right?
You mean
for an end user?
Conceptually?
Yeah, for an end user.
Yeah, that's right.
Practically. If this was all finished as it were,
Yeah,
then I would download this browser and there I
In the
could choose
browser,
the
you see
Ethereum.
the DAPPS, they're rated by, say, reputation,
Exactly.
categories, and
Exactly.
and you
So,
select.
but if I look in terms of what people use now, they just, I need a browser, Chrome, or Firefox, or Safari, whatever. I get a browser to browse the internet.
Yeah, you're talking about friction. Friction of adoption.
Yeah, but it doesn't. That friction can be taken away. Indeed, I see friction because people would have to download a separate application to browse the Ethereum apps, and they might not see the benefit immediately.
Yeah.
But
well,
do you
there's
see
lots
Ethereum
of,
as a part of Chrome, as a part of Firefox, as a part of Internet Explorer in long term?
I mean, technically, the stuff that you use, the stuff that's in AlethZero, it's WebKit. It's actually just a WebKit window from.
Yeah,
Qt.
exactly. To you
so
and me it is, but
could
to
you?
my mom it's not.
Yeah, exactly. So could you somehow have you? I don't know. Can you have an extension in Chrome that would actually automatically support? I don't think it's possible because it doesn't let you mess around with the network, does it? An extension, Chrome extension that would talk Ethereum, and then the browser would relay a request through it.
Well, one thing you could do is you could have a JavaScript WebRTC set of clients,
right?
And then as long as there exists at least one bridge, then that would be connected.
Yeah, but the
to
bridge is
network.
centralized.
Yes, but it's a one-out event.
So you need to trust.
Well, no, it's one out of n. So this WebRTC network would contain anyone could potentially set up a bridge on it, and all the bridge is just a translator of network messages from JavaScript over into the Ethereum protocol. And then if as long as at least one honest bridge exists, then hopefully upstanding gentlemen like Stephan's are gonna run them. And
the altruist in the bar model.
To make it go more mainstream, you don't want to plug it. Ideally, you want to submit a merge request to Chromium.
Ideally, yes.
Ideally, they pay attention to this and they think it's cool, and they say we now support Web3 as well as Web2.
Who said that?
It could be Google. I mean, they have
Oh,
it,
so
but they could.
Is anyone working on that?
Sergey. Yeah, I mean that would be really sweet because then people don't even have to switch browser, and for them it's a win-win because now they have a new feature, and it's and it doesn't cost them anything really. I mean it's that straightforward. As you saw, it's just a Eth.js and a protocol that's actually completely open source, so it would be trivial for them to implement. The other thing you could do in terms of reducing friction, like Vitalik was saying, if this distributed storage DApp elements, but just the bit that gives a bit of the hard drive from each user becomes viral. Those people don't necessarily need to know it's Ethereum, yet it could function as a WebSocket server. Do you think you deserve a mention because you came up with that idea? You came up with that idea. It's true. You deserve credit. It's completely frictionless because they get direct benefit from it. They earn token by just sharing their hard drive, which is everybody has. That could itself function as a Ethereum client and therefore receive connection from a traditional web browser without having to download a separate browser because they already have one app. How many Ethereum clients do you need on one box? One. Yeah. So as long as you have good justification, that's frictionless for that.
So that the browser talks to the Ethereum card.
That's right. You can do that. I mean, it already does in latest Mist as a super
local server. So that I've actually group and then
Actually, you might be able to run that.
So basically, as an answer to my question, would you want Ethereum to be a part of every browser?
Yes.
The answer would be yes, please.
Yes to standalone apps, to mobile apps, to anything, to websites, to whatever. That's why we chose these technologies because they're universal. Excellent.
Let's go have a distributed beer. Distributed beer.
Let's go have a distributed beer, yeah. So the question is, do we achieve consensus of which pub to go to?
SchellingCoin.
SchellingCoin. Everybody writes on the paper.
SchellingCoin.
SchellingCoin. Thank you.
Do they have Wi-Fi at the pub? We certainly can.
So you can watch Bitcoin. Okay, it's quite the roller coaster today because it goes. You see that graph? It's quite.
It's back down again.
Been a busy day.
It's the roller coaster. It's the
It's gonna get loud.
349.
The volatile monsters have been eaten
Been
away.
over
That's
200,000
huge, actually. It's
Bitcoin
huge
traded.
all days.
Okay, I'm going to have to pop the microphone down here because people are going to start getting very loud on the table. So I did the very best I could, honestly, with the microphone and the camera. So I hope you were able to, you know, get some good insights from what we talked about today. I'm going to tag everyone's question as answered, even though they aren't, because that way the questions will stay with the video forever. So even if it wasn't addressed today, don't worry, we can always raise it later. You can also, in the comments below, you can reference the time of the video simply by writing 3:, then the minutes, then the seconds, and then that will turn it into a hyperlink automatically. And there is also, under the share option, the ability to share the link to the specific part of the video for the rest of the internet as well. So that's really, really convenient. And all that is left for me to say today from the London Ethereum Developer Meetup is that we are currently at block height 323,991 with what am I looking for? Blockchain info. Let's take a look. With the Merkle Root 75E1D 64 FC 77D, etc. So thank you very much for being with us today. This has to go down now as being our longest ever video on the World Crypto Network. It's the longest video ever, just period. And certainly feels that way. But you can follow us at World Crypto Net. You can follow me at Mr. Chris Ellis. I will be adding more metadata to this video as time goes on. Thank you very much, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.